everyone. We are live. The Invested Agents Summit is live. Get excited. We've been we've been working on this for a while, and like many things I do, I just kind of threw it out there, and it makes Jamie all excited whenever I give her a ton of stuff to do at the last minute. So get excited. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers that are just going to be dumping a ton of value. And here in a second, I'll give you a few tidbits on how to get the most out of this event. But just know that they took time out of their day and days preparing their presentation and, of course, providing great content for you today. So just get excited, take notes, and I think we got a couple of things. Jamie?
Yes, we have some excited giveaways. So we'll get into what those are a little later. But just get ready for information overload. It's going to be a long but exciting, jam-packed day with tons of great tips for your business.
So if you don't know who we are, my name's Chris Bounds, and
I'm Jamie Bounds. We're married.
You probably see it from the little bubble below. I'll do more into who we are and what we do later, but essentially, I'm a real estate agent, real estate investors. We've flipped over 180 houses, used more than 17 million in private lender financing to do that. It's been really exciting, and we've got someone else we want to introduce.
Yes, we also have Haley Gant joining us this morning. She's co-hosting with us this morning with Quest Trust Company. So hi, Haley.
Hey, Jamie. Hey, Chris. I'm so excited to be here with you guys today. I know we've done a lot of planning in the weeks leading up to this event, and I am super excited to hear all of your speakers today. A lot of them, it'll be the first time I'm hearing them as well. So I'm super excited for the event today. I hope everyone out there enjoys it as much as we do.
Yes.
Excited to have you, Haley. So Invested Agents, essentially what we are, resource and real people, real agents out there helping put just tons of great content and resources out there for you to increase your income, build your wealth, and create the lifestyle that you deserve. So to make sure you get the most out of this event, got a few tips. First, take notes. Lots and lots of notes. You're absolutely going to want to. You're not going to absorb everything. So when in doubt, write it down. Do it by hand too, because there's plenty of studies show you write it by hand, you retain it. Then later on, go back and transcribe it on your computer. We'll be answering questions live. So if you're on YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're seeing this, you can, well, actually, there's two ways you can ask questions and give feedback, comments, and all that. Drop your comments in the platform, in social media, in Facebook, in YouTube, or you can text us. Send me a text at 346-371-2358. So either way, drop a question in the comments, send us a text. We'll be answering questions live as time allows throughout the day, and we want to hear it. We want to hear your questions and your feedback.
And also just comment on, great tips, takeaways that you hear, just kind of reiterate them and post them in the comments. So if it's just like a value bomb that you're like, yo, write that one down, it's a great tip for your business, then just go ahead and add that as well. So what we're going to do is we'll pop up on our window. You'll all see like a comment, question, and then our speakers at the end of their presentations, a lot of them will have it open to Q&A, so you can ask those questions. So we can answer those questions. So just be sure to, whenever a speaker is giving their presentation, just if you have a question, you can type it in, and we'll get to that at the end of their presentation.
Speakers are probably going to be checking out the comments too. So give them a shout out, especially if there's something that maybe a direct question you had, or just like they just totally delivered. Like give them a shout out, give them praise. Like that's what they're here for. That they really appreciate that. And
sorry. Oh, were you going to say that one? Well,
yeah. So if you're getting any value out of this, couple things, like it, of course, give feedback. but share it to your friends and colleagues. To share the love, share the content. That's what we're doing. We're sharing great content. But share the live feed to your friends and colleagues, and just help get the message out.
And then just be courteous and respectful. We're all learning here. We're all here to grow. So no question is stupid. I mean, if you're new to investing or a new agent and you just have questions, just answer them. I mean, just ask them. We'll answer them for you. It's just a time here to learn and grow. That's our purpose for today.
If you're getting any value out of this, leave a comment or actually leave a review for us, Facebook review. We really, really, really like reviews, and we like reviews with folks that we really impacted, or one of the speakers has impacted. So, and I got more on that in just a second. But hey, this is technology. There's all kinds of little things going on between here and your computer. We could have glitches. You never know. If so, just trust us. Like we'll do what we can to get it right back as soon as possible. So we'll work hard to fix them as they occur. A couple last tidbits, and we're going to bring up our speaker. If you upgraded your RSVP, your registration, you know who you are. We need your T-shirt sizes. We want to send them out. You should have received an email from yesterday. Sent another one recently this morning, just a few minutes ago. Fill out the form, send us your shirt size, your address, so we can get those out to you. All the recordings, we're going to get that out within our post-production team. Will get that out within a week after the event. Social media kits. So we were going to give away 5 social media kits. This was a custom branded background for your Facebook or YouTube page. We're going to give away 5 of them, but I think because of Facebook privacy, I wasn't able to see who was actually sharing the hashtag. So we were able to give away 2, but we had 3 that we weren't able to give away. So this is what we're going to do. Definitely want to give away. If you leave a comment, if you're highly engaged throughout the day, commenting, feedback, sharing your thoughts, or leaving us a Facebook review with context, the specific context on the value that you got that just was totally over the board and very impactful for you. Either way, just leave a comment, be engaged, and or leave a review with context, and we're going to give those 3 Facebook media kits or social media kits out, or a shirt. We'll just let you pick.
So
can we do shirts too still?
Yeah, basically what we're going to do is kind of tally up at the end. Whoever commented, or just draw a name and kind of have some giveaways for the branding kit, T-shirt, maybe my Airbnb pamphlet portfolio kit. So just be sure to comment and participate.
All right. Ready to get started? We ready?
Ready.
All right. We've got our next guest. I'm going to hop off and enjoy.
Yep. Okay. So first, I am going to introduce our first speaker is Matt Gardner. Matt is the founder of Team Roar, a veteran Air Force pilot and a cancer survivor. His investment portfolio consists of single-family and multifamily rental properties. Matt's real estate team of more than 40 agents span across 13 states. So, wow, welcome, Matt. And
thanks, Jamie.
Hi. The floor is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the intro, Jamie. I'm super excited to be here and to speak. I'm really stoked to see the growth in invested agents. I know it's a newer community, but I think you guys are growing something special with massive value. So I do appreciate you having me on to present. I know I'm one of the more novice investors that is going to be presenting today. So I'm happy to kick it off, and hopefully you guys glean something overall from that. So yeah, my big takeaway for today is really just what my past 2 years have been and how I was able to accelerate, from 0 to 74 deals and as an agent in my second year, and then 0 to 228 doors as an investor over those 2 years as well. I called it lighting the real estate afterburner because, to me, for a lot of people who don't understand what an afterburner is, there's a jet engine in a fighter jet, and that it produces thrust. But anytime you really want to kick and get as much thrust as possible and really accelerate, you kick in the afterburner. Well, all the afterburner is, it's dumping a bunch of fuel into the back of the engine, and it's brute strength combustion to make the jet go faster. And so that's kind of the way I envisioned my career as I started in real estate. That's what I'll kind of kickstart in here now. All right, so a little bit of background on me. I was in the Air Force. I flew the F-15 for 5 years, the F-15E, the Strike Eagle, and that was awesome. I was an instructor in that plane. It was fantastic times. That's this one here on the side. I also flew the F-35 for 5 years. I was an evaluator pilot in that, which is the new Joint Strike Fighter, the stealth fighter in the Air Force. And big picture, a lot of the stuff in the military transferred fairly well into the real estate world. The first thing is that whole idea of disciplined work. So in an operational environment, in the fighter pilot community, 12 to 16-hour workdays were fairly common. And so you had to really engross yourself in the work to survive. The work that we did, you learned on surviving a fight, how to save friendly folks, whether they're in the air or on the ground, and how to take the fight to the enemy if you needed to. So it's a serious work, and it required serious due diligence and effort to truly become an expert. So as an example, we would, in the Strike Eagle, we would meet 4 hours prior to a flight to prep for the flight, to brief and get ready. Our flight would then be, 1 to 2 hours. And after that flight, we had admin and paperwork for about an hour. And then we would debrief for another 2 to 8 hours or more on that flight. So just one flight alone would be dedicate anywhere from 9 to 15 hours in that one day. And that's outside of our normal duties as a leader, whether we have troops under us or anything else like that. And to succeed, you really just had to give yourself to the mission. Especially as a young pilot, as a young pilot, you have to. Otherwise, you're going to get lost in the dust, and it's pretty obvious, and you'll burn yourself out. And if you don't have that passion, that's truly the case. And I found that the same to be in my real estate career. Like, if I could have done to dip my toe in the water and try to make it happen, but truly to make my career kickstart the way I wanted to, with true afterburner effect, I had to just engross myself in the work with the passion, disciplined, and intense work that's required in order to really kickstart the career the right way. Another thing, as along the work that I learned in the Air Force is the learning aspect, the nonstop learning. So as a fighter pilot, you have to learn, obviously, your jet and how to operate it, but also the bombs and the missiles and all the intricacies that are involved with employing them and the restrictions. But, that's your stuff, and it's a lot going on there. And then you also had to learn about the enemy. You had to learn about the enemy's techniques and procedures and the intelligence in them and their weapons and their restrictions and their regulations. And so it's a lot to learn. And the same thing really I learned going into real estate. Whenever I started, I jumped into books. It was book after book after book. And the same, just like I studied the tactics, techniques, and procedures of the enemies and of my friendlies in the Air Force, I did the same thing, but in real estate, but just through books. You were able to just inculcate myself, all that knowledge into my head. And it was absolutely awesome. It was a true light switch that kind of went off there. In the Air Force, I would have to go to a vault, where there was no cell phones and no electronics were allowed, no windows or anything. You would just dedicate yourself to studying this, secret information. And I tried to replicate that in the real estate world. I'd go and all right, I'm going to focus. I'm going to learn this today. I'm going to focus on this. Whatever the book was, and I would just crush book after book after book. And then as I started to get into, that was the real estate investing side as well as the agent side. And as I started to get into the agent side more, it was the contracts, right? So as an agent, I read all my contracts multiple times, but I got engrossed in the contracts. I wanted to know every little intricate detail about the contracts I was using, so I could use them as a tool and as a weapon for my clients. Along with the systems, the contracts was the systems. Obviously, if you don't know your MLS, your CRM, your customer relationship management tools, and how you're generating your leads, things like that, you have to understand those to build that foundation. The way I perceived it is, hey, I want to build this empire of real estate, and the only way I'm going to be able to do that is if I have a strong foundation. So this was me building that strong foundation to make that happen. And lastly, on top of that, the basic knowledge through books and the contracts, the tools we're using, the systems to really employ, was the option. So this was one of the things I really wanted to emphasize as an investor as well as an agent. So some examples, what I mean by options with creative financing. I had a true poor dad mentality. For anyone who's read Rich Dad Poor Dad, I had a true poor dad mentality at first, and I didn't have much cash on hand for my first flip. My first flip, I ended up only putting $250 into my first flip. $100 to start the business bank account and $150 to start the LLC. Then everything else was done through creative financing and through partnerships in order to make that deal happen. And that $250 was able to be turned into $13,000 on the backside for me personally. So that's for the investing side, thinking creatively. But on the agent side, I also wanted to be able to be creative to help deals or to create deals that may not have otherwise existed. So I had a deal that was, we were under contract for 1.5 million, but it appraised for 1.2 million. So $300,000 difference. The seller wasn't budging, but luckily the buyer was like, hey, I'm happy to pay that, but I don't have the extra $300,000 to offset that. So what can we do? So I presented the seller with a plan through some creative financing that he could hopefully, that he would be willing to cover down on a second mortgage. And in the end, it was a massive win-win. The seller saved on some capital expenditures, which was great, and or capital gains taxes. And the buyer, she only had to bring 20% down for the 1.2 million rather than 20% down for the 1.5 million. So in the end, it was a win-win. But without having that creative knowledge and that foundation through the books and through the networking that I've learned, that deal probably would have died. So just some things to consider now. Now, my life was great up until it wasn't, right? Life is awesome up until it'll sometimes slap you in the face. But it's your choice how you react with that. And if you ever read, Extreme Ownership, I love the concept there of, just take ownership of your life and stop with the excuses. And so I was presented with an opportunity like, hey, what am I going to do with my life? Because I was on the top of the world, flying fighter jets, teaching people what to do. And then all of a sudden you get slapped with cancer. So now I have to, have heart surgery all of a sudden, and then chemotherapy for the next few months that started hitting. I was forced to decide this new life path. And luckily for me, this was my first shred of like networking, which is one of my big kind of takeaways today. Within my own sphere of influence, I started to network where I was down, for instance, one day with chemotherapy, and I had some other fellow pilots come in the room, and they were like, hey man, here's this book. The one pilot gave me Rich Dad Poor Dad. He's like, I think it's going to resonate with you. Let me know what you think. Another pilot came in, he introduced me to Bigger Pockets. He's like, I'm just going to warn you, you're going to be addicted. And another pilot came in and he taught me about, just the retail sales side of things, the agent side of things. And all of those, like, amalgamated to be me being like, wow, like a true mentality shift in the way I saw the world and the way I saw business, and the way I saw money and kind of the future in life, which was really cool. And it all started with networking within my sphere of influence. And so, my takeaway there was always be trying to network and learn from others. Now, just as in life, i.e., cancer or these surprise events that are going to happen in life, challenges are going to occur within real estate as well. So I was lucky enough to have a stellar support network while I was down for cancer. My family, my friends, the military, like everything was as good as it can be when you're going through something crappy like that. But you can have just as solid a network within the real estate world when you have challenges to overcome, these issues you have. For some examples of me focusing on relationships to have in these challenging times over focusing on the transactions. For instance, we had another deal. We were trying to beat out a cash buyer at a $1.1 million property. And the only way we could beat them out was, more money, but it wasn't going to appraise for much more, or closing quickly, and offering a higher EMD. So we were able to offer a higher deposit. And I called my lender. I was like, hey, can we close this thing quick? Like I need a favor here. And she was able to close a $1.1 million deal in 10 days to beat out this cash deal. So, that was things like that, to have that on hand, to have that relationship over focusing just on the money and the transactions. That relationship was able to create those transactions for me. Same thing with insurance. If with insurance, I had a client that was hit with a special assessment with a condo that he bought like a few days after he bought it. And, I call my title company, I call everyone else. And I'm like, all right, let me call my insurance broker, because I'm on the phone with him all the time. I got his cell phone number. It's going to be great. I call him. He's like, oh, dude, we got you covered. Yeah, we cover all your clients for special assessment coverage, which I didn't even realize was the thing. And so he calls me, and my client was able to get that special assessment paid without any deductible. So things like that, if I hadn't had my insurance broker's cell phone number and talked to him on the daily with that relationship, then, that would have been a major stressor for my client. Who knows? He probably would have paid for it out of pocket without even knowing it. And same thing goes wrong for title and inspectors and contractors. Like there's so many stories I could say about focusing on the relationships of these vendors really has just paid dividends. Yeah, sure. I might be able to save myself or my client $50 or $100 here or there on an inspection for a cheaper inspector. But the fact that I use my inspector every time, and he was willing to go out for me the morning after Christmas to make a deal happen, it was worth more than any other those minor savings that we're going to have in the long run. So the question is, how do you build these strong relationships? Like how do I get these strong relationships with these lenders, with the insurance folks, with the title, with inspectors and everyone else? It's through having a strong reputation. So it's as simple as doing what you say you're going to do. You know, I don't shop around for inspectors anymore. That might be cheaper. Like I said, I'm gonna focus on that relationship. As far as doing what I'm saying I'm going to do, if I'm going to write a contract, if I say to someone I'm going to write a contract, I'm going to write the contract when I say I'm going to do it. You know, if I have a client who wants to focus on one specific neighborhood, and they, hey, I really want to land in this neighborhood, but there's nothing available, and I say, yeah, no, don't worry, I'm going to call all the houses in the neighborhood. Then I'm going to follow up and I'm going to call every house in that neighborhood to see if someone's willing to sell for my client. And so it's just things like that. It's just simple things, really, just following up and doing what you say you're going to do to really help out. And the last thing is really answer your dang phone. Like if you just answer the phone in this business, whether it be the investing side or the sales side, specifically the sales side, it's going to pay dividends. You know, I'm sorry it's going to interrupt your life. You know, realize that what I'm saying now, as far as answering your phone, is going to interrupt your family time. It's going to interrupt your normal activities in your day-to-day life. This is not, hey, I'm not teaching you how to slowly take off an aircraft out of the runway. I want you to kick it in the afterburner gear. All the focus is on thrust initially until we get airborne. And after you're airborne and you're safely on your way, yeah, you can pull the throttle back and rebalance your life. But initially, balance, if you want to kickstart your career right, balance is all on the career initially. And that's just something you need to do. So I prepared my family. I prepared for my friends and family for that dedication. I was like, hey, guys, you know, things are going to shift for a while now because I need to focus on real estate to make this happen. And it's just something that I found to be a required event in order to make this happen. All right. After you started kind of growing my knowledge base and cancer hit, I knew the writing was on the wall that I was going to have to leave the Air Force. They were going to give me the boot. And so I started growing my real estate network. Every book that I read told me to go to local meetups. That was like step number one, go to local meetups. And this is where I started meeting awesome people. You know, Chris and Ariane Lemire. This is also an event where I met Chris Bounds out in California, Chris and Jamie. It was awesome. So these meetups were pretty massive for me, massively influential, where I was meeting people who were seemingly average people doing extraordinary things. And when I see people that I can relate to, I'm like, well, if you can do it, you know, I can do it. And so it started shifting my mentality even more to, rather than seeing like, okay, yeah, real estate can be fun. I can make some money and I think I enjoy it, to like starting to see the potential in it. That mindset shift was really what I started to get out of these meetups, as well as the networks. You know, this is also as a young agent, I went through these meetups, and this is where I met my first client who I landed a deal with, right? Because I need to start to expand your network. You need to get that exposure. And the only way to do that is by getting yourself out there. And these meetups were pretty massive for that. And you don't need to focus on real estate itself for these meetups, you know, or investing itself. I'm an invested minded agent. And that's what I do. I know we're an invested agent. So that's probably what we're all thinking here. But if you are, you know, into gardening and there's a gardening meetup, and even if there's not, you can start one, like just go around what naturally you're like attracted to, and that'll help you out a ton. Along with the local meetups, there's RIAs, you know, for me. So, and as an invested minded person, there's other associations for other niches if you want to get into them. But, you know, I started joining the RIAs, and that really helped out a ton. You know, that's where I met multiple partners on multiple flips. And I met some other people through my local sphere of influence who started within these local RIAs that we partnered with on Airbnbs. And so we started growing our Airbnb portfolio through other partnerships. And if I hadn't gone to these RIAs and gone to these meetups and intentionally talked about my goals and desires, they would have never come. So it's one thing to attend these meetups, but it's another one to say like, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. Who wants to help me grow what my goals are? And then naturally people are going to be attracted to you if you actually truly have ambitious goals and you do what you're going to say and you follow through, it's just going to naturally come to happen. And the last thing was that leap of faith for me. One of my biggest kind of leaps of faith was going to the real estate summit. You know, Flip Hacking Live is what it was, out where I met Chris and Jamie initially, and Ariane and Chris Lemire, who are right here. They took me out there essentially, and that was truly the final step for my mindset shift, to see people locally doing big things, and you go out to this other event where people are doing huge things, and you're like, wow, like, if these seemingly average people, not to be insulting, but like average people doing these massive things, like it was truly a mindset shift. You know, what one man can do, another can do. And it's truly the case. I attended local masterminds as well, where I actually paid to do these masterminds. And through these masterminds, that's where I met some of my first investors, where I was able to get my first passive portfolio, where, you know, I'm part owner of 167 units there. I met another future partner where we did a 17-unit mobile home portfolio purchase. I met other investors who brought me on to my first multifamily syndication as a sponsor and as a general partner. And so, you know, just putting myself out there in all of these events, RIAs or attending local masterminds, or all of them, they all come together and form into one big success ball. All right. Along with that is networking. So continuing on the networking is how do you grow your network even more? And it's obviously through social media. For me, social media is just a way for me to document my success and my lessons learned. It allows your sphere of influence to join you on that journey of education. If you look here, this is one of my YouTube videos where 249 views on what is a self-directed IRA. I'm not out to be a YouTube star, but all I did was that 249. That was enough that one of my sphere of influence I hadn't talked to in 10 years. He reached out to me and said, "Hey man, I got 200 grand in my IRA. What do you want to do with it?" We ended up using it for a flip. He did really well with it, and then we're using it again on another multifamily purchase. So you don't need to be the star on everything you're doing, but you get your name out there enough. It's totally worth it. There's other things within social media. Obviously, LinkedIn. I've had a few posts there that have been pretty successful for me. Bigger Pockets as an investor minded has been a massive niche for me, and then obviously YouTube as well. But along those same lines, my intent when I'm posting is to be as authentic as possible, while just regurgitating other people's information. I'm not out to reinvent the wheel. I'm not out to teach you like some new technique. If I find something, I'm gonna teach it. You better believe it. But most of the information out there is just regurgitated through somebody else. And so, you can totally teach as you learn. You don't need to be the master. If you've read, what was that? Catch Me If You Can, right? So Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio, where he played Frank Abagnale Jr. or whatever. He said when he was teaching the course for sociology or whatever at BYU, where he taught for an entire semester or something as a professor, and all he said, all I had to do was read one chapter ahead of the students. And that's truly the same it is in social media. Learn something and then teach people what you learned. It's absolutely awesome. People think you're an expert, and you're truly, that's my goal, is to be an expert in everything I can be, but I'm just regurgitating what I'm learning. And obviously being authentic. So for me, I'm not the flashy, driving, fast, expensive cars, wearing suits type of guy. That's not me. If that's you, totally rock that look. But wherever you are, I think it's much easier to be authentic, and people are going to resonate with you much more. It's fairly easy to see if you're fake. So don't try to be the person you think you need to be. Just be yourself, and then naturally people are going to continue to gravitate around you because that's you. And then obviously be responsive. These are all messages through different social media platforms of people reaching out to me saying, "Hey, I know short notice, but I want to buy something with you." And if I didn't strike while the iron was hot, so to speak, none of those would have converted into leads. Some of them a $200,000 deal, some of them a $1 million deal, right? You never know, but I'm always going to give everyone the time of day for at least the initial response, and I'm going to be as responsive as I can. I get messages all the time responding, say, "Wow, I didn't think you'd respond at 12:30 at night, at 5 in the morning, whatever it was." I'll do my damnedest to be responsive. Again, this goes back to my focus, and my number one priority right now is my career and is lighting that afterburner. Like I said, just like a jet. If you want to do an unrestricted climb where you see a fighter jet take off and go straight vertical, I want to get to that ceiling as quickly as I can. Then from there, I'm going to cruise. You better believe down the road, I'm going to dial it back, and priorities are going to shift. But as of now, my career is focused on growth, and that's where we need to be. All right. So from there, I started local meetups as well. So I went to Ariane and Chris meetups. So you're going to talk. Ariane's going to speak a little bit later. Absolutely amazing people. And I didn't want to step on their toes. So I intentionally geographically deconflicted my meetup, and I never stepped on their toes as far as timing. The same thing with the local RIAs that I was part of. I wanted to start my own little niche. Doesn't need to be massive, but this is my way to add another credibility indicator. If you've read the book, The 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss, he talks about, credibility indicators. I don't really subscribe to everything in that book, but I did that point kind of resonated with me, where he says, try to check off as many boxes as you can to be that person of status. So for me, you got my real estate license, check. I have some short-term rentals, check. I've done some flips, check. I own a mobile home park. I own an apartment complex. I run a local meetup. Like when people see these kind of credibility indicators, like just to start a local meetup, all you need to do is go to meetup.com and maybe pay whatever it was, $50 for the year to start a meetup. Nothing crazy, but it's one more credibility indicator that really helped a lot of people want to gravitate towards me. And through these meetups, I get plenty of clients or teammates. This guy joined my team. This guy joined my team. I sold his house. I sold him a house. She joined my team. Sold him a house. We're actually closing a house today on him. We partnered with him on a deal. I partnered with him on many deals. Like, through these local meetups, they don't need to be massive, but I was able to grow a solid network of people in it, and they're always coming out. And that's the point. I want exposure is key. I want to expose myself to as many people as I can to show them, hey, I'm a genuine person. I genuinely want to help. I genuinely have solid knowledge to help people, and I have some experience. I may not be an expert. I'm trying to be an expert, but I'm going to be honest with you when I don't know things. And then add value everywhere. Wherever I can add value, I am constantly doing that. If I can teach somebody something That's what I'm going to do. If I need to take somebody's soup if they're sick, I'm going to add value in their life by making their life a little bit easier today to do that. So any little thing you can do to add value is pretty massive in people's lives for that. All right, and the last thing I'll hit on here is partnerships. Now, partnerships for me was massive. Like I said, I had a poor dad mentality, so I didn't have much reserves starting up. And so in order for me to grow, I knew I needed partnerships. So for lead generation is a perfect example. So me as an agent, I was like, how can I get leads? I'm talking to some wholesalers through my investment networks, and they're like, hey, I have all these retail leads. I don't know what to do with them. I occasionally hand them off to an agent, but some of them were sitting on a pile of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 leads just sitting there that were ready, that needed to be touched from the retail sales side. And so I started partnerships with multiple local wholesalers saying, hey, I'll take your leads. We'll give you guys a cut. We'll make it happen. And it worked out really well. Other things like vendors, we had partnerships with my lenders who were able to pay for sources for lead generation as well. Or my title insurance reps, they started paying for lunch and learn so I can start growing my network even more. So those partnerships are massive and keep us even stronger as an overall team of vendors together. Team building was massive for me. So not only, like Jamie had mentioned, I have a nationwide team of 40 agents all over the U.S., which is awesome. And I love connecting with agents on the broad scale. And people call me in New York City, say, hey, I want to join your team. I want to partner with you in your brokerage. I'm like, that's awesome. Let's do it. And other people locally on my normal commission split team, I wanted to lean on someone who was super heavy and I trusted, and they have a strong reputation. That was, Ariane. Again, keep bringing her up because she's a massive influence in my life. And so we partnered with her, and she knew she wasn't going to be involved in the day-to-day activity of team building or being the team leader. But I wanted her as a 50-50 partner in this deal because she was such a massive influence on me, and she's a great source to bounce ideas off of. Then obviously as partnerships, the investment side is massive. So on multiple flips, on all of my short-term rentals, on all of my purchases between the multifamily of mobile home parks, apartment complexes, even retail leads being passed, like all of that is partnerships that I have grown and developed, focusing again, exclusively focusing on relationships over the transaction. I will gladly give up a transaction to save a relationship any day of the week. And that's just something I found to be much more valuable than anything else. So basically the moral story there is, find solid people and surround yourself with them. That's it. So in summary, basically, work hard, learn nonstop, continuously network, and partner with the right people, and you're going to win. Like I said, set your throttles to max afterburner, realize your priority is going to shift a little bit, and that's that. What questions you guys got?
All right, Matt. Man, that was awesome. Well, we do have a question in the comments. Bring it up. We've got Nadine Johnson saying agrees with the networking, but because of in this COVID virtual environment that we've been living in for a while, and I know that's not going to be there forever. So she's asking, when it's not in person, when you're virtual, what are you doing to overcome obstacles for new business in the industry? So how are you networking? How are you establishing relationships in this virtual world?
So for me, it's again, adding value even when you're not there. So like BiggerPockets, I'll use an example. I'm on the forums probably once a week. So not a ton. I'll throw a post on there, or I'll reply to a post in BiggerPockets saying, hey, here's my 2 cents on this. Or here, I read about this. What do you guys think? Like adding little bits of value here and there. And then people reach out to me. It's just, you saw some of the message. People just reach out to me. Hey, I like what you posted about this. Do you have time to chat? I'm coming in the area I want to buy a short-term rental. And then to really build that relationship, you have to get personal. And so a phone call is great, but I almost always try to jump on a Zoom with them. That's the best we can do virtually sometimes. And I'll build that relationship virtually through Zoom, and just being as natural as I can, even on the phone. I'm professional, of course, but I try to let my personality come through as much as I can in everything I say and do. That way, there's no surprise when they come out to me. I think people just resonate with authenticity.
That's so true. And I'll kind of expand on that too. You can be upfront and engage, proactive in this by, like, Facebook's a great resource because there's, 500,000 groups out there and all kinds of little various niches. And even in real estate, there's groups on flipping, there's groups on retail, there's groups on luxury, on Airbnb. And you can get out there and it's easy to get into these groups. Most of them are public, they're open, and there's a lot of people with questions. Just go answer them. Just go answer questions or give your feedback to someone else's question. Ask your own questions. Be engaging with zero expectation of anything coming back. And that authenticity does, I mean, people are going to realize, hey, who's this Matt guy? Like he's always in the comments. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go click his profile. Now they're in your world.
Yep.
They're seeing what you're doing. Now it's, hey, I'm gonna shoot him a message. I've got this property coming up. I'm gonna shoot him a message.
Totally. I never try to be the salesman, right? I never try to say, look at me, guys. I'm a realtor. Let me sell your house. Like I almost never want to do that. You know, that's that's the last resort if I need to say something like that. What I really want to do is just add value. If people are asking questions, I'm just answering. And then I'll occasionally hint there, like in my Bigger Pockets post, you'll see like, hey, as a realtor and investor in the area, like that's my little subtle hint, like, hey, I'm a realtor in the area, but I'm not like saying that. I'm not saying, hey, let me sell your house. I'm just letting them know, hey, I'm open. Let you guys. I'm a realtor in the area, but here's my 2 cents. So yeah, that's the way I kind of perceive that.
Yeah. Sharing some love here with Maggie saying great presentation.
Thanks,
Maggie.
Maggie.
Then we got Winsel. Which books have you gotten the most value out of?
Oh man, there's so many great ones.
And there's a comment. There is a book in the comments. I'll share that after you answer.
Yeah, sure. So from one of the big mindset shifts for Millionaire Real Estate Agent was one that I really liked by Gary Keller. And that was just, again, I'm a pilot, so I like checklist oriented books, like actionable steps I could take. And so that's one of those things where he's like, hey, just do this to achieve this. You know, like it's the whole 4DX kind of mentality, which is another great book, 4 Disciplines of Execution of, you know, focus on your lead measures. And then the lag measures are going to come. Like for me, focus on the relationships, focus on my meetups, focus on positively influencing people's lives. And then I know the transactions are going to come on the backside. Those are the lag measures. That's going to happen. So as far as the books, that was a massive one for me. Then as far as getting started, like for a new agent, I really liked Brandon Turner's book of how to invest in real estate with little or no money down. That just helped me when those options, when I was talking about like the creative financing options, that just gives you some out there. There's other fantastic books, you know, Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss from the understanding psychology side of negotiations. I really love that one as well. And then what's another one? Oh yeah, the last one I'll say is Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. That whole concept of, you know, just truly making yourself. I just thought it was cool how he just followed these titans of industry in the early 1900s, and I thought it was just a great kind of influential read.
Yeah. Here's one from Benjamin Seward. Have you read Make Friends and Influence People?
Yeah, I think that's another great book for sure. You know, it's getting a little dated in the read. It's not as doesn't read as much of a story to me. But I've read it, and I think it's a good book. He teaches sound principles for sure. And so yeah, that's another kind of action. He gives you, I can't remember whatever it was, like 12 actionable steps or something in that book that I definitely think are great. Yeah, I read that one a couple months ago. It's solid.
Yeah, I remember early in my career, in my sales career, that book was pretty transformational. And I guess the macro theme there is really what you're doing. It's give value, be sincere, be really interested in helping solve their problem. And then that tends to work in your favor over time, and you'll be surprised. So, yeah, awesome. Any last thoughts? How should people contact you if they want to reach out?
So teamroar.org is my team's website. My cell phone number was on the slide there at the end. If you want to reach out to me personally, my cell phone or my email is there as well. So, feel free to reach out, guys, if you have any questions. Again, my focus is on short-term rentals. Is what I find my bread and butter for my day-to-day real estate side along the Destin, Florida, like Gulf Coast area. So if you guys are looking for anything here, happy to help. Or if you're looking to buy anywhere else and just kind of talk about short-term rentals, I'm happy to help there. And then obviously the multifamily world is what we're starting to grow here as well. So some apartment complexes we're starting to buy in mobile home parks and stuff like that. So
one last question, because I know this is going to be valuable for someone. Who is the author of the No and Low Money Down book?
Yeah, how to invest in real estate with little or no money down. That's Brandon Turner from Bigger Pockets. It's a great book.
Awesome. So Matt, you may find him in the comments afterward. I don't know his schedule, but we greatly appreciate having you on the Invested Agent Summit. It's been a pleasure getting to know you over the years, and I'm just so excited about everything you've done and what you've got going on in the future.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, Matt.
See ya.
All right. So next we have Haley Gant. She is an IRA and business development specialist at Quest Trust Company. She grew up in a family of very successful real estate investors and enjoys helping others in the industry. So Haley?
Awesome, Jamie. Thank you guys so much for having me here today. Give me 1 second. Let me get my screen shared. Let's see. All right, slideshow, play from start. All right, perfect. So, guys, I have about 20 minutes to introduce you to some topics when it comes to self-directed IRAs. I will preface this with 20 minutes is definitely not enough to get all of the information that you need to be successful when investing with a self-directed IRA. But I will have several resources at the end of my presentation. This is just one of many educational presentations that we host. We host a lot of networking events and webinars, as well as free one-on-one consultations with our certified IRA specialists. So I am super excited to be here today, not only as a sponsor here with Quest and as a guest speaker on behalf of our company, but also as a co-host for this event. So Jamie and Chris, I love that I've gotten to work with you guys kind of leading up to this event, kind of showing you guys how all of this fun stuff works behind the scenes. So to all of the attendees out there, I hope that you guys all enjoy today's presentations. I know Matt Gardner starting it off on such a strong note. He made so many great points. So I hope that you guys are taking notes out there. And I hope that this is probably one of the more exciting presentations that you have seen over self-directed IRAs. So a little bit about me, just kind of before I get started. Like Jamie was saying, I actually come from a family of real estate investors. When I was in kindergarten, my parents quit their corporate jobs, went to Vegas for the weekend, and then on Monday, they started investing in real estate. That was 20 years and 1,700 houses ago, and I happened to be an only child. So I grew up around everything real estate, you know, family dinners, coming home from like dance practice, going to properties. And my parents have actually had their self-directed IRAs at Quest since 2004. So as I teach about self-directed IRAs and the wealth building opportunities, you might notice that I get really excited about it. And that's because I've actually seen this firsthand, not only in my life and my family's lives, but over the last 4.5 years in my time at Quest and getting to educate investors across the country about this. You can really see the change and the impact that it can have on a person's long-term wealth building and financial freedom plan, because that's why we're all here, right? That's why we are in real estate. We don't want to work a 9 to 5 until we're 70 years old. You know, we want to have multiple streams of income. We want to pay less taxes, and we want to make more money while we do it. So having a good base knowledge about how self-directed IRAs work and the many different benefits that come along with them can make a really big difference in not only your investing career, but your family's lives as well as the people that you may work with in your network. So just a quick commercial about Quest. We are a self-directed IRA custodian based out of Houston, Texas. We do have clients pretty much all over the country, and we manage about $2 billion in assets under management. Now, as you'll kind of see on the next slide, all of that $2 billion in assets under management is all alternative assets held in retirement accounts. So things like real estate, promissory notes, private placement investments. That is really what we specialize in at Quest. And we've really developed a lot of great systems and internal education for our staff where we can really work one-on-one with our clients and build relationships with them. So we can kind of communicate the knowledge and information to you guys in a way that seems simple, in a way that makes sense, and ultimately helps you be more successful in your investments when you are self-directing your account. Quick disclaimer, we do not give tax, legal, or investment advice. We are experts and the go-to when it comes to all of your self-directed IRA questions, but please be sure that you always do your own due diligence before entering into investments and that you are consulting with the proper professionals as well. So I know we have a lot of attendees online today, and based on your skill level, how long you've been in real estate, some of you guys might be familiar with this concept of a self-directed IRA. But for a lot of people out there, for 97% of Americans out there, this might be a totally new concept to you. So to kind of start it out right here with the basics, a self-directed IRA, to be honest, is not really a specific type of retirement account. Self-directed is really just a marketing term, and the IRAs that we hold at Quest legally are exactly the same as any IRA that you have at any other custodian. The only difference is most traditional custodians, such as like Fidelity, E-Trade, Charles Schwab, they are only set up to allow you to hold publicly traded assets in your IRAs with them. They're typically going to have a financial advisor, they sell you investments, you hopefully make some sort of nominal interest rate on those IRA investments, but you don't really have full control over where your money is invested. Now at Quest, it's actually the completely opposite. So at Quest, we only hold privately held assets, things like real estate, notes, private placement investments. And when we say self-directed, that means that you, as the IRA holder, get to make 100% of the investment decisions for your IRA. So it really gives you a lot of freedom as far as what types of investments you want to hold in your IRA, who you work with, how the deals are structured. But again, kind of going back to that disclaimer, it's so important, since it is self-directed, that you are taking the proper steps to make sure that your deals are structured properly. But again, that's really where the one-on-one consultations, the education that we provide at Quest really comes in. We love linking up with groups like Chris and Jamie to, provide the best education that we can. And as you can see here, and as you've probably gathered from what I've told you so far about this, there are a lot of different benefits to holding a self-directed IRA account. It allows you to diversify your retirement portfolio. You get to have more control over where your money is invested. But one of the biggest benefits is the tax savings. So our IRAs are treated differently by the IRS than we are as an individual. Every year, as an individual, you have to file a tax return, you have to pay your taxes. However, the growth in your IRA is reported totally separately to the IRS than your own individual income each year. So depending on the type of account that you're investing with, all of your money in your IRA and all of your investments are going to grow either completely tax deferred, meaning none of it will be taxed until you go to take out your distributions later at retirement. Or if you do your investments or some of your investments in a Roth IRA or maybe a health savings account, those accounts grow completely tax-free as long as those distributions are qualified distributions. You could potentially never pay any income taxes or capital gains taxes on the growth within your IRA. So a lot of benefits here. Again, I only have 20 minutes with you guys today, so I'm going to kind of breeze over these next slides, but just be aware we do have a lot of other resources for you. Now, this slide here with the 7 different types of accounts, in our hour-long classes, we typically spend about 30 minutes on this slide alone. Now, obviously, I don't have time to do that here today, but just be aware that there are actually 7 different types of plans that can be self-directed. Some of them grow tax-deferred, some of them grow tax-free. Some of these, like the employer plans in the middle, these are great for like real estate agents who have self-employment income because they allow for much larger contribution limits. And these larger contributions are also most times tax deductible as well. So where it really comes into understanding all 7 of these types of accounts, how they work, how much money you can put in, and even how you can partner these IRA accounts together, I would definitely recommend reach out to an IRA specialist, set up a call with us. It's totally free. Usually takes about 15 to 20, 30 minutes, sometimes an hour and a half based on how many questions you have. But we are here to help ask you certain questions to see if you qualify for a Roth IRA, a SEP IRA. Are you eligible to roll over your 401k yet? We can walk you through all of these different questions and kind of tailor the conversation to your personal situation to really see what your options are. And then you ultimately get to make the decision of how you can best maximize these plans. So I'm going to leave it at that for now for the types of accounts, just for time purposes today. But when you're self-directing your IRA, these are just a few of the many different investment options that you have. Again, it is 100% self-directed. You get to choose your own investments. You've got to find the deals yourself. So it allows for a lot of flexibility, but it does come with that added responsibility as well. Now, I don't have slides in here today about the things that you cannot invest in, but one golden rule that you always want to remember when you are investing with a self-directed IRA is that your IRA gets awesome tax advantages to help you save for retirement. Therefore, the IRS does not want you personally benefiting right now from your IRA investments. So you've got a lot of different investment options, but just be aware you can't really use your IRA to loan yourself money or invest into your own business. There are a few restrictions there. Again, check out some of our other classes. We can tell you more about that, or just give us a call and we'll walk you through it. But you've got a lot of different investment options. One really cool thing about it is it ultimately comes down to what is your skill set? What types of investments are you knowledgeable about? And now you can do all of these same types of investments in your IRA and really grow and compound your money completely tax deferred or tax free. But where the magic comes in is when you compound that over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Even if you're starting with a small amount, there's a lot of ways that you can grow an IRA. It's actually what I've done with my Roth IRA. I have partnered it with my mom's Roth IRA for 3 different investment properties, and it has almost tripled in value in about 3 years from literally owning 8 to 12% of investments. So you can partner IRAs together, you can grow small amounts. There's a lot of different ways that you can be creative with it. Now, how does the process work? It's pretty straightforward. The first step to self-directing your IRA is having a self-directed IRA. So give us a call. We'll help you get your account opened up. And once your IRA is open, now it is time to fund the account. Now, the reason why this box in the middle is bright lime green is because these timeframes of how quickly or how slowly your current custodian can send us those funds is very important. Now, some custodians are very quick when it comes to moving funds over, transferring or rolling over. Sometimes they can get it done in 3 to 5 business days. Sometimes, however, some custodians take 3 to 5 weeks, maybe even a little bit longer to send us those funds. So if this is something that you are actively looking to, kind of take the leap on, start self-directing your IRA, you want to be aware of these timeframes and go ahead and get the process started. That way you don't miss an investment deadline because we're still waiting for your funds to arrive from your current custodian. So I always like to touch on that there, but the processing times internally at Quest, very quick, 24 to 48 hours. We actually have 3 different transactions departments: real estate, notes, private entities, and they actually fund those specific types of investments all day long. So it allows you to have a good point of contact, not only as an IRA specialist to help you get your account established and then funded, but once you're actually ready to start doing investments, we have key specialists in those transactions departments that will actually be in charge of your file. You'll have a main point of contact to actually fund that investment for you. And it makes the process really smooth in the long run. All right, I got 7 minutes left, right on time. So saving for retirement is great, right? You want to be able to diversify your retirement portfolio, but remember that golden rule: you cannot benefit from your own IRA investments right now. But if you're looking for private lending for your deals, you can actually use other people's IRAs as private financing sources for your deals. This is what we like to call OPI, or other people's IRAs. Whenever we give this presentation in person, I always like to make the nail polish joke, but it doesn't go over as well virtually because I can't see you guys laughing. Hopefully you ladies are out there. But there's kind of 2 different sides to using self-directed IRAs. There is your IRA to build wealth for your retirement, ways to minimize taxes on your investments that you hold in your IRA. But remember those investment options, one of them was promissory notes. A lot of our clients, actually about 50%, like to use their IRAs to be completely passive private lenders. So as a real estate investor, if you're going out there and you're looking for private funding for your deals, educate yourself on how to initiate the conversation of how you could potentially use other people's IRAs as private financing sources for your deals. There's a lot of ways to do this. I mean, Quest, we have to stay very neutral. You can't exactly call us up and ask for a list of clients that are looking to use their IRAs to be private lenders. Unfortunately, we're just not able to do that. But if you build a network, if you know how to introduce the conversation, call an IRA specialist. We can walk you through the process so you're familiar with how it actually works, but know how to introduce the conversation. You as the real estate investor, you go out, you build the rapport, you start the relationship, and then know when to bring us into the conversation. Quest is always neutral. We're never here to push someone's investment or anything like that. We are truly here to educate, be a good resource, and hopefully if you like us, be the custodian over the IRA account once you're ready to do that deal. But kind of like Matt was saying in the presentation before this, show credibility through references, join your local RIA events. And always remember your reputation and your ethics is everything in this business. Now, a couple of things here, just a few tips whenever you are investing with a self-directed IRA is to understand the timeframes, already emphasized that a little bit. Know what needs to be submitted to the custodian to fund a deal. You can't just send us an email and say, hey, I need you to wire funds to so-and-so. I want to loan them funds. We actually need the investment documents. Give us a call, visit our website. We'll walk you through that. And, have integrity with your deals. Like I was saying, I have a short 20-minute time frame with you guys today that I get to shove all of this Quest information in your face. But this is just one of many educational opportunities that we offer. We have a YouTube channel. We post videos every single week. We live stream all of our webinars. I don't remember who it was that posted the comment in Matt's presentation, but we do actually host a virtual networking happy hour on the first and third Wednesday of every month. It's completely online through Zoom, and I actually host it myself. It's a lot of fun. Our last happy hour last week, we had about 70 investors from across the US join us. You can find all of that information on our website. And last but not least, here are a few of our just bigger events that we have coming up for this spring. I know this event is called Invested Agents. I have a feeling we have a lot of real estate agents out there watching this. We actually have a 3-hour CE course that we are hosting on February 18th. I believe that's a Wednesday, but don't take my word for it. It is on February 18th, though. If you guys want to register for this, it's a quick registration through Zoom. It's totally free, and you will learn so much more about self-directed IRAs and the many different benefits that they offer. If you want to whip out your phone and pull up that QR code, you can register for our CE course. It takes about 30 seconds through Zoom. And last but not least, we do a big online conference called QuestCon Live. This QuestCon Live coming up this April will be our private lending edition. So it's a full 2 days of online education. This is one of the very few paid events that we offer, so it does have a cost to attend, but we bring in about 20 different guest speakers from all around the country. As Chris and Jamie can probably tell you after hosting this event with them, there's a lot that goes in behind the scenes in planning this event for you guys. So just for that reason, it does have a small cost, but be sure to register for our events. Most of them are free. If you want that higher level content, be sure to get your ticket to QuestCon Live. You can find all of this information at our website, and it is really easy to get a hold of us. You can chat live with an IRA specialist at any time during our business hours at questtrust.com. You can give us a call and ask us all of your tough IRA questions at any time. And last but not least, send us an email. I have put our department email on here, IRAspecialist@questtrust.com, as well as my own personal email, haley.gant@questtrust.com. I don't do as many of the one-on-one consultations with you guys. We have about 15 other IRA specialists on our staff that can do that with you. But my main role is business development. So if anyone out there is watching this and you have your own RIA, you're interested in setting up a more in-depth webinar, reach out to me. I'm always happy to link up with people. I so much miss the in-person events. I can't wait until we get them back again. But until then, we're hosting as many online webinars and virtual happy hours as we can. And that is all that I have. It is 9:59. I think I did pretty good. Let me stop.
Yeah. Way to bullseye that. Thank you so much, Haley. So Quest has been just absolutely phenomenal in the just like what Matt said, like giving value, and that's why they've built up such a strong reputation in the at least in my niche, the real estate investing community, but just in the alternative investment community. But with investing, being able to go out there and either what I like, borrow money from Quest clients, or what they like to let their clients and show them how they can invest their funds, get a higher rate of return than what they're probably going to see out there in the stock market, or at least a more comfortable return because they feel like they have greater control. And but the education, that's really where y'all just knock it out of the park. So appreciate it. I know they're going to be Haley and some of the Quest folks will probably be in the comments. Some of the comments looks like you answered them as they were asking already. So thank you so much, Haley.
Awesome, Chris. Thanks for having me. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, great. Thanks. And she can answer some of y'all's comments in the comment section, because we didn't get to a Q&A. But next up, we have Ian Flanagan. Ian is a former hairdresser turned real estate agent and investor. We're all going to be looking at your hair. See? Okay. Maybe I need to make an appointment. He is the founder of Flanagan Consulting and public speaker with an extensive background in investing with creative financing. So welcome, Ian. The floor is all yours.
Hey, how are you guys? Can y'all hear me? Audio? Is my audio on?
Yes, you are good to go.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So I'm going to dive into this. I have a very, very short period of time to cram 15 years of experience and hundreds of transactions all in one little short deck that I call the analysis of a fix and flip. Now, this is an actual deal that my partner and I did. And I put this slide deck together because over the years, I've done seminars and events all around the country. And this is always a really, really big topic if you're a real estate agent or if you're just an investor or you're basically trying to get into real estate. This is what you're trying to get to. We've all seen those sexy TV shows of fixing and flipping and all that stuff. So just a really quick breakdown of what this particular session is going to be over. I'm going to walk you through the process of what I go through when I'm buying properties, how to evaluate the deal, how to make an offer, and then also closing that deal. And I'm glad Haley was on right before me because Quest IRA is critical. And listen, guys, they have millions and millions and millions of dollars sitting in their trust account that's just sitting there idle. And it is looking for investment opportunities. So this is exactly what this is for. I'm going to walk you through how I fix the properties, the scope of work, hiring contractors, and then also managing the timeline because that's where your money can get away from you. And then positioning and selling the property quickly, closing that deal. And at the end of that transaction, what did you learn? That is the biggest thing that I can give you today is what did you learn? Every single day in real estate, you're learning something new. So if you've been real estate 20 years and you're not making the income that you would dream of, you've got to start doing things differently. You got to align yourself with different people that are doing what you want to do. So finding deals, this is always the biggest question, right? Because you make your money when you buy. So for me, my biggest source of deals has always been referrals, right? I've branded myself as an investor, not only that, as someone that can really help other people out in sticky situations, from probates to bankruptcies to pre-foreclosures. My sphere of influence knows I'm an expert in that, and I continuously get warm inbound leads from my sphere of influence. But if you think about how powerful social media is, right? We're all connected on social media. Pretty much everybody here saw this event on social media, decided to take your time today to jump on this live webinar. This isn't a webinar, this is a live virtual conference. But social media, if you're not branding yourself in your niche in real estate, you're really kind of doing yourself a disservice. So YouTube is the future. YouTube is so big. I love YouTube. And if you think about what YouTube is a search engine. How many of you go to YouTube on a daily or weekly basis? How do I sort an Excel file? How do I clean my pool filter? How do I change the oil on a four-wheeler? Whatever the case may be, if you guys are not on YouTube, you're doing your business a disservice. Think about YouTube as a search engine. Whatever your niche in real estate is, whatever problems you're trying to solve for consumers, build content around that and keyword it for that. So if you're trying to help people with probate properties, build a community of education and content around educating people on probate. So I can go on and on YouTube. I know we have some other influencers that are going to be on here today, but don't leave YouTube behind, guys. You've got to get on YouTube because that's free marketing for you 24/7. YouTube, I have a couple channels and I get inbound leads from both of those channels every single week. So Wholesalers is a great resource because those properties are ready to go. I'm sure there's going to be some folks on here today that's going to be talking about how you can tap into wholesalers. But the biggest thing about wholesalers is you really got to run your numbers and you got to run them very, very quickly. So the wholesale game is available, and those are typically off-market properties that are under contract, they're in escrow, they're ready to go. But you've got to do your due diligence very quickly, make a quick decision, and close on those properties. MLS. Now, at least in my market in Dallas, it's very difficult to buy properties off of the MLS where you can have enough meat on the bone, enough spread in the deal. So one of the things me and my partner look for the ways that we can do the force appreciation. What do I mean by that? I'm looking for an area on the MLS where I can buy a property and I can really drive the value of that property up by adding 1,500 square feet, 2,000 square feet, or doing an amazing finish out like I did on the El Tivoli property that we're going to walk through today. But you also have to make sure those houses are going to comp, right? If you pick up a property for $300,000, it may be worth only about $400,000. But if there are tear downs and rebuilds that are in that 5, 6, 7, 800, now I can take that property at $400,000. I can add 1,500 square feet to it. Now I can get it to comp and appraise at that higher value. So that's what I'm looking for on the MLS, the opportunities that I can force appreciate. Now, if you're going to do any type of real estate in volume, you have to have a sales team. Now, all the big dogs are using text automation these days. Some of them are still doing direct mail and stuff like that. But right now, the game is outbound telesales calls. If you have targeted lists, they can be probates, they can be free and clear houses, they can be any type of distressed list, out-of-state owners, bankruptcies, pre-foreclosures, and you have targeted lists of people that you call on a daily basis. And they're the people that are winning at the highest level and selling hundreds of homes every year. They have ISAs, inside sales agents, or they have call centers that all they do is dial all day long. So that's a quick kind of overview. There's also a lot of other different ways to continue to bring leads in, but this is what I have found for me to buy properties at discounts over time. So the very first thing that I do when I'm looking to evaluate a deal, I get on Google Map. I take the address, I type it into Google Map. I want to look at the tax site. I want to see what the taxes are on the property. I want to see the legal description. I want to see who owns it. I want to see how many owners are on the tax site. Because a lot of times there's multiple owners and you need 2 signatures if there's 2 people that own it, or it's a trust, who's the executor of the trust. There's a lot of different information that I gather, but when I'm going through the process of evaluating a property very quickly, this is what I do. I look at it on the map. I want to see where it is. I can click on Street View. I can see if there's a railroad track beside it. I can see if there's a commercial building behind it. And then I jump on the MLS and I see what can this property sell for. I start gathering data of what I can basically comp this property at. And the quickest way to get a ballpark to estimate repairs is just take the square footage, like let's say it's 1,000 square feet, and multiply it by $18 a foot. So that would be about an $18,000 cosmetic repair. Now, the square foot approach is great to give you a ballpark, but you have to go walk the property. If you haven't done a lot of rehabs or you're not in construction, you need your general contractor there to be able to get their eyes on it and get a good scope of work, because there are a lot of aspects that can get away from you. And I say the big 5, which is the roof, the foundation, the plumbing, the electrical. And I should change that to the big 6, because windows is something that people overlook quite a bit. And windows can cost you several $1,000s. So the offer formula, which is kind of just a general ballpark, right? It's not the end all be all. But if you take 75%, multiply that by the after repaired value. Let's just start with $100,000 just for quick round numbers. Let's say it's only going to cost $25,000 to repair the property. So if you take $100,000 times 75%, that is $75,000. And if it's $25,000 in repairs, your offer price is $50,000. Now that gives you enough room to get into the property, carry that property, sell the property, pay all the fees, pay the taxes, all the utilities, the insurance, and have a net profit at the end of the deal. That's what flipping houses is. It's about velocity of capital. It's about getting a return on your investment. And a lot of people don't take that approach up front, and that's how you end up losing money. You have to look at this as a way to make your money compound and grow. So this is the case study, El Tivoli. I actually documented quite a bit of this property, which some I do and some I don't, but I actually happen to get a lot of photos and stuff from this one. But this is a referral lead. Whenever Lynn reached out to me, her mother was sick. Lynn lived in Florida. Her mother lived in this house. It had never been updated. It was built in 1945. The timing was not right for Lynn. And we all know the fortune is in the follow-up. So I followed up with her. I followed up with her. I followed up with her. And about a year and a half later, she reached back out to me, and I solved some big challenges for Lynn. The family did not have a lot of money, so we were able to negotiate a month lease back that we did not charge them for, and we paid for their move. So you have to think about being in real estate. It's about providing a service and solving challenges and problems. If you're not solving people's problems, then you're really not servicing them. I mean, I know we all want to make money, but at the end of the day, the more that you focus on serving people and helping them, then the more that your business can grow. So we closed on this deal, and I brought in a joint venture money partner, which I'm going to talk about a couple different ways to structure capital for $82,000. So put that down if you're taking notes right now. And private capital funding, you know, Haley just covered this with Quest IRA. Now, this is the way that you really get the investing game off the ground, right? There's a couple different ways that you can structure deals. Obviously, whenever you're borrowing private capital, you always want to give that investor a first lien deed of trust that secures their capital. But you can also negotiate the terms of that loan. So typically, when you're doing fix and flips, it's somewhere between a 6 to 12 month term. Sometimes it's interest only. Sometimes there's an interest rate on there. You can accrue the payments, which means that you don't make a monthly payment until you pay off the loan. You can do monthly payments. There's a lot of different ways that you can structure a private capital loan. So another thing you can do with your investors, if you're going to give them an interest rate, you can say, hey, as for you funding the deal for us, I'm going to give you an equity kicker. So we're going to give you 10% of the net profit on the back end. Or you can do like a joint venture equity split, which I do with some of my investors. Whenever I bring an investor an off-market property and I'm looking for them to put the capital up, I want a piece of that deal, not only just pay them a small interest rate, because if I give them equity, their rate of return is going to be significantly higher than just paying them 10% interest. But here's the deal. Haley touched on this, which I'm going to talk about Quest quite a bit throughout this because it ties right into this strategy, which is buying, renovating, and reselling. But you have to be transparent with people. You have to build relationships, and this business is all built off of trust. So this is the before pictures of the El Tivoli property. It's a little bungalow. Those of you that are familiar with Dallas, Texas, this is on the west side of Kessler Park, about a mile down the street from Bishop Arts, which is a very, very hot area. We knew we had a little gym, but some of the things I want you to notice, this house had never been updated. It had never been touched. Those are original hardwood floors. That's the front door on the left. On the right-hand side, it's standing at the front door looking at the back. And my partners and I, we do some pretty extreme properties, right? We know how to renovate properties. We've been doing it for years. But not only that, we actually get a feel for what the market can pay for these properties. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we sold this here in a moment. But isn't this kitchen beautiful? Built in 1945. This is one of those houses that it just needs a full gut job. The cool thing about this house, it was built on a pier and beam foundation, so it's a lot easier to move stuff around because you can run the plumbing underneath the floor. So whenever you're hiring contractors, the first thing that you want to do is you want to create your own scope of work to hand over to a contractor. You never want to invite a contractor over to a house and say, hey, just tell me how much it's going to cost to fix this house, right? You have to be very, very specific with contractors and let them know exactly what you want. Now, if you're just starting out, you need to partner with somebody that has the experience to walk you through this process. That's how I got started. I connected myself with other investors in my market, and I piggybacked on their deals for a very long time. And then I built more relationships. I built some partnerships, and then I started raising my own private capital and then for my own deals. So in the beginning, you're not going to know what it costs to repair everything until you go through it. But the best way to find contractors is to ask for referrals. Even now, the projects that I have going on right now, I still call other people that I know that's in my sphere of influence in my city, and I ask them for referrals. And now whenever you get that referral from that contractor, you need to ask that contractor for some references on past jobs. And if they can't give you any references for anybody that they've done work for, you might want to pass and move on to somebody else, because if they don't have raving fans of how great they performed, then they're probably going to take advantage of you at some point. And contractors will take advantage of you if you let them and when you're inexperienced. I had it happen to me. I think everybody that's in the business when they first started out has been taken advantage of by a contractor at some point. So once you do have that scope of work, you hand it to them, you let them know exactly what you want done. They're going to come back and give you a bid. And then at that point, you want to have a signed contract, a signed scope of work, and then a contractor agreement. And that basically protects you. It protects the contractor. You want to make sure they have insurance. You want to make sure that all their crew and their subcontractors are under their insurance, so there's no liability on your side. If there's a guy that's in the property and he cuts his fingers off, you want to make sure that that contractor is protecting those subcontractors with their insurance policy. How many of you have ever walked onto a job and seen people sleeping? I'm going to raise my hand because this is exactly what happens. Getting contractors to show up is very difficult. But once you find some really competent professionals, subcontractors, they will perform for you over and over and over. But here's some mistakes to avoid. I mentioned this before, they will take advantage of you, but something that I've learned is you do not want to give one general contractor the entire job. And what I mean by that is you don't want to give them you don't want to let them handle the foundation, the plumbing, the electrical, all that cosmetic work, the painting, the flooring, the install on the cabinets and all that. You want to split that up as much as you can, because they're putting a spread on every single thing that you want done in the property. So if you're running your own crews, that's a little bit differently, but that's just a golden nugget right there. You don't want to give one contractor the entire job, because they're going to try to put a spread on all your materials and all the labor as well. And they don't care if you make money. That's the reality of it. Is a lot of contractors, they're just in there to get their money and they want to get out as fastly as possible. So in that contract that you sign with your general contractor or your subcontractors, you want to make sure that there's a payment schedule in place. And also have some clauses in that agreement that basically say that if there are any change orders, that the contractor has to go through the labor and material expense to make those change orders. So there's always going to be things that happen in a job that are out of your control. I call it game time decisions. Now, game time decisions are going to happen. Every single project that I've ever done, it always costs more money to get to the finish line, and it takes a little bit longer. But change orders are things that come up throughout the job that you have to address, and they cost more money, but you want to be aware of that. And then you also want to hold the final payment till the very, very end of the deal, until the punch list is completed. Now, the punch list is the very end of the deal, where you have all these little minor things that need to be addressed. You always want to hold that last payment until that punch list is completely done, because once you hand them that final check, they can disappear on you, because now they have no incentive to show back up to your property. Now, the typical surprise expense that I see over and over and over is the plumbing. It's the number one thing that I've seen in my deals that will basically cost you more money and take more time to get the deal done. I call it the number one deal killer. So you always want to have a small budget in your repair expense for the oops, for the extras, for the change orders, for the surprises, especially if you're rehabbing old houses built in 1945. Nothing's up to code anymore. You have to replace everything. So you're paying for the permits, you're paying to upgrade everything, but the plumbing is the number one thing that will just ruin your deal. I've had gas lines up in the attic that I've had to replace. I've had to replace gas lines going out to the meters in the back. I mean, there's a lot of different things that can come up. I've had water supply lines in the foundation that we had to jackhammer out and replace. So the plumbing is the number one thing that will kill the deal. If you have any takeaway, just know that from this session here. Carrying costs will eat you alive as well. So the biggest carrying costs that I always see is the interest on the money that you borrow and the taxes. Not only is the scope of work important if you're going to do $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in repairs, But throughout that project, you're going to have carrying expenses. Remember, interest and taxes are calculating and accruing every single day. Now, we call it a line of, it's called the losing return. At some point in the timeline, your return is going to diminish over time. Every single day, your profits are going down because your expenses are increasing. So that's about managing that timeline and making sure that you can mitigate those surprises and get those contractors to show up. So here's the numbers on the El Tivoli house. Remember, we bought it for $82,000. We budgeted $75,000. Now, we had to take this property down to studs. You saw that photo with that contractor. We took this property all the way down to the studs. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. But it was a little bungalow in an area where we knew that houses in Kessler and south of this house were selling for $265 a foot. So we knew we had some comparables that were within a quarter mile, but this particular neighborhood of El Tivoli had just started to turn. There had only been a couple houses that had been updated, but nothing to the level that we did, right? Because we know that we can go into these markets and into these houses and do an incredible remodel and force the appreciation up, and people want that type of product. So we knew exactly what we had, and we basically rolled the dice and did it. So house is 1,162 square feet. 2-bedroom, 1-bath, detached garage, built in 1945. And guess what, guys? This project went over budget. We took it down to the studs, and I literally replaced everything. And that, yes, there were multiple surprises. I could go on and on about the surprises on this particular property, but there's a lot of information I'm skipping out because I have a very limited time window today. I'm going to be in the chat after this presentation. So any of the questions that you guys have, I'm going to be answering them for you as well. And then you can also reach out to me. But this is what the property looked like after we were done. We listed it for $279,900 and it was way over market. And we knew that. But we have a pulse on the market. We know the demand. And we knew we had a home run on this property. Now, you can't do this on every property in every neighborhood. You really got to have a pulse for your particular market. We knew the property was high demand. Bishop Arts was right down the street. Kessler Park was right next door. And literally, when I put this property on the market, agents were blowing my phone up, and I was getting all kinds of crazy crazy questions. But here's the thing I want to leave with you guys, especially real estate agents. It drives me absolutely nuts. Stop taking pictures with your phone. It's $100 to hire a professional photographer to take photos of your property. You got to think about this. Every property that you sell is a part of your portfolio and a part of your brand. So that's a selling point down the road. Whenever you're in listing presentations, you can start showing your clients or future clients how you market properties and how you're different. So I always call it positioning. So staging the property, positioning the property, the way that you list it is very different. It always drives me nuts when the first thing I see is completely updated house, and they're going feature, stainless, granite, this, that. Look, people, they buy houses based off emotion. Think about that. All your clients that you've served, same thing with investors when you're putting properties on the market. How does it make people feel when they get to the house? Like, the photos will get them to the front door. And then when they get to that property, how does that property make them feel? So one of the things that I do, because writing descriptions is pretty difficult, I get my inspiration from multi-million-dollar listings all over the country. Typically, those agents and those brokerages, they hire professional writers to write their description. So look at this description. I'm going to read this, but think about how you'd write your descriptions, but I want you to think about this particular property. Remember, we took a little bitty bungalow that had never been updated. We did an incredible remodel on it, and we want to highlight the way that the property feels when they're reading the description. So I'm going to go through this absolutely stunning updated gem in historic El Tivoli Place near Bishop Arts. Only minutes from downtown. It's an open floor plan, vaulted ceilings, offers spacious feel. Great for entertaining. Light tones with designer fixtures, tile selections, LED lighting, along with fabulous hand-scraped hardwood floors, give the entire house a complete wow factor throughout. No detail spared in this tasteful, modernized home with energy savings galore. The flow and designer style ambiance captures the senses leaving one in awe, similar to a new custom designer loft, yet the mature trees and large crepe myrtles cannot be duplicated. Too many features to list. Come feel in person. Enjoy brunch at Hattie's or a craft at Eno's close by. Now that's a completely different description of what you're used to, right? I didn't benefit dump all the cool stuff we put in the house, right? That's in the MLS. We have a whole document of everything that we did to the house. But remember, whenever you're marketing properties, people buy houses on the way that it makes them feel. So think about that whenever you're listing property. So here we go. Here are the final numbers. This is where the rubber hits the road, right? Everyone loves the HGTV and the Chip and Joanna. They take these little houses, and what they do with them is absolutely incredible. And it really, really is. That's the cool thing about this industry and about this business. And that's one of the greatest things that I love about it, because being a hairdresser, you're an artist. People would ask me, how do you do what you do? I said, I don't know. I'm an artist. I love to create. I love to change things. I love to make things look new. So I transferred that skill set into real estate. And guys, I started reading books in the early 2000s. I was literally on the fence for years and years and years about getting into real estate. And I completely retired my past career. And guys, I made a pile of money cutting hair. It is what it is. But I saw a different vision for myself for later in life. I did not want to stand behind a chair and trade dollars for hours. That's what I chose to change the trajectory of my future into real estate. So back to this deal. The final numbers. Remember, we paid $82,000 for this. I brought in private capital, which we were partners, so we did not pay any interest on the capital. Now, when you have, an uncle or somebody that's very wealthy, you're not going to pay interest if you can negotiate that deal, right? We do the deals together, so we're not putting interest on it because he's going to get a big chunk of the profit. The repair costs ended up costing $90,000. Yes, that is correct. $90,000. We went over budget, 15 grand. Like this cedar porch that we put on here, this was not in the original budget. But what type of wow factor did this add to the house? So we ended up contracting it for $253,000, and we netted $62,000 at the end of the day. So look at the after pictures here, right? We grinded stumps out. We redid the lighting. We put lighting in the trees. Now, I knew the buyers. I knew the demographic of the buyers, right? First-time home buyers, mid to late 20s, maybe early 30s, that were looking for that custom looking feel. And literally my phone was blowing up as soon as we put this property on the market. Here's the interior. Check out this interior. How amazing is this? Look, the original the original floors, we hand scraped them, restained them, and made them look like a multi-million-dollar home. You typically only see floors like this is when you walk into $2, $3, $4 million homes and up. So we added that type of feature to this property. We did stacked stone over the fireplace. We wired it for a flat screen. We did cathedral ceilings. We just knocked it out of the park. We did upgraded fixtures too. We didn't just do the Home Depot cheap fixtures. Yes, there's a time and a place for putting the cheapest materials and finishes in properties. But look, if you want to stand out from the crowd, you've got to do things differently. This was a really small house. Typically what we'll do is we'll stage the entire house, but I didn't want furniture to swallow this property. So you can see we did some light staging. We put some art on the walls, added some chairs. We always add towels and wine bottles and all the other typical things that people do when they live in houses, right? You want people to have a feeling of what it's going to be like when they're in that property. So you can see we swung the range around. I don't know if you remember this, but that window right there was completely all the way down to the floor. We found some brick out back. We added that window and basically put the sink there. We had a black granite sink. We did a floating island that's powered. So we did a lot of high-end upgrades. We upgraded to a tankless hot water heater. Here's the bathroom. This tub was actually where that toilet is. The bathroom was really tiny, so we went into the closet and swung that tub around. The cabinet there we ordered from house.com. It's got a quartz countertop. We did some really unique fixtures there. We don't do those type of fixtures on every single property, but we did it on this, and it worked out really well. This property was just stunning. It was so beautiful. It sold so fast. There's the detached garage in the back right there. My partner painted it red. It was the very first time we had ever painted a garage floor red. At first, I kind of scratched my head, but I kind of liked it But here's the neat thing. If someone objects about that red, we can get out there with a bucket of paint and cover it, make it gray or black, whatever the cover they want. We did pavers in the back. We manicured this property from the front curb all the way through the entire house, all the way to the back fence. That's where I see a lot of people in this business really drop the ball, is they don't manicure the property. They want to get the house on the market so fast that they just skip a lot of things, and they just want to get it done so quickly. But take your time, manicure the property, do it right. And here's how we can do business together. I'm located in Dallas, Texas. I consult on deals all over the country. I do joint venture partnering. I buy, sell, invest. I team build with other realtors to build cash flow and brokerages internationally. So, wow, guys, 26 minutes, 27 minutes. There's my contact information. We have about 3 minutes before my time is up. Chris, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, Ian, man, that's awesome. Appreciate it. We are actually right on time. You hit the nail on the head. I know jamming all of that expertise down to such a tight window is hard, but the feedback, go look at the comments, because you're gonna just be amazed at the feedback.
Awesome.
We showcased some of those, like loads of information, your passion and excitement. Audra has said, yes, hire a photographer. Curb appeal out of the park. So good job. We appreciate all of that. I know as all the flips that we've done, we can resonate with all those little problems that you talked about, but also the joy of the wow factor once you're done. So thanks again, Ian.
That's right, man. You got it, Chris. Well, guys, I'm going to be hanging out on the chat. If you put those questions there, that's my personal contact information. If you have any questions, I'm here to help. I believe in abundance and helping other people achieve what they want. So, hey, you guys, thank you so much for the opportunity to share with the group today. And look, we're on time. So thanks, Chris.
Take care.
Awesome, everyone. So I hope you guys are enjoying the presentation so far. The energy brought this morning has me feeling super excited personally. So let's keep it going. Next up, we have Jackie Price. Jackie Price is the Senior Vice President of Sales at National Real Estate Insurance Group with over 8 years of experience insuring properties across the nation. She focuses on building relationships with both clients and underwriters, providing solutions to the industry with a positive experience. So Jackie, the floor is yours for about the next 20 minutes. We're excited to have you here today, and I'm excited to see what you have to say.
Thank you, Haley. I appreciate that. So I, like you guys, loved watching Ian's after photos. That property that he did was beautiful. Great work. And that was amazing. So what I want to talk to you guys about today is how to ensure those investment property locations that you have, whether you are doing fix and flips or if you are buying and holding and leasing those out to tenants. Whatever your investment strategy is, we want to help you learn how to insure those investment properties in a way that you can tailor the coverage to fit your needs. So that's really what National Real Estate Insurance Group is all about. We are located in Kansas City, Missouri, but we do offer insurance for real estate investors across the country. And we always strive to be the insurance solution for real estate investors. And so that is what we want to talk about today. Our main focus on insuring your real estate investment properties is about tailoring the coverage to fit your needs. There's what last I saw 60 different people watching this webinar. You probably have 60 different investment strategies. And so there's no one size fits all when it comes to real estate insurance, just like there's no one size fits all solution to managing your real estate portfolio. So that's what National Real Estate Insurance Group is here to do. We have a monthly reporting program specialized for real estate properties that can insure residential properties with 1 to 20 units on a monthly reporting schedule. What that means is basically you come in, you bring us all of the properties that you currently own or that you want us to look at insuring. We can put them on one monthly schedule for you. That means you pay as you go. There's no minimum earned premiums. There's no having to cancel this policy when the renovation is done and writing a new policy when you lease it out to a tenant, having to worry about getting money back from your old policy and putting it on your new policy, having different effective dates across the year, making sure that this location has the insurance renewal taken care of this month, but this one is in 3 months. We take all of that out of the equation. So it's a month-to-month insurance program where we can insure all of your investment properties on one schedule, and we can do it through any phase of occupancy. We can do vacant locations, we can do occupied, renovation, new construction, we can do it all. And so that is really what we strive to do. What I want to talk about today is ways for you to tailor your investment portfolio insurance in a way that fits your needs. So like I said, not everyone's strategy is the same. And so that's what we do, is we want to educate our clients, make sure that they have the coverage to fit their needs. So there are two main forms of property coverage, basic and special form. We offer them both. And really the difference is the coverage that you're getting between basic form and special form. Basic form means that anything that's listed on the policy is what's covered. Anything that's not listed is not covered on your policy. The main perils that are insured on your policy with basic form are listed here: fire, lightning, explosion, wind and hail, smoke, volcanic action, riot, sprinkler leakage, vandalism. Those are all basically things that are covered on every insurance policy with basic form. So this is what you would get if you were to go with a basic form policy. The other things that you could get if you were to choose special form coverage would be these on the right hand side. So falling objects, weight of ice, sleet, and snow, water damage, collapse, theft, risk of direct physical loss. So it depends on where you're investing as to whether or not weight of snow, ice, or sleet is a concern to you. We are getting some snow here today in Missouri. And so, but of course, the further up you go, probably the more you're concerned about the weight of the snow and the ice on the rooftops. Down in Texas, you're probably not as concerned with that. So it really depends on where you're investing as whether or not that is an issue for you. We advise our clients that there are two main coverages that you get with special form that you don't get with basic form, and that's really the deciding factor. That would be theft and water damage. So, and remember, this is theft from an investment property. So it's not them coming in and taking your personal clothing, jewelry, TVs, furniture. This is the investment property. So whether or not you're concerned with theft on an investment property is up to you. And then water damage also. So this isn't flood insurance. We'll talk about that in a bit. And it's not a slow leak over time from the fridge line or some pipe that is leaking over time. That's more of a maintenance issue. This is a sudden and incidental water damage occurrence. So that could be a burst pipe in the winter time, or just the pipe gives out and bursts suddenly. That's the two main differences, theft and water damage. So if you are willing to self-insure against both of those, you say, hey, if either one of those happened to me, I could probably pay to fix everything on my own. You're looking to be able to save around 20 to 25% on your insurance premiums. So if you think about it, especially the larger portfolio that you have, the more you save on a monthly basis for your real estate insurance could add up over time to where if you do have one theft loss in a year's time, you may have saved that much money plus some on your insurance cost month over month. And so it could really pay off in the long run. So that's something that we encourage our clients to think about. If you are someone who wants to make sure that whatever happens is covered, then you want special form, and that is your investment strategy. But if you are willing to self-insure a little bit and have the chance to maybe have to pay out of pocket for some risk and you're willing to take that on, then you may want to save some money. The other thing that you can do with your property insurance would be replacement costs versus actual cash value. Are you wanting to get that second claim check if a loss were to occur to take you back to where you were before the loss? Or do you think that you could either pay to fix all of the damage with the actual cash value settlement check and go on from there? Or do you also think that maybe if the property were to burn down, you would pay the demo exposure in and get out and go down the street and buy another property? If the latter two sound like something that you might be able to do, you could probably, again, save 20 to 25% on your insurance costs month over month and carry actual cash value coverage. So that's something else for you to consider, no matter who your insurance carrier is, what your property insurance should be. So just to go over a quick claims example, I have a little bit of time today. Let's just say there was a fire and it was a $30,000 loss. And right off the top of any loss, the adjuster is going to take off the depreciation. And so in this instance, we took 40% off for a $12,000 depreciation. Your deductible is a nice round $3,000 so that we can make it an easy example. So the payout that you are going to get from your first loss settlement, no matter what coverage you have, actual cash value or replacement cost, you're going to get $15,000. Now keep in mind, a lot of carriers and a lot of adjusters inflate the loss estimate a little bit to provide some extra cushion in there for insureds to be able to replace what was damaged in the loss. But also we know that a lot of real estate investors don't pay market prices to rebuild or repair their properties. So whether you have your own construction staff or you have a really good agreement with the GC down the street, and maybe you are able to get a discount on your materials at the hardware store, we know that you're probably not paying market pricing. And so a lot of our investors, probably 60% of them, find that they can repair the property exactly the way it was before with that $15,000 payout. So they choose actual cash value coverage because they don't need the depreciation check. Now, let's say you do. Let's say you do want to insure the replacement cost, and you do want to be able to go back and recover that depreciation. You get the $15,000. You do as many repairs as possible with that $15,000, and then anything over and above that, you make the repairs out of pocket. Then you submit receipts, and you can get reimbursed by the insurance carrier for the money that you spent, up to $12,000 to repair. So it doesn't say that, okay, you're going to automatically get a check for $12,000, but it does say you can get up to $12,000 on depreciation whenever you do come back. Okay, so the next thing, okay, there we go. The next thing we want to talk about really quick is co-insurance. This is something that we strive to tell all of our clients to avoid at all costs. So our policies start to where we do not have co-insurance on any of our coverage, starting at $50 a square foot. So at $50 a square foot, you can get actual cash value coverage without co-insurance. And at $70 a square foot, you can get replacement cost coverage without co-insurance across the country. We've been able to negotiate that with our carriers year after year, and so that's where NREG has our thresholds. But what does co-insurance mean? If you have 80% co-insurance on your policy, which most commercial insurance policies do, so you may want to go check your deck pages. If you do have co-insurance on your policy, the adjuster is going to come out at the time of the loss and say, it would have cost this much money to rebuild this house. So we're going to just say $100,000 to make numbers nice and easy. So with 80% co-insurance, that means you have to have the property insured to at least 80% of the cost to rebuild it at the time of the loss. So if the adjuster comes out and says, okay, it'll cost $100,000 to rebuild this house in today's terms, you have to have the property insured to at least $80,000 in order for the carrier to determine that you are adequately insured. If you're not, if you're insured at $75,000 or $60,000, the further under that 80% threshold, the higher that the carrier can take out in a co-insurance penalty on your claim settlement. So go back to the claims example I gave you earlier, and that $15,000 becomes $12,000 or $10,000 because you're underinsured, and therefore they're able to assess a co-insurance penalty on your claim payout. No one wants that. The last thing you want when you have a loss is to be told you're underinsured and your claim payout isn't what you were expecting. So that is why NREG has done everything we can to take co-insurance out of the equation. We do have some add-on coverages that are available that you would maybe want to look at with any insurance carrier. Flood coverage, this is ground or surface water. So this would be, the properties by a river or a creek and the water rises, of course, but it's also, think about hurricane season for anyone who has properties on the coast. So the storm comes through, blows off the roof, blows through the windows. That is covered under your name windstorm coverage, but the storm surge isn't. The storm surge is flood coverage. So if you are have properties on the coast and you are worried about storm surge should a hurricane come into that area, you want to make sure you have flood coverage. We have earth movement insurance, which is like earthquake insurance, but our coverage is earthquake shock plus sinkhole. We have terrorism coverage that we add on to investment properties for about $1 a month. It's very affordable. You can choose to take it off, but this would just be if the property was affected in any way due to terrorism. There is ordinance or law, which we consider to be, we call it the bring it to code coverage, meaning let's say you have an apartment building and one unit has a fire, but before anyone can occupy any of the other units, you have to put in more smoke detectors. So your normal property and liability policy is only going to take you back to where you were before. If you have to put in a sprinkler system or smoke detectors or exit signs, that is where ordinance or law coverage would come into, because due to an ordinance, you are having to change something and spend more money. And so then that is where that coverage would come in. There's also equipment breakdown for your AC unit, your water heaters, your boiler system. So that is something that you can add on as well for a very minimal cost. So that is how we talk to our clients about how they can tailor property coverage to fit their needs. Liability coverage is not quite so able to be, it's more, here's what it is, than able to be tailored. But it is very important to say a few things about liability coverage. INREG offers $1 million per occurrence with a $2 million annual aggregate on every location that is insured with us. And every location has designated limits per location. So what does that mean? You have 10 investment properties and your broker tells you that you can put all 10 on this policy and save money. That's really great, but you need to go back to your declarations page and see, are your liability limits per location or are they per policy? Because you do not want all 10 of those locations sharing a $2 million aggregate limit, especially if they're multi-units. We also always caution people to make sure that your defense costs are outside of these limits, not inside of these limits, because, should a claim happen, liability loss happen, and there's a lot of back and forth and there's a lot of legal fees, you don't want the legal fees to come out of your settlement. So we recommend starting at $1 million. I know some carriers will start at $300,000, which just doesn't seem like enough right now. So that is something that we caution our clients about. The other thing is we say, and I'm very, very passionate about this, is carry liability coverage on every single piece of property you have, whether it's a vacant piece of land, whether it's a building you don't really know what you're going to do with. You don't have to carry property coverage on every single location, but you should carry liability coverage because you never know who's going to be on the property when they shouldn't be. They're going to trip and fall, and you're going to get a lawsuit in your hands that you weren't expecting. That could be very detrimental to your business if you do not have liability coverage and a carrier to back you up on that. Okay, I have like 2 more minutes, but I will be available on the chat as well. And then I have a way in a minute for you guys to talk to my team. The last thing I want to talk about is our tenant protector plan. This is something that we've only had for a couple of years, and we've just made some enhancements to it, but it is our alternative to renter's insurance. So you can purchase liability insurance on your renter's behalf. That way you don't have to make sure that they keep their policies in force or that their policies don't cancel for non-payment. You don't have to worry about going around and getting certificates of insurance at every annual renewal from your renters. And it really seems to have our investor clients just feel a little bit more relaxed about their tenants. So we do offer now either $60,000 or $100,000 of liability coverage. There's some coverage in there for contents. There's some coverage for unaffected units should a fire break out and other tenants lose some of their belongings. And there's also $1,000 for skip rent coverage. So if someone does vacate the premises during an active lease, whether it's through an eviction, a military deployment, an untimely death, or they just get up and leave, we would pay you up to $1,000 in skipped rent that they didn't pay you before they took off. So that is something that my team can talk to you more about. So here is what I'm asking. So nreg.com/invested-advisors or agents, sorry. It's on the screen, and I'll put it in the chat. nreg.com/invested agents. If you go here, you can, it's a landing page that talks a little bit about us. You put in your name and your email, and we'll send you some information. You can talk to one of my sales agents, but also anyone who registers today on this website will put you in for a drawing for an Amazon Echo Dot. So that's pretty exciting. If you want to go in, put your name in, we'll put you in for the drawing, and we'll get that shipped out next week. But if you want to talk to me, I'll be on the chats. If you want to talk to one of my sales agents, go in here and request a proposal. This was pretty short, but there's a lot we can do.
Thank you, Jackie. Just taking 60 seconds. We really appreciate working with y'all because as lots of properties coming in and out of our portfolio makes it seamless. Getting them in, and we don't have to worry about like when we're getting a policy and like all of a sudden like 30 or 3 or 6 months is immediately vested. Like we can just do it on a month-to-month basis. That's been very valuable for us. One quick question: short-term rental coverage. This is for like Airbnb, VRBO, those kind of things. Do you have policies that cover that?
We do. So we can actually place those with our typical carrier, so it's not hard for us at all.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. So yeah, if anyone for information on that, just go to nreg.com/invested-agents. Put that in the comments, and appreciate everything, Jackie.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we are ready for our next presentation. Next up, we have none other than Jamie Bounds, one of the lovely hosts of today's event. Jamie is a former teacher who found great joy in using her creativity to make ugly homes beautiful again. She now enjoys working with her husband, Chris, and educating people about the benefits of real estate investing and managing their portfolio of short-term and long-term rental properties. Jamie, I am super excited to not only have you here today, but to have you guys be hosting this event. It's been awesome so far. The floor is yours for about the next 30 minutes, and I am excited to hear what you have brought for us today.
Thank you. Well, today I am going to take you on a crash course of short-term rentals, specifically Airbnb and Vrbo. I just actually learned from a commercial I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time. It's Vrbo, not VRBO. But I'm going to give you expectations and tips in setting up your first property. Or if this isn't your first property, maybe you can learn something new to add to your tool belt. So I'll just start with a story. I love starting with a story about how I was introduced to short-term rentals. I pretty much got thrown into this scenario. So Chris and I flipped a high-end lake house, and it wasn't selling as fast as we wanted it to. So one day, Chris came to me and said, hey, since this isn't selling as fast as we need it to, I went ahead and set up an Airbnb account for it. And I said, okay. And then, in great Chris fashion, he dropped another bomb on me and said, well, we already have one booking in 2 weeks. I don't really know how that happened. To which I replied, what? Is this even allowed in this subdivision? There is nothing in that house except for staging furniture. We need a fridge, internet, supplies. And bonus, I don't even know the first thing about an Airbnb. So that's just the thing about entrepreneurs. They just go and ask questions later. Chris is an entrepreneur by nature, but I am not. I firmly believe that everything is figure outable. There's actually a book with that title that a friend gave to me, and it's amazing. But needless to say, the next 2 weeks were quite stressful, and that's an understatement. I had to learn very quick after Googling and networking with other investor friends who've had experience with short-term rentals and were kind enough to share some of their materials with me on how to set it up and what to expect. I was able to set up our first Airbnb in under 2 weeks. So that being said, it has since paid off. Short-term rentals are just another great avenue to generate income. It's a great business model, and it could be an alternative exit strategy if your flip isn't selling like ours wasn't. And right here, I just have two pictures of two of our properties just to show that one's, your standard stay, one's luxury. They both cash flow, both great properties. So I'll be kind of referring to just a couple of our properties throughout the slideshow. So I'm going to take you through some tips. Managing short-term rentals is super seamless if you follow some simple tips. It is really exciting. Some people are intimidated by it, but it can be done with systems in place. So I'm just sharing some things that have helped us. I know I have much more to learn, but we've been enjoying the income that our short-term rentals have been producing. So like long-term rentals, with short-term rentals, you can choose to manage it yourself or outsource the management. Once I get over 5, I may look into outsourcing. So what to expect with a short-term rental? Just know that there will be vacancies. Your property will likely not be booked 100% of the time. We like to have at least 20 days booked per month. That's our target. And you should be seeing 2 to 3 times the income you would receive for a long-term rental. So like I said before, it's very easy to manage when you have systems in place, and I'll get into some of those systems shortly. Know that there will be maintenance issues, unexpected repairs. Just like with your long-term rentals, stuff always comes up. And with vacation rentals, yeah, of course, it's always on a Friday night. There will be, I'll just tell you how to mitigate that later as well. And then finally, you have to switch your mindset from housing to hospitality. So be hospitable. Short-term rentals are all about the experience from the time the guests arrive until they walk out the door. Yes, there will be issues. I mean, for our first Airbnb, the washer wasn't hooked up correctly, and a massive waterfall just flooded into the living room, ruined the guests some of their possessions. But we had a cleaning crew and our handyman come within 30 minutes to clean it all up. I apologized profusely, gave them a discount, and guess what? We still got a 5-star review. So it's really all about customer service. So before considering, there are a few things to consider before pursuing the Airbnb route. So are short-term rentals allowed in the neighborhood? So you're going to want to look at the deed or the HOA to see if it's if they have any short-term rental restrictions before you even set up an Airbnb. Just look for wording that states minimum days allowed for leases. Sample wording, and this is in Texas, rental or lease of the lot and the residence thereon for any period of time less than 90 days shall be prohibited. And don't get me started on how I know this. Long story short, the deed restrictions in one of our Airbnbs were amended after we set up an Airbnb. The developer demanded us to stop, but they didn't have this exact wording in the original deed. So according to our attorney, we were still in the clear to rent, and we continued renting for a period of time. until they amended it and sued us. We spoke to our attorney, even though we had a strong case. We chose just as a business decision not to pursue legal action. And you know what? The heavens opened. God brought us a buyer. And at the same time they sued us, we had a contract on the property to sell. So it was just not worth the headache. So to avoid that, another way to determine if it's Airbnb friendly is to see if there are other short-term rentals in the neighborhood. So just take note of that. And that was even a question I asked Chris in the beginning too. So I was right, babe. So next, is the property properly insured? Both platforms actually offer damage liability in addition to a deposit. So you need to determine rates of private versus the site's liability insurance. And just like you need a certain policy for a flip or a vacant house or a long-term rental, you need to make sure you have the right policy for a short-term rental. That is just very important. So set up on multiple platforms. I set mine up on Airbnb and Vrbo. You can set up as many short-term sites as you choose. Since I was newer to it, I just didn't want to, juggle all of the different sites because, when someone books on one site, you have to block off the other site. But there's also, and I get more than enough bookings from these two platforms, so I didn't really need another platform. But one I'm actually looking into, another investor friend of mine told me about, it's called Furnish Finder. And on the slow months, like it's pretty slow, December through February for us on some of our properties. And she is able to get 30-day bookings from traveling nurses. And it's just been kind of really popular during the pandemic. So that's one thing I'm going to actually look into. Another thing you need to do is adjust your booking settings to your liking when you set up the property. Both platforms are very, very great at walking you through the actual process of setting it up. So are you going to put it on Instant Book? Do you want to pre-approve them? A minimum amount of days. I usually put a buffer there just for extra COVID precautions in between bookings. You also need to determine your rates, pull comps by searching the same area to see what similar properties are charging per night. Just treat your short-term rental as you would a long-term rental as far as determining how much to charge by looking up in the area, similar square feet, bathrooms, bedrooms. And Airbnb and Vrbo have suggested rates I'll get to later. And then finally, just know your break even. You'll need to know what that is because it's going to give you an idea of what your projected cash flow would be and if it's worth it. So a couple other things, are utilities on? Make sure you add internet service. We have smart TVs, so we kind of save on cable, and the guests just log into their own accounts and stream shows, so you can save money there. I have a house manual, and this is what you post on each platform, and it includes expectations and rules for your guests. I mean, you always got to have rules. I also make sure I have a welcome folder that includes this at each property as well. And the welcome folder includes house rules, and you can always find these examples on Google or Pinterest. They have them everywhere. Checkout procedures, Wi-Fi info, places to eat, and things to do in the area. These are really great to have on your listing and in your welcome folder. People need to know the places to eat and things to do. Just think about when you travel, you kind of look for the same thing. Storage closet. You need to have a storage closet and keep it locked. This is for housekeeping and maintenance. I keep a lockbox on this door with a key for my housekeeping, but also in case for some reason I can't get in touch with housekeeping and the guest needs access. It is very rare for guests to have access to the supply closet. I mean, just think about how tempting it is passing all of those housekeeping carts with supplies at a hotel. I mean, I keep mine locked. So you might have stuff missing, but lock boxes are really my best friend. I have 3 of them at one property. I really don't want to send a locksmith out there. I have one for the supply closet, 2 others outside, one for the guest, one for housekeeping. We also use August locks, which is just an automated keypad door lock. But I always have a lockbox out just in case Wi-Fi is down or if it malfunctions. A Ring doorbell. You also must disclose if you have any cameras on your property. This is just a great thing to have upon check-in. I use it for check-in. I just make sure the number of people match the number on the reservation and that they don't bring pets. I never look at the camera afterwards. Don't be a creeper unless I suspect a party or a neighbor complaint or something. Supplies, Amazon Basics, Prime. I hate to shop. I love the easy processing of clicking and shipping and unboxing at the property. So I ship directly to the property. Just make, someone's there. Like I have my team go over there and unbox. I'll just save you research. Amazon Basics brand is a great brand for Airbnbs. It's inexpensive, but not too cheap. Like I can't stand IKEA. That stuff breaks. You don't want your guests to fall down from a chair that breaks or can't set up right. So you can just Google, search on Pinterest for room by room list of what you need for each room. Also, another great recommendation is to look for furniture outlets in the town of your short-term rentals. You don't want to go to each rental or gather your whole family to move stuff in there and set things up and build furniture. Just find a furniture outlet store. That's what I do. That delivers and assembles the furniture. So you don't even have to worry about it and just avoid the headache. And then templates. It's very important to have templates set up, systems set up. And there's also just systems out there that automate all this for you. I just didn't want to pay for it. And it's pretty manageable for me. But I think there's one called Smart B&B that will just automate all this for you so you don't have to do anything. But I just have templates saved on the platforms for check-in procedures, check-out procedures. I also have a what to bring email before they arrive, because on some of my reviews, they were saying, hey, there's no charcoal here. So I just, things that I don't include as what I think are essential, I just add, hey, you might want to bring, you need to get a fishing license, your boat, just water toys, just, so they know what to expect. Then finally, kind of like Ian said, professional pictures are an absolute must. I have an example of my little competitor right here. It's, you just have to remember, just like with retail listings, a picture gets people in the door. It needs to be inviting to get them to click on your property in the search. No iPhone pictures. The only iPhone pictures I include on my listings are pictures from the guests or updates like a fire pit. Make sure the phone pictures are after the professional pictures. The more pictures, the better. Actually, when you go in and edit everything, it refreshes your search. Haley, how am I doing on time? I think my timer is off.
You're doing great.
Well, that doesn't tell me how much time I have.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay. So build your network. Facebook networking. It's a thing. It's building your network is actually the most important tip. I found all of my people from Facebook. So especially if you don't live in the area of your vacation rental. So find a 5-star cleaning crew, find a great handyman. I mean, my cleaning crew and handyman, they're the backbone of managing my Airbnbs, really. So my housekeeping crew, they're also the ones who let me know how the guests left the property, so I can actually write a review for the guests as well. And make sure you have all the people on hand in your phone to call: the electrician, an HVAC company, a plumber. You need that. And again, I found all these people just on Facebook, and I call and just kind of gauge how they are and if they're open 24 hours without a crazy price. So maximizing your profits. One way to do that is you can increase your cleaning fee. A great way to escrow maintenance costs. It's just another tool you can use. I learned this very quickly, especially if you're renting a property for the first time. You'll need to iron out some kink, and there'll be unexpected expenses there. So I increased the cleaning fee for that. It's a great way to cover that cost. And then if you don't need maintenance, it's just, extra profit for you. Also, go through the calendar and increase pricing on all the holidays and big events of the calendar year. We learned that. We learned we could have made, double on spring break. We just didn't block out all the spring breaks. So spring break, graduation, typical school holidays. Also market specials on social media for the slow months, which is what I did for one of our properties right here in December. And I'll even extend this to whoever's watching my slideshow. If you're interested for a little getaway in Livingston, in Lake Livingston, just let me know. Let's see, turn on smart pricing to get bookings, and this is just on Airbnb platform. To get bookings in the beginning, it will help with visibility and bump your listing up to the first page of the search. So set a minimum for smart pricing, and then turn off smart pricing after you get your reviews, because Airbnb will likely undercut you because they want bookings. So post different rates on the competing platform as well. So my rates are different on Airbnb and Vrbo, and I just kind of test out the rates that way. Great reviews. It's simple. Those equal more bookings. In the beginning, I let my friends and family, they're going to ask you anyway. So friends and family, want to stay at your vacation rental. So I'm like, sure, just leave me a review. So when you're first getting started, that helped me get to Superhost and Premier Host faster, because I had some family friends stay there, and I just give them a massive discount and they give me a review. So there are great benefits for Superhost and for Premier Host. It automatically gives you credibility. Your listing appears on the first page of a search, and all you need is at least an 80% or 5-star reviews, 4.5 or higher, or you need to be booking a lot as well, like pretty consistently, for them to give you that status. So this is just an example of potential earnings from one of our properties. It's our smallest Airbnb. It's only 700 square feet. These are gross numbers in just over 8 months. We opened this one up April of last year. And I just share this to state that there's definitely money to be made in your short-term rentals if you are strategic and if you manage it properly. So that was pretty nice, but that's all I really have for you. So hopefully you learned something new about short-term rentals. That was a really fast crash course. And I don't know if anybody's interested, but I have compiled an Airbnb packet full of all this info along with my checklist house rules, room by room supplies, stuff like that. If you're interested, just comment below and we'll see how we can get that to you.
All right. Did you hear that? She's giving away stuff. Yeah. And if you ask me stuff about Airbnb, I really don't know much. I just acquired the property and Jamie handles all that. So Jamie, we've got a question here. Charlie Cameron is asking, do you use Price Labs or any other smart pricing tool?
No, I haven't. That's because we've never really had a problem with bookings. I think I'm going to look into that just because right now it's kind of slow and that's kind of unusual. So I was just talking to Chris about that I'm going to look into more tools because I want to get some more bookings.
All right. Well, we got several folks in here interested in the packet. Let's see. We got Latanya, Charlie, Haley. Haley wants a copy. We got Pam. All right. So I think you let the cat out of the bag there. Cool. Here, actually, Haley's got something, and I know we dealt with this. What type of complaints have you dealt with, and how do you fix them?
Well, gosh, I have a whole list. Should have a packet on that, just horror stories. But I mean, it hasn't reflected in our reviews. It's just one was just the neighbors of our luxury house that we sold. We're taking pictures of them. We had some creeper neighbors that would just take pictures of them at our property and then report it to the developer. So, I just had to say, moon them or something. I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. I said, I'm so sorry about that. Just ignore them. But yeah, if somebody has a complaint, it's very much, if it's, a legit complaint, then I will apologize profusely and give them a discount for the night or something. That's what my solution to everything is. Chris thinks I give stuff just away for free, but I don't. I listen to them and I really want a good review. So just customer service.
Yeah, we've got the reviews. Let's see. I think there was one more question, or maybe I missed it. A ton of people are asking for the packet. So, okay. So here's how to get the packet. If you RSVP'd for the event, we'll make sure you get a copy. And by RSVP'd, meaning you went to investedagents.com/summit. Let's get that in the comments. Some people may just cut this live. Investedagents.com/summit. If you RSVP'd, put in your email, that means we have your email, and we'll get it out to you. Make sure you're checking your email and like junk mail too. But if you didn't get that, then go to the website now, and you can still RSVP. We were giving away a free book for folks that RSVP'd, so you can still get that, and then that way we'll at least have your information for the book. Okay. Any other comments or last tips?
Yeah, if there are, just type them in. I'll be here, so I'll just answer on the comment section as well.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere today.
Hey, Jamie, I do have a quick question for you. I figured I'm here. I might as well pop on to ask it. How many sets of sheets do you keep for each bed at your Airbnbs? Because I'm kind of turning on my end, getting a few ready right now.
Yeah, I keep just 2. I mean, that's all I really needed. And I have oxygel sticks and hydrogen peroxide, because I've learned hydrogen peroxide gets blood and any yucky stuff out of sheets. It just bubbles up right out. And that's just a tip I've learned, or my housekeepers have taught me. And so, yeah, that's really enough. Obviously, if there's a stain I can't get out, I'll just ship one over to the housekeepers and they'll put them in.
Nice. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Jamie. She'll be around in the comments. You can keep plugging in your feedback and questions. Thanks again.
All right, Jamie, great presentation. Airbnbs are so interesting. I actually have a few of myself that I'm getting ready right now. But next up, let's get right into it. We have Justin Williams and Zach Metra from Five Oak. Justin and Zach are serial entrepreneurs and founders of Five Oak. Justin has flipped over 1,000 houses and coached other investors on how to grow a 7-figure business. Zach is a technology and digital marketing expert and owner of a digital marketing agency. Together, they help real estate agents and investors grow their business through online reviews. So, guys, super excited to have you here today. Excited to see what you've brought for today's event. The floor is yours. Go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, woo! Thanks, Haley. Thank you, first of all, Chris and Jamie and Haley, for putting this on. This event has been amazing, especially during this time of COVID. Everyone's locked down and shut down, but it's not going to stop us. So what you guys are doing is awesome. I was talking to Chris a couple of weeks ago and sharing with him, we've done a lot of stuff together in the past through real estate, and sharing what we're doing now and how we've been helping people get more and better reviews. And he was like, oh, that would be amazing if you can come and speak to the Invested Agents Summit about how you guys are doing that. So I have the gift of gab. We don't have a lot of time. I'm going to turn the time over to my partner in crime, Zach Metra. He's the brains behind everything. Take it away, Zach Metra.
He's so embarrassing. So yeah, we launched this product last year, and just a little bit about my background is I had been running a marketing agency for about 10 or so years. And as part of that, working with local businesses, obviously a big part of our marketing services was designed to help them get more reviews. And then about a year and a half ago, this was the first time that I've seen this happen in my 10 years of being in marketing. But Google finally kind of peeled back the curtain a little bit and showed us and clearly stated some of the top ranking factors of how they decide to rank company A over company B. So it really boils down to 3 main things: relevance, distance, and prominence. But the part that we're going to focus on today is this prominence ranking factor. And I'll highlight this on the screen so you can see it. But they say Google review count and review score factor into local search ranking. More reviews and positive ratings can improve your business's local ranking and your position. So if you guys aren't familiar with GMB or Google My Business, this is what I'm referring to over here on the right-hand side. So this is our profile. We just started this maybe 2 weeks ago. We figured we might as well start using our own product. But as of today, especially with real estate investment, the number one place that people go to determine if they can trust the business with their house and their, this financial decision that they're going to make, they're going to Google. The second one beneath that is BBB. But as you just learned from, from the source right here, Google review count and score factor into local search results. So obviously from a SEO perspective, it's in your best interest to try to improve your Google ratings as much as you can, because that's going to help factor into how you show up in local search results. Another little tidbit that I'll share is, for us, if we could wave a magic wand and show up on page 1 for a specific search term, it would be this right here: online review management tool. That's what we found most people are searching for when they discover our product. But as of about maybe 6 to 9 months ago, we learned that Google is actually starting to scrape a lot of the information from the reviews, both from what the customer's saying and both from what you are saying as well. So one of the things that we see as we work with a lot of small businesses is a lot of times they're getting reviews. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. Most often they're only responding to 1-star reviews, and they tend to be a little bit defensive. But one takeaway that you can have for today is you should be responding to every single review that you get, because it's going to help condition and train search engine algorithms to better understand who you are, what you do, and where you do it, right? And so for us, we put this key phrase in most of our responses, and we try to make it as natural as possible. But as you can see here, this is a realtor that we just helped. He had been focused on Zillow and other review platforms for the last year or so. And we had the chance to talk to him and help him better understand the power of Google reviews. And as you can see here, within a week, Five Oak was able to get me 12 very authentic real reviews from past clients, right? So I'll pull up his GMB here. So he launched this at the start of the year, and we're already up to 12 reviews. He's averaging 5 stars. And now when you search his name, which is, it's kind of a common name, he's actually showing up number 1 here, and this is now showing up. And then if you're on your phone, let me see if I can reproduce this real quick for you. If you're on your phone, oops, his actual Google My Business profile appears at the top here. Hang on. Let's go to an iPhone. Well, it's not pulling up, but that's one of the things that we try to help people understand, that as they, as you invest in your reviews, obviously Google is going to push their product above everybody else's. And so as you can see here, his reviews are coming up first, and then Zillow is coming up down here below that. So a couple stats that we'll share with you. These are like the 3 most common ones that we like to share with people. Number 1 is 97% of consumers are really going to reviews in order to find local businesses. And as realtors, like, you obviously know that, right? You deal with people that are moving into new areas. They don't have a pediatric dentist. They don't have a plumber. They don't have a landscaper, right? And so most often what typically happens with the customer journey is they'll ask their friends, they'll ask their realtor, they'll ask people around, people that they trust, and they'll get suggestions on who to hire for whatever that service may be. And then typically, you know, they'll trust their friends, they'll trust these people, but then they'll go verify. And that's really where reviews come into the picture, is in the verification stage of the customer journey. The Harvard Business School did a study a couple years ago, and what they found was that a increase in a 1-star rating is a direct correlation to about a 5 to 9% increase in revenue. So as far as ROI goes on reviews, you know, Harvard Business School discovered that, you know, if you were to be at 3.5, you know, rating on Google or other review platforms, and you were able to increase that to maybe 4.5, you should expect to see about a 5 to 9% increase in revenue. And then the final one is 87% of consumers won't even consider a business with a low rating. So that's kind of the why and the what of reviews. And as part of running an agency, what we found is that a lot of people are using software automation to make this much easier for them to manage. And so there are a lot of different options out there. We happen to build our own called Five Oak, and I'll give you a quick walkthrough of how it works. So this is Casey's dashboard here. There's 3 different ways to send out a review request with our software. You can send it out manually by just typing in the customer's, you know, name, email, or phone number. One thing that we'll share is that open rates on a mobile device is about 97%. Whereas like email is typically somewhere between the 5 to 10% range if you're lucky. So a lot of times, if you can solicit the review request through text, you can also, as you saw with Casey, we were able to send a bulk request out to all of his previous customers, and that's how he was able to get a good jump start on his reviews. And then the third and more popular way is to integrate it into your software, right? So as you know, if you're using a CRM, as soon as the project is marked as complete or paid or closed won or whatever that status is, we can integrate into your existing software to just automate that process for you. So that's pretty much Five Oak in a nutshell. I know we're running close on time here, but this is what it will look like if you send it out through email. Like I said, you can choose up to 3 different review platforms to focus on. For you guys, and especially in the real estate investment marketplace, most people are going to Google to figure out who they can trust with this important decision. So, Justin, what else do you want to add?
We're pretty much out of time. I know, Chris, you hopped on here. We are usually this takes like 30 minutes. We go through this with someone. So if we can help anybody, reach out to us. We're also offering, you can go to 5oak.com/discount. Most of our competitors are about $300 per month for the service. We've helped a lot of investors and agents switch over from them to us. And our price is $179, but we're giving $50 off to anyone who's attending the summit. So feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to hop on with you and go in through more.
Absolutely. So 5oak.com/summit. Was that get them the same discount?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. 5oak.com/summit. Guys, if you don't have reviews and you're not monetizing reviews, and by monetizing, I really mean proactively going after them, you don't exist. And that's true today. In 10 years from now, that is vital. Like vital. Everyone, like, you think with COVID, everything's pushing online, but it's still a fraction of sales, and the total global amount of sales is done online. It's just a fraction. It's growing. 10 years from now, it's going to be a much, much bigger percentage, and it's going to be harder to get those reviews. Get them now. Get them while it's easy. Friends and family. And your sphere of influence is easy, but on every single transaction, have them do it, and have them do it right there with you. Like if you're a real estate agent, boom, pull out your phone, pull out your iPad, have them do it right there at the closing table. Love it. I'm very excited because we were pushing that really heavy a while back, and then we kind of fell off. And then when Justin, you reached out about your service, I was like, sweet, we need to get back on that. Appreciate it. So everyone's listening. Leave us a review. I'll put the links below so you can leave us a review. Appreciate it. Use context and let us know specific things that you liked about it. Obviously, I want you to leave a review that's truthful. And otherwise, we appreciate you, Justin and Zach. And I'm sure they may hang around in the comments and answer any other questions. 5oak.com/summit.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Justin.
Thanks.
And Zach. Are you going to say what they get for that comment too? Or that?
Hey, I'll let you spill the beans there.
Oh, okay. So we decided, because of all the comments that we're getting for the Airbnb packet, and after listening to 5 Oak, how important it is to get reviews, we would love if you leave us a review, and then I will email you the Airbnb packet. How about that?
Awesome. Well, looks like I need to go leave myself a review as well, because I definitely want that Airbnb package. But guys, be sure to go do that. Take action, leave the review, help everyone out. Leave Quest a review too while you're at it. But anyways, next up, we have Miss Ariane Lemire. Ariane is an immigrant who started with very little. She's the founder of Wealth Gym, and with her husband, Chris, now owns over 1,400 rental units. So Ariane, we are super excited to have you join us here today. The floor is yours. Go ahead and take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Haley. And thank you, Chris and Jamie, for putting this all together. I am super excited to be with all of you guys. So today I wanted to talk about something I'm super passionate about. It's near and dear to my heart, and it's mastering your finances for true time and financial freedom. So a little bit about me and my husband, Chris. So we started investing in real estate really in 2016. And for 2 years before that, we were just kind of figuring out like what we were going to do with our lives and our finances and all that kind of stuff. So here's like a quick timeline of our story. Started flipping houses in 2016, actually became an agent in 2015, so a year before that. Fast forward to today, we're so blessed that we have actual time freedom. We can spend 3 months overseas. Well, not right now, but last year we were able to. So right now it's just domestic travel, but we were able to spend 3 months traveling. We have 51 rentals just here in our backyard. We're partners in over 1,200 multifamily rentals. I think that's 1,400 here. We're closing on a couple hundred more soon. And then we also have a flipping and wholesaling business as well. And our passion right now really is teaching other people how to build their time and financial freedom through business and rentals and mastering their finances. So, have any of you experienced these related to money? Fear, anxiety, stress, sleepless nights and arguments with your wife, husband, or loved ones? I know I did. And the great thing is you're not alone, right? 70% of Americans and probably the whole world feel stressed about money each month. And there's even people who have a lot of money who have gone bankrupt. And you know some of these people. So the conclusion is a lot of people have problems with money, right? It's not just you. So if you're ever stressed about it, don't feel like it's just you. And we also know that more money isn't the answer. So what is the answer? Well, we found the answer a few years ago, right? So like our initial why in starting real estate and really going on the journey to financial freedom is, so we currently live in Florida and my family lives in New Zealand. So we wanted to just be able to travel and see them. And when we had kids, we wanted them to know both sides of their family. So we felt trapped in the beginning because we couldn't. Like we had day jobs or didn't have the money to spend thousands and thousands of dollars going overseas. And, like for the longest time, I kept telling myself that was the real reason we didn't have the money. But now looking back to where we were 5 years ago, really the money was there. I just didn't manage my money in a way that prepared us for a crisis or having to spend money to go overseas over a period of time. And so that's what I wanted to share with you guys today. What we actually learned to manage our finances to have true time and financial freedom. And here's a quote I love: manage your money or your money will manage you, right? The great thing is there is a better way just ahead. So we talked earlier about like why we have those negative emotions, right? Like, so we have all the stress, all the fear, but what actually causes those? It's usually thoughts like these. I'm not sure what my money's doing. I don't know whether I'll have enough money for something. Or I'm afraid to make a change or invest because it's working right now, but I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future. So how do we fix that? Well, first, we create a system to always see what our money's doing, so we have clarity. Then we also want a system to show us where the money is coming from. And we also want a system that will give us the confidence and safety to know that if we invest or make a change, we have something to fall back on. So this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to get clarity to know exactly what our money's doing. And that involves a money plan and a cash flow projection. So we not only know what we have right now, but we know what's going to happen in the next 3, 6 months, 12 months. 2, we're going to learn how to have a safety net and adequate cash reserves. And then 3, how do we actually make money work for us versus working for money? And we do that by investing in cash flow, right? And so this presentation will have a lot of numbers, right? Because we're talking about like money and systems, but I just want to make sure that you guys, if you ever feel overwhelmed, just understand we're trying to get the big picture right now. So don't focus too much on like the numbers or like whatever spreadsheet there is. I'm going to give you a link at the end to get a copy of all of the spreadsheets and stuff I use. But just focus on like getting like the gist of it, getting the big picture. Okay, so first of all, we need to get clarity on what we're actually trying to accomplish. I think a lot of times we start on a path and we never take the time to figure out what we actually want or what our family actually wants. I know I've done this over the years. Like I saw someone else and they were doing this and that, and I was like, that's what I want to do, right? But after I went down that path and that went down to get that goal, I actually realized that I kind of just copied someone else's goal. I never took the time to actually figure out what I want to do with my life and my money and my time and financial freedom. So take some time to figure out what you actually want. Like maybe that looks like, hey, I just want to have this much passive income and raise my kids and homeschool them, right? Some people might want to do that. Or some people might say, look, I want this much passive income so that I can start another business, right? I'm super passionate about this online review business, like Justin was talking about earlier. So whatever it is, just make sure it's your goal, not someone else's that you copied. And with the money plan, we need a clear picture of what we make and spend, and we're going to fund our runway. That's usually more in line with business, right? If we're starting a business, if you're a new agent, or you're maybe starting an agent team, or you're starting to flip houses, you want some funds to keep as your runway so you can start that business without worrying about how you're going to pay the bills. All right. So here's a sample money plan. Some people call this a budget, right? But it's really just what you're making each and every month, what your passive income is, how much you're spending each month, and what that looks like over the year. And again, like, I can get you a copy of this particular sheet, but the gist mainly is you just want to know what your money's doing and how long you could potentially go without income, so that you can focus on what you really want to do, whether it's start a business or spend time with your family. Now, as far as your business plan goes, we have a house flipping business. So that's the sample we're going to use, right? So you want to figure out what profit you want to make, which usually comes from what your average deal size is. What do you make per deal? And then how many deals are you going to need to get to that gross profit goal per year? Then you also need to know what resources it takes to get there, right? So you know what profit you need, but you need to figure out how much you're going to need to pay your people to get there, like team members you hire, and then the systems you need to use. So you might need a CRM, or you might need a review service. So whatever those costs are, you need to take those into account. And then you allocate the resources accordingly. So for example, here's a plan to flip 12 houses a year, right? We're going to flip 12 houses a year. We average 35K a deal. So this year we should make 400K if we hit that goal. Next, we're going to figure out how much we're going to allocate to each particular thing. So we want to make a profit, right? So 25% of that can go towards profit, some towards taxes, to growth, giving, and operations. And operations is what your expenses actually are. And then this is a sample operations budget, right? So you have your people costs and your systems costs. And again, like, don't worry too much about the numbers. The goal is just whatever business you're going to start, you're going to have some budget, right? So figure out whatever it's going to look like for that business you have. And from that, this is that at the bottom, we have this runway fund. So if this is a new venture, if you're an agent and you're like, hey, I'm going to start flipping houses, then you want to fund those operations costs for at least the first 6 months. And what that does is that it allows you to learn the business, right? Like, learn how to flip houses, learn how to manage those team members, learn how to get the best deals out there, instead of spending your time and energy and stress worrying about, oh, how am I going to make payroll next week, right? Because the deal didn't close on time. Some other tips if you're going to start a flipping business is you want to have that runway, which is your operating expense budget, right? So you want to put money in there to fund your business. But when we're flipping houses, typically we also buy inventory, which is the house plus the renovation costs and all the other costs. So there's the purchase price of the house, the renovations, the money cost. If you're borrowing hard money or private money, you have to pay them interest. And then you also have all the other holding costs, which are taxes, insurance, utilities, all that kind of stuff. And one of the things we ran into in the beginning is we would just fund the purchase price and renovations, and then we would scramble each and every month trying to find the money costs and the holding costs because we didn't account for all of that, right? So now, before we buy our renovation property, we actually fund the whole amount, right? So we're not scrambling in that 3 or 6 months that we're doing the project to find the extra, a lot of times, like thousands and thousands of dollars per month to fund the money costs and holding costs. So, and this is really saying that you want to separate those operating accounts, right? The operating expense for the actual business, and then the money for the actual projects, because otherwise you end up robbing Peter to pay Paul. You rob your business operating account to pay for the money and holding costs in the project cost bank account. So if you have them in separate bank accounts, it helps you keep track of those better. So discipline yourself not to rob Peter to pay Paul. There's different ways to fund a business. You can fully fund it from day one from your own cash, or you can bootstrap and reinvest, right? So maybe in the beginning, if you don't have all the money you need for the expenses for a $400,000 flipping business or a $400,000 agent business, then start with a lower goal. Maybe you start with a $200,000 business, and then as you get profits from that, reinvest it into the business. The problem is that most of us get stuck in number 2, but we never pay ourselves back, right? So we just keep bootstrapping, but you never actually take the time to run a profitable business where you're taking profit out of the business, right? At some point that has to happen, because otherwise you just are in this hamster wheel that you created. And just a reminder, it doesn't have to be your money. You can raise private money or hard money for the project costs. And you can take, sometimes you can get some lines of credit for that. All right. So the other major thing you want to have when running a business is a cash flow projection, right? So you want to figure out when the money's coming in and when the money's going out. So you're not too stressed about like how you're gonna make all those payments. So for flips, we need the projected closing date and projected profit. And I'm gonna go through these reports here. So for example, when we're flipping houses, we want to have a report that says, that is called the deal profit projections, right? Like basically you input all your numbers in here, you figure out when you're going to sell the property, it calculates how much profit that's going to be, and that helps you project when you're actually realizing those profits. And again, I'll give you a link to these so you don't have to like worry about the columns and stuff. Just get the gist of it, right? Like the whole point of this is so we're not sitting here and we're thinking, oh, when am I actually going to make my money, right? Like you can actually see where it's going to head. The other part is your budget, which we already covered earlier. And then we have another report that combines both of those, which is our cash flow projections. This gives us when we're going to make the money, right, based on our other report earlier. And it shows us when we're going to spend the money. So if you look here on the right, you can see that it shows us that we funded our runway with $80K. That's where we started, right? And then we're spending the money, and then we catch back up as we make our profit. So that's the main thing you just want. You just want something to show you what's actually happening so that you can make decisions based on that. So for example, this particular example, they started running out of money, right? Why did that happen? It's because they stopped buying deals. They stopped buying and selling deals. And so you can make that decision earlier, right? Like maybe in June, they make the decision that, hey, we need to buy like 2 deals a month because otherwise we're going to run out of money. It just helps you make those decisions. The great thing is, if you don't like how things are, you can change it. You're not a tree. Like that quote by Jim Rohn. All right, so what if the projections don't pan out? And what if the deals don't close on time? Or what if there's a personal emergency? Those have happened to us many times before. This is why we need a safety net and cash reserves. So what are people who have mastered their money doing, right? They have a safety net and they have cash reserves, especially more during times like this. You know, we're still in kind of uncertain times with the illness going around, right? And it's an investment in your peace of mind. In the beginning, I didn't really like having a safety net. I wanted to like invest it all the time. But at some point in the business, there was a time where we had like a cash crunch, and you know, like that safety net actually saved us, because otherwise we would have had to borrow like a lot more money at a lot higher interest rate, and it was just so stressful that I know it doesn't sound very sexy to have 6 months or more of your expenses in a liquid account you can access, right? Usually that's a bank account or maybe life insurance or a line of credit. But that investment in your peace of mind is so, so, so important. So you don't make decisions out of fear and decisions out of, oh, like, I'm scared that I'm going to lose everything because I don't have the money to like pay this mortgage or pay this loan. So how do you calculate your safety net? You're going to take your needs expenses, and this applies to personal or business. Like, what are the mission critical expenses you have that you need to pay? And you get that number. Maybe that number is $10,000, right? Then you multiply that by 6 months. This gives you a 6-month safety net that if for some reason things don't go according to plan, you sell properties late, or you have to take a break for a family emergency, then you have 6 months of a breathing room to delegate something, hire something out, or for you to just take a break and go back and figure it out, right? You don't feel like you're going to lose your business tomorrow. Then you also need to figure out your personal safety net number. This applies to your finances too. Like, if the business isn't working well, or maybe you're not getting clients right now, then you don't want your family to stress out about how you're going to make the next mortgage payment or car payment. So make sure you have that personal and business safety net number, and also actually keep it. Keep your personal and business safety net in an account or a line of credit account where you can draw on it if you need it. And third is my favorite point. Make money work for you. If you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die. Said by Warren Buffett. So you want to create passive income that first exceeds your needs and then your wants. And then that's really where true time and financial freedom comes from, right? Like, you don't have to work. You choose to work. And after your passive income exceeds your needs and wants, it almost becomes impossible to deplete your safety net ever again, and it almost becomes impossible to not be financially free, not have the time and financial freedom to do what you want, when you want, with whoever you want. So here are some examples of passive income that take the least amount of time to maintain. So all of you guys know about the EXP RevShare. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of people who have a lot of passive income from that. You also have investments in large deals as limited partners. So I guess to backtrack, like, this passive income is like the least amount of time, right? So for example, there are some passive income streams that are less passive, right? Because you actually need to still do things to keep them going. But these ones, typically you set it up and then that passive income comes in regularly, right? So with, like, one of my favorite ways to invest is investing in large deals as a limited partner. We invest a lot of money in multifamily deals. There's also people who invest in self-storage deals, mobile home parks, etc. Then you can also do private lending. I'm sure some of you are familiar with this, right? Like, if you know another investor who maybe has an active business, maybe they're a flipper and they're always looking for private lenders to fund their flips, then that's an easy way for you to have true passive income, right? Like, the only work you do is you talk to that other business owner, you negotiate a rate, and then you collect your check. So here's a sample multifamily investment we closed on this last month. It's 267 units in Fort Smith. So bought it for $32K a unit. Then we were putting in another $5,600 a unit. And here are the sample returns on 100K investment. So we invested our money into the deal, and the cash-on-cash returns are the projected cash-on-cash returns are 12%, right? Year one is about 8.8%, and it goes up from there. And as far as being passive investors in this deal, all we have to do is wire the money, We read the quarterly reports from the management team and the asset managers, and then we collect our returns. So it's pretty passive for us. And those are the kind of investments I like doing now. Like in the beginning of our journey, when we didn't have funds to invest, we put in a lot of time and sweat equity into investments. But now that we do have more money and we want to enjoy our time and financial freedom, right? We want to travel more, we want to spend more time with family and friends, then we're choosing to maybe make a little bit less return, but we can partner with someone and they are using their time. We're not using our time. So in Wealth Gym, I talked about it earlier, it's where we teach others about financial freedom. We have 5 different stages. So stage 1 is destroying high interest debt. Stage 2 is building your safety net. Stage 3 is level 1 financial freedom. This is what I call living in peace. This is where your passive income pays for all of your needs, right? So it doesn't pay for like all the fancy stuff you want, but it pays for your needs, your housing, your food, your transportation, things like that. Stage 4 is level 2 financial freedom, living in comfort. And this is where your passive income pays for your needs and your wants. So if you like eating out, however much often, your passive income pays for all that. So you don't even have to worry about where that money is coming from because you already have passive income that pays for all of it. And then stage 5, level 3 is where we all want to be, right? You have a little koala on some beach somewhere, and they're just collecting more and more passive income. We call this living in abundance, where your passive income pays for your needs, your wants, and so much more that you can't even spend it if you tried. So that is the goal, to be that level 3 living in abundance koala. Now we're running a little bit out of time, so I'll kind of breeze through this. This is just how you calculate your passive income number, right? So your freedom fund is how much money you need to invest to have financial and time freedom. So the way you figure out how much you need is by getting your yearly passive income goal and divide that by your rate of return. So let's assume you can make 10% average return on your money. And your monthly needs are $5,000 a month, which is $60,000 a year. So you divide that $60,000, what you need to make each year in passive income, by 10%, and that equals 600K. Meaning, if you can invest 600K in investments that can give you a 10% return, you can be financially free in level 1, living in peace, where your passive income pays for all of your needs. And like, I think that should be everybody's initial goal, because once you get to that point, you can do a lot more with your life. Like even if you don't want to not work, you can still focus on the work that you actually are passionate about. Usually that's where you make the most money anyway. When you work on something that feels like it's not work, like you enjoy it, you're passionate about it, you just want to help more people, and you don't really care about how much you make, that's usually where you make the most amount of money. Now here's level 2, financial freedom, living in comfort. It's when your financial freedom fund, or your passive income pays for your needs and wants. So in this example, this person's number is $10,000 a month, or 120K a year. So we're going to divide 120K divided by 10, and we need 1.2 million invested at 10% to make 120K a year in passive income. And the great thing about it is like, that's forever, right? Like, I know 1.2 million sounds like a lot, but if you can hit that in the next 2, 3, 5 years, maybe you're there now. Like, you seriously don't have to work anymore. And you can focus on passion projects, passion businesses that you actually want to start. So tying this all together, get clarity, know exactly what your money's doing. Like, that's actually the hardest part. If you think about your health journey, right? Like, if you ever tried to lose weight or tried to build muscle, usually the first thing you have to do is just look in the mirror, weigh yourself, and measure yourself. We're just so uncomfortable, right? But that's the beginning of how you actually get there. What gets measured gets managed and improves. So if you can get clarity on your finances, and again, I'll give you like a link to all those calculators and spreadsheets and stuff, you can use that to actually start making progress towards your goals. Then we need the safety net and cash reserve. This is an investment in our peace of mind. And then you want to make money work for you versus working for money, and invest for cash flow. And I just want to leave you guys with this. So, just 5-6 years ago, I didn't know that if you told me like I would have 1,400 units right now and financial freedom and all that, like I would not have believed you at all. I'd be like, yeah, right. Like that's going to happen in 20 years, not 5. But it did, right? And it started from getting clear in where we were at and making small steps each and every day to get more passive income. And now we're here, just 5 short years later. So if we can do it, you can too. So here's where you can get a copy of the slides and all of those sheets. Download them at wealthgym.com/invested agents. And I would love to connect with you guys. I have a YouTube channel where I share a lot of videos about financial freedom and real estate investing. So youtube.com/askariane. And then here's my email, ari@wealthgym.com. So thank you guys.
Thanks so much, Ari. That was amazing. And that's, especially if you're getting into, really for anyone, but especially as getting into flipping that cash flow management, something that, I always thought I was good at cash flow management just because I just always made more than I spent. And then you start spending all this money on all these projects and I realized like, holy cow, like there's got to be a better way to do this. So everything you taught, wish I knew like 10 years ago. But it's so powerful. It's not too late. Anyone can get better at managing their finances. Like even if you're Warren Buffett, like you can still do better and grow better. Therefore, you can become a better investor and grow more. So I know you mentioned your website, also your Instagram handle, the Ariane Lemire. You got it right there. And I don't know if you're going to be hanging around in the chat afterwards. You can drop your comments. There were. I'm not sure if I saw any questions, but I saw a lot of praise. Everyone was saying, thank you, just amazing info. A couple folks looking forward to the spreadsheet. Thanks again, Ariane.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me, Chris and Jamie, and I will hang around here and talk to you guys some more.
All right, take care.
All right. All right, we are ready to go. So next up, we have Jennifer Hernandez joining us. Jennifer is a senior loan officer for Legacy Mutual Mortgage. She has over 25 years of experience, 4,000 loans closed, and in 2018 and 2019, she actually won Houston's Mortgage Lender of the Year. So Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us today. The floor is yours. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much. So wanted to just thank you all for being here. This is what I'm going to go over today. So I'm going to share with you my YouTube channel. Those are some great resources for you. So I wanted to start with that. Loan with Jen is how you can reach me. That's all my handles on social media and my website, Loan with Jen, as well. So I think most of the audience is realtors, so I'm assuming that use this channel as a hub. I have over 200 videos. I release 2 more per week of anything having to do with home buying. I have lots of playlists you can navigate around. We've also got some business tips as well. So hopefully you will use that as a resource, Loan with Jen on YouTube. So what I'm going to talk about today, a couple brief things, and then I'll allow some good time for questions. I'm going to go for about 10 minutes, and that'll leave about 10 minutes for some questions. So we have a total of 20 minutes together. How to vet your buyer. I think this is super important, whether you're a newer realtor or a seasoned realtor. The biggest thing that we get, not the biggest thing, but I'll say something that I think frustrates the clients, and we want to always make sure we, I don't want to say turn them down lovingly, but we want to give them some homework and give them a path and be positive about it. But we get a lot of calls where they probably could have had maybe a simple vetting out from the realtor to know a little bit more, to either give us a heads up or to coach the client along a little bit better. So I wanted to give y'all some talking points of just some simple things that you can ask the buyers to make sure also that they're in the right place. Like maybe what we have is not the best fit for them. There's specialized lenders out there that there's some borrowers that just always will need private money, or they have a TIN number, which is tax identification number, for example. We don't do those. So have a list of maybe a few different lenders that do some special things, so that when you hear these keywords from your buyers and sellers, then you can navigate them, because we want them to have success when they call somewhere. It's as an originator, so I've done this for 25 years, and actually this last year I surpassed 4,000 loans, which I'm super proud of. So I've talked to a lot of people. It pains my heart every time I have to tell someone that I can't help them. I mean, I love to help everybody, right? But sometimes you can't help them right away. So we want to get them in the right place quicker. So ask them their timeline. I think that's the thing that I start off with, is to know, are they super, super hot and we got to drop everything and help them right away? Or do we have a few months and, we want to get them on the calendar appropriately? And then also you can give the lender a heads up as well. It helps us to know the client's timeline. The next thing is, have they talked to a lender? Super important to know. Gives you a clue as to their temperature also, because if someone is really frustrated, we get some calls from clients that we're like the second or third lender and they're like at their wits' end, frustrated. Let us know that. Give us a heads up if you can, because it just, I want to gently try to get to the crux of the problem really quickly, because they've obviously been having trouble somewhere else. It also can maybe be a red flag for you that if 2 or 3 lenders have said no to them, I would don't start showing someone houses. I don't think you ever should, is my personal opinion, but really make sure that they're vetted really well before you start showing them properties. It just deflates them later on. They get super excited about a property that they can't do anything about. So make sure they get to a lender quickly. So have you talked to a lender, Mr. and Mrs. Homebuyer? How much money do they have saved? That's important to know, because then if the lender that you're referring them to does or does not handle down payment assistance. So here at Legacy Mutual, myself and my team, we do help people with down payment assistance. There's 3 to 4 different state programs. It's not federal. A lot of people say, oh, the government has this help. It is the government. I mean, it's the state government, but the federal flushes funds downward to the state level, to the community housing development. And that's where you might hear the acronyms TDHCA, TSAC. There is a City of Houston program. It's kind of a nightmare, but it's there. They have to buy in the city limits. There's some restrictions. I'm not going to talk about that in this talk, but you can ping me on the side. But it's good to know who does what, so that if they don't have a lot of money saved and they're going to need assistance, you can make sure and shuffle them to the right lender that you've got on your list that does that. Okay, because not all lenders are offering assistance right now. Some choose to not offer it, and some just aren't authorized, or they're not approved with the state, because you do have to go through a vetting process as a lender. The next is, do they have an idea of their credit score? I'm going to really talk about this for a second. This is the number one. If I got paid $1 for every minute that I spend talking to people about their credit, I would probably be Bill Gates right now. Like, I would have a gazillion. I'd have so much money. That's the number one. So please visit my credit videos on my YouTube channel. It will serve you well. I've got some really simple laid out. The main thing for you to know, because this will help us for your borrower to have just a better experience. The score that they think that they have is a score, but did you know there's over 25 different formulas for credit? 25. There might even be more. All lenders that are conventional lenders or FHA, so any conventional FHA lenders, we have to use the same model of credit. We have to. That's how we can sell loans between each other. It's a commodity, right? We know that the criteria is the same. And it is vastly different than Credit Karma, Equifax. Everyone calls me and says, oh yeah, I know my credit score. And they do know their credit score according to that model, but it's different than the mortgage company model. So use my videos, have it in your toolkit, send it to them so that they just know what to expect, because it is difficult, and we really have to tread it lightly when a client tells us, oh yeah, my score is 750, which is a very good score, and then we pull it and it's 710, and their PMI is double what it normally would be, private mortgage insurance, because of their credit score. So it's a very touchy subject. Everybody is obsessed with their credit score. It is the number one thing that people know or think they know the most about. Everyone's checking it because everyone's credit card, everyone's stuff out there is saying, let me give you your credit score. Let me give you your credit score. So it would be great for you to watch the videos that I've got on Loan with Jen on YouTube, because you're going to educate yourself, and it just gives you some talking points, and it's going to help you get them to the lender quicker, just to make sure that they're in the right spot. And get them to me 6 months ahead of time, because if their credit score
All right, Jennifer, it looks like you may have frozen. Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead and back it up about 15 seconds and just repeat what you were last saying, and I think you should be good.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, I'm having some issues at our internet. Sorry about that. So on the credit, the biggest thing that we see is the score. I think you guys probably heard that, but coach them to get to a lender quickly, because we can give them homework if their score isn't where it needs to be. We want to get them in the right place. So that's another talking point of to why get them to a lender. I think 6 to 8 months is perfect to start coaching someone on their credit and getting them to a lender. Because if you refer them right when they're under contract, there's no time to make any kind of movements on credit at all. So the last couple of questions, of course, asking them, hey, what's your budget for a monthly payment? So I kind of use the 1% rule, but now that rates are so low, like for example, if they're buying a house of $250, it used to be years ago when rates were in the 5s and 6s, that's about a $2,500 payment. Well, it's not anymore. It's much lower than that. So just to kind of know, and again, when I talk to them, I'll get them to the price really, really quickly. But 2,500 it's probably like a 75% formula, like whatever the price of the house is. If they're putting a low down payment, it's about 75% of that price. 0.75% is the payment. So anyway, just asking them just to know, it kind of helps you understand what kind of range they might be in. And then the last thing that I think is really important to make sure that you're asking, and this is just a sales tool, do you have any concerns about the process? That is going to let you know, have they gone to a lender before and had a bad experience? Did they have a prior realtor and have a bad experience? It's going to help.
Let's see. Oh, Jennifer, looks like you might have frozen again. I'm not sure. Maybe it'll come back. All right, there it is.
Here, it's going to help you know. Sorry, it's going to help you know what the concerns are about the process. It's going to just help you get them to the next stage quicker. So this is my guidance for you on some really good questions to be the best realtor that you can be with your buyers, and really listen. I think the more we listen, our clients are going to be more tuned to us, and more, you know, we want them to feel welcome and that you're approachable. And these are just some questions that have served me really well in the past. Now, the last thing I'm going to go over, spend a couple minutes on this, and then I know there's going to be questions about it. So let me go to my thing here. Okay.
All right, guys, if you have questions, be sure to send them to Jennifer now. We do still have a couple of minutes left in this one. Jennifer, I think you might have frozen again. If you're here, let us know. But guys, if you have questions, be sure to send them now. We'll be sure to get as many answered as we can for you.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop on some. This part, Jennifer and I, we talked about it, and we've worked together on multiple occasions over the years at live events and on referrals that we've sent, and being an agent and investor. So yesterday we were talking about rental financing being an invested event, or being an event for real estate investors that are also agents. One thing with rental financing, and my presentation, I'm gonna go over this later on, and that is, you can go to Jennifer and get conventional financing when you get a rental property up front. You can absolutely do that, but you're gonna have to pay a higher percentage down payment. There's nothing wrong with that. You get a super cheap rate, and it should cash flow very, very well. So that's the good thing. But you can refinance the property, and you don't necessarily have to deal with the same type of down payments. I see Jennifer, she's coming back online. So Jennifer, we were talking about the difference between a refinance and just buying a property up front for like a rental property. And I was drawing out the illustration of, hey, if I go out and buy a rental property and I say, hey, Jennifer, I got this deal, I'm going to buy it, fund it. How much am I looking to put down?
If you purchase it conventionally on the get-go, minimum 20% down.
All right, so we're at 20% down, which is fine. You know, if you got a lot of cash, that's okay. For most people, you're going to run out of cash. Eventually, you'll run out of cash. Now, if I go out and use some type of investor or private financing and buy this property at, say, 75% of its value, and then so if it was worth $100,000, just to keep it simple, I buy it for 75. My loan is 75,000, and then I go to you and say, hey, can I just refinance my loan? Like, I don't need any money. I don't need cash out. I just want to refinance it. How much would you be able to refinance it now?
So we can refinance a rate and term refi up to 80% rate and term, no cash out. We can roll in the closing costs and the payoff up to 80%. Better rates are at 75, but you could do up to 80. And then cash out, and that's immediate, by the way. There's no seasoning. You could do it a couple months after you purchase. Now on a cash out, let's say you do the hard money or do whatever you do, and there's a lot more value, and you're like, hey, I want to get some more.
Hey, we told y'all there could be technical glitches. That's just what happens when you deal with the internet. I think what she's going to say is, if you're doing a cash out loan, you can do that up to, she mentioned 80% loan to value. Then I believe the seasoning is about 6 months. So here's the strategy I tell folks to do. Like, if you want to keep your cash, go out and buy these rental properties or flips or whatever. Well, I guess mainly we're talking about rental properties. Go out and buy them. Just buy them using hard money, private financing, and then you can refinance with Jennifer, and she can refinance 100% of the loan up to 80% of its value. So if you bought it less than 80% of total value, then basically she can refinance 100% of it. The cool thing for you is now you have no money out of pocket, zero. Or even if you bump up because of closing costs and all that a little bit over the 80%, then very little out of pocket. How many deals can you buy now? Versus if you go out and just using conventional financing from the get-go, you'll save yourself some extra closing costs, but that 20% down, it adds up. And if you don't have a lot of cash, I mean, you get to do one deal, maybe 2 deals a year versus unlimited, right? So that's a huge benefit. leveraging both the private and hard money type of financing, and then converting over to Jennifer, coming that way. But on the other side of it, vetting your buyers as flippers, and especially in a really hot market, vetting your buyers is so important, because like in this hot market where inventory is super low, and you've got like multiple offers or just tons of interest, and this offer comes in, like it comes in at full asking price. Like, is that a good offer? I don't know. Maybe it is. But what is their financing like? Do you really want to take it off the market just because they offered you full price and they say that they've got 20% down, but we don't know anything about them really? Yeah, they have a pre-qualification letter. I mean, you can get one of those and pretty much from anyone. So knowing the lender and how they issue their pre-qualification letters, and what documents were submitted to get that's important. And Jennifer can help you with that. If you want to have her vet, and there's no obligation, I don't want to speak for her, but I don't think there's any obligation to use her, but you can have these buyers go and she'll vet them for you to make sure that you've got a strong buyer. Most importantly, you don't waste market time in a hot market. So that's all I got. I'm sure she'll chime back in the comments, internet issues. We all get them. So thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Legacy Mutual Mortgage, for everything y'all do.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, Jennifer, even though you may not be here right now, but great information offered. Next up, we have Audra Diggs. Audra is a real estate broker and founder of Ivy Partners. She has a strong niche in working with real estate investors, which actually added an additional $4 million in her sales last year on top of her regular retail business. So Audra, thank you so much for joining us today. We're excited to hear what information you've brought for us. The floor is yours. Go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Haley. Hi, guys. Like Haley said, I'm Audra Diggs with Ivy Partners. I'm a broker and also an associate broker. I'm also a certified mentor. I've had my real estate license for about 15 years. But just recently, in the last couple of years, decided to pick it back up full time. And since primarily working with investors since 2016, I've done over $33 million in sales and closed on over 200 houses. So I was invited to chat today, talk with you guys about working with investors. It's a very fun job for me. I enjoy doing it. And I think for my investors that are listening in right now, whether you've done your first investment property or you haven't quite yet made that plunge into the investment world, I think that the key for you to becoming more successful as an investor and building your portfolio is grabbing an investor agent. And for those agents that are listening in, I think it's also going to be important for you to listen, because you can grab an investor client, which is going to be super helpful for you. Let me just get started here. The reason why I enjoy working with investors and some of the perks is it's just steady business for me. My investors are hungry. They have a big appetite. They're ready to do deals at a moment's notice. And so for me, that ends up being anywhere from 30 to 50 deals a year. So it doesn't matter like what the season is, what time of year. Even if we're in the midst of a pandemic like we are now, I've been super busy. And for me, that's a great thing. I love doing a lot of deals. And so that's personally why I like working with investors. Also, repeat business. How easy is it if you keep working with the same clients over and over? They get to know my work ethic, my characteristics, my personality, and on the same side, working with the same clients over and over again, I know exactly their criteria, what they're looking for. It's easy to work with investors and have that repeat business in those clients. And also, who doesn't love having referrals? As big as the market is here in Houston, where I live and work, there are so many investors that are out there looking for properties. I find that it is a fairly small community. So I'm lucky and very fortunate that some of my best investor clients also refer me to their friends who are investors as well. And it's nice to be able to help them buy and sell their properties. There's not a lot of competition when it comes to referring them out to me. So I gladly take any referrals. Okay, so like I was just saying, for you investors that are listening in, I think that the key to your success and building your rental portfolio or your flips is going to be finding an investor agent. Okay, it's simple to do. You just have to follow a couple of my tips and you're on your way. Now, what do you want in a real estate agent? You want somebody who has experience, who's a super agent working for you, has a ton of market knowledge, is a confident negotiator, and also has a lot of integrity. Experience is key. As you guys know, practice makes perfect, right? Repetition, repetition, repetition. And so for me, being an investor agent, this is something that I became very familiar with. Doing multiple investor deals after investor deals is just learning. So if you're an investor out there and you're looking for an agent, ask your agent these simple questions like, have you ever worked with investors? Yes, I have. I work with many investors. How many deals have you closed? 200 deals. What sets you apart from any other agents? Me. Okay. I am an agent that loves working with other agents. I am there to make the deal work for my clients, and that's what sets me apart. Also, and my clients, I think, can vouch for this, and I think they know this about me, is that I rarely take no for an answer, especially once we're under contract. So I literally have brought deals back from the dead that we thought were going nowhere, and that's what sets me apart for other agents, is that I rarely take no for an answer. And the last question that I think you investors need to ask an agent that you're wanting to work with is this your full-time job? Absolutely. This is my full-time job. I think an investor agent has to be willing to make this their full-time job. I know there's a lot of agents out there who just do it part-time or maybe just helping friends and family or even for themselves, and that's completely fine. But in the investor space, and again, here in my market in Houston, it's super competitive. A lot of the investment properties are vacant. They have very motivated sellers. And so we have to be ready to go any day from Monday to Sunday to look at these properties and be able to get these deals for our clients. And any of these properties that are actually deals aren't going to last long. So you've got to be ready to commit to this full time. I think that with an investor agent, we are in this investment space all the time, right? So we are very competent in knowing the inventory days for these areas where our investors are wanting us to search. Inspection reports gurus. Give me an inspection report. I can skim through it quickly. I can let you know what some make or break deals are, things that maybe other agents may think are a big deal, necessarily aren't the case with investors, right? They know going into these properties that they're going to have to do some work to them. So some things that show up on the inspection reports may necessarily not be deal breakers in the investor world. Also, we're very familiar with rental comps. Again, this is part of how we're able to help our investors and our clients make money, is by giving them the correct rental comps. Also, we are pretty savvy at knowing what average sales prices are in these areas we're working for our investors, and also areas, amenities, or developments going on. I know that one of my investor buyers recently in the past year is really going towards purchasing coastal properties. They're really heavy in the Airbnb for beachfront properties. So for me, I had to get very familiar in working with this location so that I know when I'm contacting those listing agents and making offers that I am telling them, hey, I need you to accept this offer. We need this deal for my client. But also, I've got a 60-day or I've got a 90-day close, which is a long time. However, I have to explain to them that the reason why is because maybe the appraisal times are long. And this is due to, again, appraisers maybe not wanting to venture that far from their homes to do these properties. Or they may have a lender that requires a population of a certain amount of people for them to do an appraisal in those certain times. So being very familiar with your location and your investors' needs and wants is going to be very beneficial for them and also for you. Also, I know in this certain area, I've got to contact the title companies. And along with having the survey ordered, I also let them know like, hey, let's get an elevation certificate ordered at the same time. Well, why? This is number one, saving money for my investors by ordering both of those at the same time. And two, it's actually could be of benefit to my investors once they receive that elevation certificate back, and they could potentially be paying less in flood insurance premiums. So again, just being in the investor space, being in the location is of benefit to an investor to work with an investor agent. Some of the qualifications that I think are necessary when you're out there searching for an investor agent is making sure that your agent, like myself, is transparent with you at all times. We come into a lot of sticky situations, and I can't be scared to let my clients know what's going on while also doing the right thing for them, having their best interest, and going above and beyond duty. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but investment properties are no joke, right? They're typically abandoned properties. They typically aren't cared for. They're basically properties that nobody else wants except for my clients, which is a benefit to me, right? But you have to have an agent that is willing to go into these homes, take a look at properties that may be hoarder properties, that may not have flooring. I've recently went into a property that literally didn't have a roof. So you've got to have an agent that's willing to go into these less desirable properties. Also, not beautiful homes, right? But we've got to be able to see the forest through the trees and explain to our clients that this is what the house looks like now, but later on, the house is going to make you a lot of money. And so for me, that's a plus. If my investor is purchasing a property and at the end, they're going to be making money, then guess what? My investor is going to be wanting to purchase more properties, which means I'm going to get more work. So these are very important qualifications to look for when you're looking into working with an investor agent. I would say that investor agents, we do have a lot of tough talks, right? We are constantly negotiating that list price. I cannot tell you the last time I paid a list price for one of my investors. You know, the name of the game is to try to get the lowest purchase price for your investor. This is how they're going to maximize their profits. This is how they're going to make the most money. And it actually makes you look like a better agent too. So you're constantly going to be negotiating with the other agent, pointing out negatives of the property, explaining to them why you need concessions for your client who's an investor who generally has money, why they need money for closing cost, okay? You're going to be jumping through lots of hurdles, over hoops, dealing with lots of delays. I can honestly tell you that most of my investors and their properties that we get under contract rarely are executed, and then we show up at the closing table weeks later. I honestly wish that I could have a layup every now and then and have a property that was easy, but that's typically not the case. So I am constantly talking to the other agents to get their sellers to negotiate a less sales price at the end of the day, or possibly even extending out contracts, you know, an extra 30 or 60 days, just depending on what's going on. And I know that it's very important for me to do this for my investor, because at the end of the day, this investor is not living on the property. Okay. They are not emotionally invested in this house. They're not bringing in furniture. They're not, you know, visualizing where they're going to put pictures on the wall and where they're going to enjoy, you know, nights outside in the backyard. This is strictly a business for them. And it's strictly a business for me to make sure that I am constantly striving to overcome any hurdles or any delays so that we get to the closing table. Because again, the object of an investor agent is to work for their investor, to make sure that they are purchasing these portfolios or these houses to put in their portfolios so that they continue to use you as an agent. Okay, investor agents, like what else do we do? I wish that our job was just as easy as scheduling an appointment, showing up at the house, opening the door. Hey guys, do you like this? Are you ready to put an offer? Unfortunately, it's not. But the good thing about working with investor agents is that we have access to a lot of off-market properties. We have a lot of access to upcoming properties. I even work with a lot of investors now who get into a deal and maybe want to assign the contract or wholesale it. So working within the investor community allows me to have access to maybe other properties that traditional agents wouldn't, or that aren't necessarily on our MLS. Also, investor agents are knowledgeable regarding investor rules. So like I know Jennifer, who just spoke, has helped me many times with this. Knowing these investor rules is really going to help your investor be able to maximize their profits. I'm not sure if any of you investors or agents out there who are listening right now know that if your investor has a flip property, that there are certain rules based on the time frame of how long they've had this property before you can accept, let's say, an FHA loan. So being knowledgeable with these rules actually helps your investor not waste time, maximize profits, and they're able to potentially execute a contract and close sooner with that agent knowing these rules versus, again, having to wait 60, 90 days, things like that, if you were to accept a contract that's actually not acceptable. Investor agents also have connections to other real estate partners. So I work with a lot of lenders who love working with investors. They're able to put them in the right fit, whether it be a traditional loan, a private money loan, or even a hard money loan. So I've got all of those lenders at my fingertips and can provide, those recommendations as needed. Also the same with title companies. I work with a lot of very investor-friendly title companies. As you know, most of these properties do require a lot of work to clear title. Most of the properties, might not be the most expensive properties. So we love working with those title companies that don't mind doing a little extra work. I'm usually doing a little extra work as well. So I love a title company who's ready to reply to an email or a text and help me make sure that we're actually getting to the closing table. Also working with vendors. So we are in this investment space. We are around a lot of contractors and things like that. So it's nice to be able to refer if your investor needs a recommendation for doing a rehab on a rental. Okay, I can give you a recommendation of a great company that I know that specifically works on investment properties. And then also investor agents, we've got some thick skin. We're quick thinkers, we're problem solvers. And again, this just goes back to the nature of dealing with investment properties, that they aren't always the easy properties to work for, but you've got to constantly be thinking of ways to hold these deals together, because when these situations arise, you've got to be able to think quickly so that you don't lose the deal. By this time, your investors likely put down earnest money, they've paid for inspections, surveys, appraisals. So you don't want them to actually lose money on these deals that you're helping them with. You want them to actually make money, because again, the more deals that they're making money, the more properties they're wanting to buy. And then you're there to step in and help. So I think the key for you investors listening is for you to find a good investor agent that you can continue to work with, and it's going to help you grow your portfolio. Okay, now I'm going to change gears because I know there's also a lot of agents that are listening in. And I think the reason why you guys joined us today is to find out all the tips and tricks with working in and around the investor and investment community. And so I think that there's a lot of investors, actually I know there's a lot of investors here in my market and everywhere who are wanting to purchase properties. So let's help find you an investor that is going to be one of your clients. Okay, so the question would be like, number one, where do I find these investors? First of all, word of mouth, your internet leads. You've got to be able to tell your friends, your family, whoever your network of people is that you're around, let them know what you do. Even your neighbors, let them know, hey, I'm a real estate agent. Hey, have you guys ever thought about purchasing a property as a vacation home, renting it out? Hey, Mr. Investor, you're coming up on your retirement. What are your plans? What do you want to do? Your neighbor may actually inherit a property from one of their family members in a estate. They don't want it. Guess what? That's the perfect opportunity for you to jump in, list that property, and you're on your way to building your investor clientele. Also, the MLS. Wherever your local MLS is, you can actually go to the solds, and most of the time, these solds are going to be cash solds dealing with investment properties. So go back, do a little digging, do a little research, and you can find those cash buyers are typically associated with a company or with an LLC name. Google that company name, find out their address, find out their telephone number, and then do a cold call, right? We've all had to do them. I know they're not typically the best, but these are ways that you can find investors. Call them up, ask them, hey, do you guys have an interest in purchasing additional properties? I saw you bought 123 Main Street. Is there any assets that you're looking to sell? This is a way that you can grab an investor, because at the end of the day, these investors want to buy properties, right? So if you can become their agent, it's going to be a great relationship. And also networking. Like Matt said earlier this morning, go to those investor hangouts. I know it's not the greatest time right now, but once we're able to start up with all of the networking events, go to those, attend those realtor get-togethers, go to the title company parties. I've been to many parties that Jennifer has hosted, working, with her team many times. Go to those. There's investors everywhere. These are where you can find your resources, find connections, and be willing to step out and say, hey, I'm able to help you. I'm wanting to work with investors, or I'm actually able to work with investors. This is going to be the best way that you can find some investors. Remember, your goal for finding these investors is to ask them questions, find out exactly what they're looking for, interview them, ask them tough questions, find out what their needs are. Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that claim or want to be investors. But if they're not actually pulling the trigger on those properties and they're wanting you to do all the work for them, they might not actually be an investor that you want as your client. So ask the right questions. Don't waste time, because we all know that finding buyers, doing the due diligence, and finding the work is a lot of work. It is a lot of time, and time is money, right? Okay, so you're going to be asking your investors that you talk to, what are the questions like you're asking them to find out if they're really an investor? Location. Okay, is there a specific zip code or area that they're looking in, a neighborhood? What is their strategy? Are they looking for a flip property, or are they looking for a rental property? What is their type? Is your investor looking for single family homes? Is it multifamily homes? Is it even a lot so they can develop? Find out their price range. This is very important. You don't want to be looking for properties in the $300,000 range when your investor is only willing to purchase a property in the $100,000 range. Also, find out their appetite. Like, how many deals are they willing to do? Is it just one at a time? Or are they willing to send you out with 5 or 10 offers? And the last question I would ask an investor once you're speaking with them is to find out their temperature. I think personally, this is probably one of the most important questions you can ask them. You want to find out, hey, Mr., Mrs. Investor, I found the perfect property that meets your search criteria. I've got the offer ready. Are you ready to sign? Their answer should always be yes, right? They're asking you to do the work for them. You found it, so they need to sign. I would say if their answer is no, possibly move on to your next investor or client. Okay, so you found your investor, you know their search criteria, you're going to be finding the properties for them. So you want to match the investor with the type that they're looking for. Is this a flip property, or is this a rental property? Okay, remember, our flip properties are going to be properties that are going to need some upgrades, they're going to need some renovations, but these are properties that your investor's purchasing. They're going to renovate, and then they're going to be making money when they resell it. And then we have our other investors who are there for rental purposes. So these are properties when purchased and made ready. They're going to match them with tenants, and they're going to be income producing for your investor. So you want to find out which one you're looking for. And as agents out there, your first question is, okay, my investor wants a flip property. What do I offer? you've got to pull up your comps. You've got to look at the houses in that specific neighborhood, in that area, that have the same number of bedrooms, the same number of bathrooms, the same stories or year built, right? You've got to come up with a price of houses that are selling in that area. You also have to find out what the ARV is. So this is the after repair value. So what are houses that are fixed up selling in this particular location? This is very important. How much is the rehab? Do you know? Take a look at the pictures on the MLS. Ask the listing agent. Go walk the property. Most of the investors that I walk properties with can go in and have a really good idea of how much the rehab is. If you're an investor and you don't know, that's completely fine. Take a contractor with you, but you need to have a good idea of how much this property is going to cost you so that you can figure out if it's going to work. And this is also a time where you're going to find out if this property is going to need the bells and whistles. Again, agents, you've got to check the comps. If the houses in this neighborhood that your investors doing the flips have stainless appliances and upgraded counters and flooring, then your investor is going to need to match that with the same upgrades. Okay. If you are working with an investor who is interested in rentals, again, in order to figure out what you need to offer, you've got to run the comps. Okay. You have to run similar properties that have the same upgrades and updates in order to come up with a purchase price. This time, instead of finding out the after repair value, you're going to be looking at the rental rate. Okay. So how much does this house rent out per month? And how much is it going to cost to get this house made ready? Again, walk the property, look at the pictures on the MLS, ask the agent, and find out if these houses need just standard finishes like most rentals do. Maybe they just need Formica countertops, or maybe they just need carpet in the bedrooms. Again, check those other comps. And please let your investor know that by them upgrading, a rental is not going to make them any more money. So tell them to save their money and put that towards the next purchase that you can help them with. Okay, the third thing you're going to do once you have your investor, you have your property, you're going to analyze your return on investment. You have to find out for your investor, is this a deal for them? Is this not? Remember, your investors are going to have to figure out how much money they have to bring in order to close. So they've got to figure out the purchase price plus the rehab in order to figure out if this is going to be a deal for them. Okay, on the flip properties, your investors are going to be looking for equity in it. Just a quick math, just keep it simple, is to take the ARV, the after repair value. You've got to subtract the purchase price and the amount of the rehab, and whatever's left over is going to be your equity after you paid off your mortgage. And for the simplicity of all of commissions, closing, is going to be that final number that your investor is going to make on their flip. Now, if your investor is looking at purchasing for a rental, then they're going to be looking at the annual income for their investment that they're getting from renting it out. So again, just simple math to keep it easy. You're going to take the annual rent and you're going to divide it by the basis, which is the purchase price less the rehabs. And you're going to come up with a percentage. Again, talk to your investors. Everybody has a different strategy. Everybody, of course, wants the most return, the most equity, but talk to your investors and see what their strategy is when they're wanting to purchase these flips and or rentals. Okay, the last thing is presenting these potential deals to your clients. So you found your investor, you found the perfect property, you've run the comps, you've analyzed the deal, you've put the offer together. Hopefully, your investor signed it. You are now an investor agent. Congratulations, you've done your deal. Keep going with that, and you have become an investor agent. You are now helping investors. Remember, and I will stress this to you, is that all you need are a few investors to stay super busy and to be successful. So keep working on building those relationships, working on gaining your industry knowledge, your credibility, and being loyal. Investment properties, are they challenging? Absolutely. But they are rewarding and they're fun. Every deal you do is not boring in the least. And for me, it's quantity over quality. So again, working with a lot of investment properties just keeps me busy. It's deal after deal after deal, which is what I enjoy doing. And I think if you enjoy the same thing and you can find an investor, then you're going to be very lucky, and you're going to be very profitable in your real estate endeavors.
All right. Thank you so much, Audra. Yeah. Before I chime in, go ahead and share your contact info.
Oh yeah. So lastly, I just put up my contact info. You can reach me at any of the social media channels, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Again, if you have, I'm not sure what my time is. I just started talking. But if you have any questions, go ahead and post those there so we can try to answer them.
Yeah, definitely drop your questions in there. Tons of experience and value over the years that Audra has. So definitely ask your questions. So this is the one thing, and this is directed out to, because we got like 1 minute. This is directed, Audra, in the context of the agent and the value of repeat clients. So just rough ballpark, over a period of a year, how many leads that turn into that actually you close? How many leads would you say you convert from just a listing that has nothing to do with that listing, but it happened because of it? Maybe it was a buyer that just came in that was unrepresented. Someone called off your yard sign. Right. Neighbors got a house to sell. Just rough ballpark.
Yeah, actually, this just happened last week. I have an investor's property listed for sale, and the buyers that were coming were unrepresented. And I actually showed him the property, and he wasn't interested in that particular property, but now I'm working with him to help him find some other investments. So I would say 1 out of 10 or 15 showings.
Yeah. And you're dealing with repeat guests, repeat clients that you didn't have to spend extra marketing on.
Right.
And every single property that they have you list is now a huge billboard with your name and your phone number on there, out there generating new business for you. Yeah. And I think agents truly undervalue the value of repeat business, how easy it is to nurture those, because they'll get all wrapped up on a lot of times agent or investors, they want a little bit of a break, a little bit of discount. It's a volume discount. It makes sense. Calculate that referral business, think long term here.
Yeah, right. And that's up to the individual agent, right? If they want to structure or things like that. But again, most of the work I do is quantity over quality. So I love repeat business. Like you were just saying a minute ago, and I said earlier, it's the easiest, right? And it's a big form of flattery, right? If you just keep working with the same clients over and over, it's less work that you have to do. I mean, they already know who I am. They know what I'm about, and vice versa. I know who they are and exactly what they're looking for. So it's easy.
Well, you do a great job. That's why they keep you keep your pipeline full. Appreciate the amazing content, Audra. It's been nice getting to know you over the years. Thanks.
Yeah, and again, feel free to reach out to me with any questions, and I'm available. Just email me, shoot me a message, and I hope to see some of you investors soon. Love to work with you. And agents, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Chris was removing as well. Okay, well, next up we have Joe Kinnamore. Joe is a Navy veteran and the CEO of Mailbox Power, formerly known as Banner Season. He is a brand building authority with 25 years of extensive executive management, corporate leadership, and sales and marketing. His projects include working with companies like Fuji, Salesforce, and the documentary Rise of the Entrepreneur. Sounds like you got a lot of experience. So welcome, Joe.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate it. Awesome. I'm glad to be here. And Chris, you too. Thank you so much. I guess I'm going to get started because 10 minutes is not long. And I want to tell you what Mailbox Power is and why I'm even here. Mailbox Power is a customer engagement platform. What does that even mean? Well, we help you engage with customers and prospects that you don't even know through the mailbox. And I'm just going to tell you straight up, I am bullish on the mailbox, and I'm that way for a lot of reasons. The statistics from the United States Postal Service and many other surveys say that the mailbox is still a powerful weapon that should be used in conjunction with your digital marketing. If you're not using it, you're probably losing an opportunity that you may not have even known about. Am I talking about just postcards with current address on it? No, I am not. What I'm talking about are quite a few things, and I wanted to share a couple of things with you right now. Did you know that if you put somebody's name on a piece of mail, it has a 135% chance of being engaged with? What I'm saying is don't use the words current resident. Get a real list and really start sending stuff to folks, and you will get engagement. I also want to say that this, oversized envelopes have the highest rate of return. And I'm going to be talking specifically about the mailbox today and not just mail, because we personalize greeting cards like several other companies, but we also personalize gifts. And when we do that, and when you order them, the very next business day it gets printed and shipped, and you get a tracking number right to the front door. We cater to realtors. Over half of our customers are realtors, and I have learned some crazy things about realtors that I never, ever in a million years thought I would ever learn. But I'm going to tell you this. I have purchased and sold 8 homes in my lifetime. Yes, I'm a spry 56-year-old, and I have had some homes that I've purchased and sold, and I've yet to hear back from one of those realtors. So folks, I knew there was an issue that I could help with, and here I am with Mailbox Power, ready to do that. I have before me an email right here sent from one of my top guys. His name's Steve Angeline, and this is the email he sent me just 2 weeks ago. My results with using Mailbox Power in 2020. I 100% do not call and have done $13 million the past 2 years because of Mailbox Power. For sale by owner prospecting for listings, final 2020 numbers. For sale by owner contacted, 225. Total mailings, 2,375. Average number of mailings per for sale by owner, 10.5. Amount spent, $2,100. Average spent per FSBO, $9.33. Listings. Are you here? Yeah, I know. I get everybody's attention when I say listings. 11. Closed sales, 8. Total volume, $4.3 million. Conversion rate to listings, 4.8%. Those are his numbers. There are many others just like him doing the same exact thing, using Mailbox Power every day. There are Facebook groups dedicated to this, specifically for sale by owners and expired listings, and they're absolutely crushing it. Now, because I don't have a very long time, I want to actually show you kind of what's going on here. So, Chris, can you help me out? I want to show them Mailbox Power. I'm going to show you something very specific right now. We actually have, you can build a mailing list in here. Unlike other mailing lists, I'm going to build a mailing list specifically for a realtor right now. And I can choose between individuals or businesses. And what I'm going to do today is choose a geography. I'm going to choose a zip code. You could choose a radius around an address, but I'm going to pretend just for a minute that I'm a realtor and I just listed a home and I represent the seller and I want to go find a buyer. And I'm going to go to 89074, yes, my hometown, Henderson, Nevada. Here I am. There are 21,000 people in this zip code. When I go to demography, I get all kinds of choices. I'm looking specifically for renters. I'm looking for renters that have an income of at least $65,000 in income, right? This is important to me. Now, that gets me down to 1,251, but I really want to start narrowing this down. Now, folks, there are lots of options here. As you can see, gender, marital status, age, birth, month, children, religion, all kinds of crazy things here. But what really gets important to me is when I get down to this last list, I can actually choose an estimated credit rating of at least 700. Let's stop messing around and let's find the real buyers. Do they have a net worth? Can they write a check for a down payment? Let's just say $50,000. And what happens? I have 342 people who are renting in this zip code. They have an income that qualifies them for a loan. They have an estimated credit rating of 700 to 800, and they have a net worth. They can write a check for a down payment. These are prime targets, 342 of them. If I click buy this list, let me tell you how much this list is going to cost. I get all 342. That's $32 to buy this list, and it will not say current resident. You will get their name and their address, and you'll be able to speak directly to these folks. Now, I click buy list. It creates a list for me and puts it into a separate address group. What do I do after that? I go to the Mailbox Power Design Store. This is where we have pre-designed cards. You can design your own, but in here, I go to the search term and I type rent. And I click search. And what happens is I get cards that are associated with renting. Stop paying rent. Let's take a look at this one. So this is a postcard. Now, on the front of the postcard, and I got to tell you, this is what makes us super powerful. Nobody else allows you to creatively put somebody's first name on the front of a postcard. And on the front of this postcard, it would say, Chris, stop paying rent. And on the back of the card, you can put whatever you want, including a QR code that would drive them to the listing so they could look at the home that you want them to look at. But anything you want to say, dear Chris, are you tired of renting, right? I mean, that is what the Mailbox Power system is all about. It is about getting you targeted listings targeted folks to come purchase a home, or you can start finding folks to sell a home as well. Now, this is a very robust system. We have if I go to our campaign store, you will find one of our most popular items, which is, I'm going to go down to real estate. And by the way, there are two: real estate investing and real estate. Of course, we have Robert Orofino, Mr. Texas Real Estate, amongst us as well, and he's helped drive some of this real estate investing category and what you can do with the mailbox in these targeted listings. But what I want to show you right now is if I click on real estate, these are all pre-done campaigns for realtors that include homeversary cards, staying top of mind campaigns, all kinds of things. But one of the most popular ones that we have is where we started. It's called Ditch the Basket. Now, ditch the basket. It really meant to be this. We want you to ditch that basket and stop, just giving them a crappy basket of tired old cheese and dry crackers and a bottle of wine. This Ditch the Basket sends one gift every 90 days for 2.5 years on your behalf, and everything is personalized. You will see right here, the third thing that we send out. It says going to great lengths on the greeting card, and it sends a personalized tape measure with the realtor's logo and the name of the homeowner. On the inside of the card, it says, how did we measure up? If we measured up to your expectations, we love referrals. We love helping you be successful. We love helping realtors be successful, finding qualified prospects to purchase a home, helping you engage with for sale by owners or expired listings. We have countless examples of people who've succeeded using this system. I was listening to this morning. Somebody sent out a greeting card. And by the way, every single month on our Pro plan, you get 50 free greeting cards. You pay for postage. Also, I'm going to actually show you what's going on here. I need to sign out really quick in our system. I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware of what it is that we do. We have this free trial. You could jump on, try it for free, and do that for 14 days. If you don't like it, cancel it, and we don't hide the button on you. You'll be able to find it really simply. But when you take a look at this Pro account, $49 a month, unlimited personalized gifting campaigns, real cards, but let's get right down to it. Unlimited 50-cent greeting card, 5x7 greeting cards, unlimited free 4x6 postcards. You pay for postage. That's it. And there are no asterisks here. We aren't joking. We're sending a ton of those out every single day, and 50 free monthly greeting cards available to you after your trial ends. But anyway, there's also a $9 account if you want to just stick your toe in the water and see how it works. The prices are a little higher, but I got to tell you, this is a super, super big value. And folks, I love what we do. I love helping the realtors we have helped. We have helped so many, and I want to just keep helping more. I really, really do. That's in my heart, heart of hearts. 8 homes bought and sold, hadn't heard back from a realtor. I want to help you stay in touch. I want people to call you. Every time somebody says, who's your realtor? I want them to raise their hand and go, bam, that's my guy or gal. That's it. Okay.
I love it. I love it. So, I got to be quick. Mailboxpower.com/invested agents. Whenever I heard about you from the Mr. Texas Real Estate crew and have been using it in multiple, not nearly as much as I should, but the ideas that I've gotten from a marketing perspective and standing out, not being that same old stale realtor or same old stale marketing has been huge. Like, and that ditch the basket, I love it. I love it. So, hey, Joe, I don't know what your timeline's like. If you got any chance to put in the comments, there may be some questions in there, but either way, mailboxpower.com/invested agents. Check it out. It's absolutely worth it. And the designs you have in there, just the template designs, like I just love it. It's great stuff.
Thank you, Chris. Last thing, we're here to serve. Please. But you will not be left alone with this thing. We do live onboardings. I've got a great chat service. I've got people that are ready to help you get going. I've got groups dedicated to realtors, investors. You can jump in here and start using this thing tomorrow. No more cold calls. Forget about it. Let's be done with that.
Make them call you.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And it works, and I have proof. So jump on. Let's go.
Awesome.
All right. Thanks again, Joe.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, Jamie.
Okay, next, without further ado, he just hopped off. So you're just going to hop back on. Okay.
Hey, like everyone else, like I'm a guest, right?
Okay, introducing, drum roll, please. Chris Bounds, none other than Chris Bounds. A little bit about Chris. He is the founder of Invested Agents. He did his first 4 deals while attending college. I mean, I thought that was a real plus when we first started dating. I was like, wow, impressive. With his wife, me, he has flipped over 180 houses. It's been a fun ride, y'all. His real estate team includes 77 agents across 13 states. So let's welcome Chris Bounds.
Woo! All right, thanks, Jamie. So I'm gonna go super fast because I've got a great topic that I love. We flipped a lot of houses, but really what I like is building wealth through rental properties. And I'm gonna show you how you can build $1 million rental portfolio in 3 years. I believe this to be the ultimate guide to building wealth and passive income in real estate. Done this webinar and some other channels, and it's been just very impactful. A lot of people get a lot of value out of it. Take notes. And I'm going to show you a couple of case studies where combined we have over $250,000 in gross profit. Ultimately, I'm going to get to the end, push through fast, show you a simple plan of action that you can use to build $1 million rental portfolio. So get ready. Quick rundown about me. Got started in college, flipped 4 houses while still in college. This is actually the very first picture, or very first house I did. I'm not a fashionable guy, and that was true in college as well as it is now. There's me in cargo shorts and probably an Abercrombie shirt, shaking hands with my mentor. First deal, I think we got it about $15,000. That was in San Antonio, Texas. And then, did 4 deals that first year, graduated, moved to Houston, then got a good paying sales job. And really the only thing that gets in the way of great life, or the number one thing that gets in the way of great life, is a good life. And I had a good life, sales job, but got married 2011. Jamie tells the story better than I did. I do, but we're like a couple weeks, maybe a month married, and I dropped this bomb saying, hey, babe, I want to go flip houses. And she was a little nervous at first, but went along with the ride and started buying flip properties that, well, we thought flips, ended up being rentals. Good decision at the time. Got licensed in 2014. Then in 2015, went full-time, joined eXp Realty in 2018, just part of the wealth building, passive income. 2019, started a Bounds Realty group to just give greater support for our realtor partners and folks that we network with, and with training leads and all the other stuff. And then 2020, Invested Agents was birthed really out of a local event that we've been doing for years. All in all, 180 houses, 17 million in funds. This is how you can get connected with us, which if you're watching this, you probably already figured that out. Okay, so why do I get up? Why am I sitting in here doing this like all day virtual event? Why do I get up at 4:30 in the morning? I slept in today till 4:40. Why do I get up so early? It's because my family. It's because Jamie, two just wonderful kids. It's Nathan, he's 7, Ellie's 4. They're a bundle of chaos and joy at the same time. But that's why I do it, and you got to have a why too, because this industry, it's like fun, exciting, it's sexy, but it's also stressful at times. And I truly love what I do. Even whenever we get like just horrible disasters, like what Ian was talking about, where we got to replace entire plumbing lines. We got one of those this week. Not fun, but I really love it. I truly love it. So you've got to have your why. In a financial goal is really part of the why, but it's not the root why. But money does buy things. It buys freedom, it buys time, it buys options. So going along with this, $1 million is touted by a lot of the gurus out there as like the goal. Like this is where you want to be to have in your retirement nest egg. And then if you have a 4% annual distribution, leaving you with 40 grand a year to live off of. I don't know about you, but that doesn't really buy me the type of lifestyle that I want to retire on. That combined with whatever Social Security or welfare will exist at that time is not going to be much, not going to be fun. But let's just play around with this number. $1 million, it does sound like a lot, but I'm going to show you that you already see that it's not. But let's just play around with that. If you made $100,000 today and you made that consistently, after taxes, now this varies depending on state and a lot of other stuff, but at least in Texas, after taxes, roughly 70 grand left. Now you got living expenses, you got another 48 grand in expenses, leaving you with $29,000 left over. If you don't spend a dime on nice vacations, upgrading your lifestyle, college, your kid's education fund, healthcare, whether just ongoing or like health scares, it happens, or have family members that you need to take care of. If you don't do any of those things, how long does it take to raise your $1 million? 34 years of hard work. This does keep inflation out of it, but 34 years of hard work. I don't really like that. Like all that to live off 40 grand a year, not fun for me. So I'm gonna show you how you can work smart, and you can do that within 3 years. This doesn't mean you retire in 3 years. It means that you can actually hit your goal in as little as 3 years. So quick disclosures, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a financial advisor, I'm not an accountant, a CPA, bookkeeper. I am a real estate agent, I'm a real estate investor. I'm doing these strategies. I don't say this as in like, hey, you do this. I'm saying it, I'm giving these ideas, just like take everything I say and then filter it through your own goals, your own risk tolerance, your own desires, and your own unique financial situation. Talk with your own CPAs and attorneys and all that, and just figure out what's right for you. So a couple quick definitions: cash flow, common sense, whatever's coming in and out of your business, income minus expenses, that's your cash flow, or it's your net operating income. Wealth, assets minus liabilities, that's what wealth is, or also called your net worth. But I like to define wealth as time, a concept I got from Rich Dad Poor Dad. If you have enough money coming in every single month that's more than your expenses, you're infinitely wealthy. Versus if you have $1 million in the bank and it's not generating enough income to replace what you're spending, then that means your net worth is decreasing every single month and it's going down. Eventually it'll run out, and your goal there is like to die before you run out of money. I don't like that type of game. I want to have infinite wealth. So there's a lot of ways to make money in real estate. And if you're in the game for a long enough time period, you're probably going to do a mix of these. Just to run through it quick, lenders, really cash flow is the name of the game there. It's the most passive way to get involved in real estate because you're loaning your money, you get interest on it. Good. Wholesalers, other than deal flow, that can give them cash flow. There's really not a lot of other benefits. I mean, you can make a lot of money, but the flipper has a little bit more in the sense that they're buying equity. That's good. There's a lot of risk. I mean, because it could be negative equity if it's not a good deal. They are able to take advantage of leverage, but the landlord, the rental property, gives you equity, gives you cash flow, appreciation, tremendous tax benefits, especially if you have a W-2 job or you're in like one of those higher income brackets. And then leverage. We all like leverage, right? Okay. I'm gonna go fast in this section. You thought I was moving fast before. The BRRRR strategy. A lot of people have heard of the BRRRR strategy, and that's a strategy which I alluded a little bit when I was talking about Jennifer and how you can buy properties. I'm gonna take a little twist on that, and we call it the slow flip strategy. And I'm gonna show you what that looks like. This is a very, very popular way to accumulate rental property. So BRRRR strategy. This is what it looks like. First, you go out and buy a property. You're typically using private financing. You could use cash. I like to use private financing or hard money lenders that'll fund you, if you buy it cheap enough, up to 100% of the deal, plus rehab, because you're going to need to do a rehab, because that's why you're getting a discount. In most cases, you're going to have to do a rehab. So you get out there, you buy the property, now you got to rehab it, get it up to a full value position so you can rent it out. You get a tenant in there, rent it out, let them start paying the bills. All life is good, but you still have to refinance it. This is when you go to Jennifer, refinance it in your long term. And if you bought it cheap enough, now you can refi rate and term with her with like a straight nope, like where you don't have to put any money out of pocket. And that's what I love. That's the BRRRR strategy in a nutshell. So now you refinanced in your long-term low interest rate loan, and everything's not, I don't like to use the word clockwork, but from a financial perspective, like it's smooth sailing from here. From a financing perspective. Then you repeat. That's the last step. You repeat, go out and buy another property. Because you did the BRRRR strategy as opposed to just using conventional straight up, you have more cash. You didn't have to put a lot of cash down. Now you can do this over and over and over. But our little twist here is you sell. And it may seem counterintuitive to sell a property when you're trying to accumulate rental properties, but it allows you, when you do it strategically, the ability to exponentially grow a portfolio by reinvesting the proceeds into multiple properties. Here's a case study, 2730 Mesquite. This was the very first property that Jamie and I bought together in Houston. It's like the only appointment I think she's ever went on. And there's a reason why. That blue carpet, or you can't tell it's blue, it's in the bottom right corner. That carpet had been there for as long as blue. I don't know when blue was popular, maybe in the 70s, but that carpet had the stains on it throughout the 30, 40, 50 years that they had lived there. It was just disgusting. They had animals in there, dogs, and they didn't clean the floor at all. It was absolutely gross. It smelled worse. And Jamie was in there for about 5 minutes before she had to politely excuse herself to sit in the car while I locked up the deal, which I did, and we rehabbed it. Did a rental grade rehab. So as we were doing this project, we're like, hey, why don't we just rent it out? So we ended up doing a rental grade rehab. What that means is we made it look like the rental comps. It targeted what we were trying to get for in rent. We rented it out, then we refinanced, and we held this property for about 3 years. Now with this property, it appreciated like crazy over the next 3 years, which meant taxes and insurance was now eating into our cash flow. But it went up in value a lot. So we sold it. We did have to do another rehab to get it up to top ARV, or after repair value, like the full market value, make sure we squeeze all the equity juice we could out of it. We did, sold first weekend, I think at asking price, and it was great. This is a little timeline of what it looked like over the years. At the top is when we bought it, middle when it was rented, and bottom is when it was all shiny for the new owner. So a quick rundown of the numbers is $85,000. We bought it, $65,000 in repairs, $14,000 in cash flow over the period of the lease. Sold it for $237,000, giving us a gross profit of $100,000. Another case study. Bought it. This one we didn't have to do a lot to. I think it was like a HUD home. We got foreclosed on from another investor. But ultimately we did a little rehab, rented out, refinanced. Then same thing like the other one. Went up in value a lot, squeezed cash flow. So we sold it. And this is what the numbers look like. $80,000 purchase price. Repairs, $36,000. the cash flow, almost 13,000, sold it for 224, giving us a gross profit of 119,000. One other case study, 835 Forest Park. If the other two were home runs, this is more like a base hit or maybe a double. Again, we didn't have to do a lot of work into this one. We bought it, we replaced the flooring downstairs and probably some fixtures, but that's about it. And then rented out for a while. When the tenant moved out, we sold it. 103,000 purchase price, 15,000 repairs, cash flow, and only $5,000. Not much cash flow here because the tenant moved out early. They actually abandoned their lease. She gave us advance notice. She had an issue come up, a personal issue. So we're like, cool. Hey, just let us go in and sell it, and then once we sell it, your lease is done. Sold it 157,000, giving us 43,000 of gross profit. Not a bad deal. But here's the cool thing: if we would have flipped any of these properties, like the first two, those home runs, if we would have flipped them, we would have made about 30,000 each. Instead, we made over 100,000. If we would have flipped this one, we would have made about 15,000. Instead, we made 43. And because we held it for a while, it was in a lower tax bracket. All right, so here's the plan of action. We've got about 10 minutes left. So I know that these are static numbers. No matter wherever you are in the country, the numbers are going to be different for your area. I've got to use something, so I'm going to use these. If you have a property what we're going to do is we're going to take this strategy and push it out for a 3-year or a 10-year time period. I'm going to show you what it looks like if you were to buy a property a year for 10 years, assuming the full value would be 150,000. You're going to refinance out at 75% loan to value, so 112,500. Rent 1% roll here, $1,500 PITI. Now, when I did this, I think I estimated about 6% interest for investor financing. You can get much cheaper rates nowadays, which gives you more cash flow. But using this example, reserves $150. That's your capital expenditures. You got to have that cash flow, $238. So buying one property a year on your first year, that's this year. You go out and buy a property, you got $238 in cash flow every single month. You're not rich. Cool. You got a property. You can't retire yet. Year 2, doubles. 3, 4. All right. 5 years in, you got 5 properties, got a little over $1,000 a month. That's pretty good. Not bad. That's actually pretty substantial for a lot of families. $187,000 equity. Year 6, 7, 8, 9, you're over $2,000 now in cash flow. 10. There you go. You bought one property a year for 10 years. At the end of that time period, you have $2,300 in cash flow every single month, $375,000. But it gets even better than that. There's a little hidden gem here because you're actually already a millionaire. You only have $375,000 in equity, assuming no debt pay down and no appreciation. But once your tenants pay off the property, if they don't go up in value at all, not one dime, then once your tenants pay off the property, you now control and own $1.5 million in real estate assets. You're a millionaire. You just got to let your tenants pay off the properties. But of course, we know properties do go up in value. They tend to double in value every 10 years. Depends on your area and all that. But roughly about every 10 years, they're going to double in value. So that's pretty good. But this is how you can use the slow flip strategy to do even better. That was a static example. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing. You bought one a year for 10 years. But starting on year 6, what we're going to do is we're going to take the worst property you have. It usually is the one because it went up in value so much, it doesn't cash flow anymore. You got a lot of equity, just doesn't cash flow. Or it's just that pain in the butt property that's always got to repair or bad tenants. So starting on year 6, you're going to take that property and you're going to sell it. And you're going to do that year 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So you will have sold 5 properties over that time period. But you're not just going to take that money and run off and go on a huge vacation. You're going to reinvest it. And you're going to buy another property to replace it. And you're going to buy one more in addition because you should have equity, right? And you're going to double what you sold. So you bought 10 originally. You sold 5, but you used the money to replace those 5 and buy one more. So you bought 10 more, really, giving you a total of 15 properties. Now your cash flow is $3,500 a month. and you have over $500,000 in equity. And once your tenants pay them off, if they don't go up in value at all, you have $2.25 million in real estate assets. That's huge. That right there is life-changing for pretty much any family out there. Like, if that doesn't change your life, that I don't know. That is absolutely life-changing. So that's if you follow that from a slow flip strategy. You want to be a little bit more aggressive. Buy 2 a year for 10 years, giving you 20 properties at the end of the 10 years. So you start this year, 2030, now you got 20 properties. Starting in year 6, you don't just sell one now, you sell 2 of your worst properties. So year 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, you'll sell 10 properties. You'll have reinvested those not into replacing just the 2 you sold each year, but you'll actually replace them and then buy 2 new ones. Giving you 20 new properties, giving you a total of 30 properties after your new property. So you bought 20, you sold 10, but you doubled those to buy 20 more. Now you got 30. Giving you $7,000 a month in cash flow, $1.1 million in equity. But when your tenants pay them off, you got $4.5 million in assets if they don't go up in value at all. And we know they do. If you want to do it in three properties per year, get out there and get really aggressive. 30 properties at the end of the 10 years. But year 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, you sold 15 and use the proceeds to double them, giving you 30 new ones. Now you got 45 total, $10,000 a month in cash flow, $1.687 million in equity, but your tenants are going to pay them off, $6.75 million in assets, assuming they don't go up in value at all. Again, properties go up in value, right? So you're a millionaire. It only takes 6 properties, and you can be a millionaire in 3 years. That would give you $900,000 based on this example of assets once your tenants pay them off, plus appreciation. 2 a year. You just need to buy 2 a year. That's how simple it is. Anyone can do this. Anyone can go out and buy a property. It's not that difficult. You don't have to be rich. You don't have to have a lot of money in your pocket. There are smart ways using hard money, using private lenders, using JVs and partnerships to get in these properties and start building your wealth. It just takes with starting. You just have to start. And you don't have to go out and buy 1 a year. You can buy 1 every other year. You can buy 1 every 2 years. But ultimately, just start buying rentals. Start buying assets. So a couple of key points, and I'll go to questions. Buy like a flipper. That doesn't mean you have to buy as cheap, because you don't. A flipper has to make their money now. You make your money over time. What that means is know your numbers. Manage like a professional. Bad landlords equal good deals for investors. Don't be one of those guys. You want to manage like a professional. There's a lot of great professional property managers out there that just charge a flat fee and let them handle all the dirty work. You just handle the cash flow stuff. Financing. You want to know your financing situation long term. Short-term financing is pretty easy, but you need to make sure that you're getting with folks like Jennifer to understand your full long-term, how you plan and how you would fit in those type of products. Eventually, if you own enough properties, it'll make it harder for Jennifer to finance you, but there are local banks that can still finance you. The financing is a little different, may not be as good as what Jennifer can get you, but from a cash flow standpoint, they're just amazing. Accounting. You've got to do really, really good accounting. Don't do your own bookkeeping. That's like, bookkeepers are worth their weight in gold. Tax CPAs worth their weight in gold. Don't do that yourself. Don't do TurboTax. Like, this is real estate. You're running a business. Get real professionals doing your finances. They will pay for themselves, I promise you. And then escrow. You've got to escrow for capital expenditures and repairs and vacancies. They will happen if you own them long enough. They will happen. Even the first 2 examples are the tenants. They didn't move out the entire time. I don't think they asked us for a single repair because we did a good job. But when they moved out so we could get it ready for sale, well, that time period that it was vacant, it still had a mortgage due. And we had some money in the account to pay for that. So, and then lastly, reinvest. You don't just go blow all the money on a new, Range Rover upgrade, like this huge mansion, or I don't know, Bentley. Treat yourself, enjoy it. We bought a nice, it's like a $1,500 coffee machine on the first one, and then we reinvested the rest. So treat yourself. I think some other times we just went on really, really nice dinners. Make it fun. treat yourself, like keep it interesting, but ultimately reinvest, because the more you reinvest, the more it grows. If you pull everything out, it's just hard to grow. So hope that was interesting and you got a lot of value out of that. I don't know if we got any questions here, but
that coffee maker is just the gift that keeps on giving.
yes.
I didn't see any questions.
Well, I'll be in the chat, so we've got 2 other minutes.
Huh?
Oh yeah, we've got a couple of the minutes. So this is a point that was I've been hanging out on the Clubhouse app, which you can find me on Clubhouse if you're not on there already. But Grant Cardone chimed in on there, and he was like, he made the comment. Actually, I'm gonna preface the comment first. Wholesaling, flipping houses, working for commissions, you can make a ton of money doing that. You can save $1 million and make $1 million doing that. But the problem is you have to keep doing it. You got to do it every single month. The moment you stop, either because you have to, circumstance, the economy, you get hurt, or you just get sick of it, like the money stops. But that's not true with rental properties. Not true with passive income. And that's why Aaron was talking about, like, build passive income. So anyone can do this. You have to build passive income. And that's why I fundamentally, like, if you're going to go out there and wholesale houses and flip houses and do commissions, great. But figure out a strategy where maybe like sell 3 houses, wholesale 3, buy 1 rental. 3 houses, buy 1 rental. Till eventually where it's like, do 1 flip, now buy 1 rental. And then eventually, like, maybe you don't have to flip. Maybe you don't have to sell houses anymore if you don't want to. So that's all I got. I know we got our next guest. I'm going to hop off. Thank y'all. I'll be in the chat. And thanks again.
Thank you. Very informative as always. Okay, so our next guest is AG. AG is the CEO of Real Acquisitions and owner of a portfolio of residential and commercial properties all across Texas. AG is a technology expert and frequently speaks on better ways of acquiring and constructing real estate. So welcome, AG. Thank you for joining us. The floor is all yours.
Alrighty, thank you guys. Thank you for having me on there. Man, what a power lineup of speakers. And thanks for the entire EXP team for putting this whole thing together. How's my audio and video? This thing does not have a feedback, so I want to make sure you guys can see me.
Yes,
I want to make sure you guys can hear me.
We can hear you. It's great.
Excellent. Alrighty. So again, thank you so much, EXP team, for having us on there. We're going to have some fun. We'll talk about a few cool concepts. I know Chris has given me, give or take, about 2 hours, so I'll be quick. Messing with you guys. So I have about 15 minutes. I have to return this jacket right around 2 o'clock. So we'll be quick. We'll have some fun. We'll talk about some cool concepts. So whenever you're ready, maybe you guys can share my screen. So I can present my...
Just go ahead and add your screen. Do the share screen on StreamYard.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't see that. It'll pick your, you get to choose which screen you want to share.
Yeah.
There, I see you pop up. Okay, let me get out
How's
of
that
here.
looking like?
All right, yes, I see it. I'm going to share it now.
All righty. Perfect. Okay, so again, folks, my name is AG. I run a company out of Texas called Real Acquisitions. I'm also a managing partner in a development and construction company called Alexander Green. We'll talk about some of that stuff in a few minutes. But let me begin by saying how excited I am. I really don't get an opportunity to speak in front of agents too many times. So when I do that, it's always fun. A lot of my construction business, my rehab business, back in the day, my wholesaling business has been, agents have been absolutely instrumental in helping us transact and form our operations. We're very, very thankful. So let's get right into it. One thing, one ground rule, I know some of these Zoom, some of these StreamYard type things can be extremely non-engaging. So what I highly appreciate and I really implore you guys to do that. Even though we are doing it offline, I like to imagine in my mind you're sitting in front of me and we're interacting with each other. I like playing these mind games with myself. Makes me make this a more fun and engaging way of talking to you. So if I may request, please engage. Please post comments. Please ask questions. I know we will have about 5 minutes towards the end to get deeper into your questions, but please engage. Don't make this a monotonous thing. We'll have some fun today. This is a little about me and my family. My wife is an oil and gas executive. She's been in the business for a long, long time. I've been in real estate now. I'll give you a little brief career about my background in a moment. And that's I'm a 9-year-old, actually 10-year-old son. In fact, he corrected me the other day. I was speaking and he nudged me and said, dude, I'm 10, I'm not 9 anymore. So how these kids go like weeds. A little bit back about my background. I started Real Acquisitions, my real estate operations in 2009. Real Acquisitions is primarily a data company where we provide all kinds of tools and data to real estate investors and real estate agents. Our core offering for years, now coming up on 11 years, has been how do you find motivated seller the fastest, the cheapest before anyone else. That's been a core offering. That's been a core products that we've been offering for all these years. We'll talk about more of that in a moment. In 2010 around, I got involved in wholesaling. That was the year that if anyone was in the business at the time, a lot of out of state, out of town hedge funds and Wall Street buyers came in a market, and we were wholesaling a lot to these guys at the time. Between 2010 and 2013, about 2.5 years, we wholesaled a few hundred wholesale deals to these guys. But keep in mind, the wholesale fee at that time was not like it is today, where our assignment fee was like $10,000, $20,000. Our assignment fee, a wholesale fee, was significantly less, but still we made a lot of money at the time. But 2013, I sold a 22 unit apartment complex to an investor. And a life-changing event, which I like to think of a life-changing event, happened in my life at the time, where the banker who financed the deal for the investor sat me down at the closing table and said, listen, do you realize what you just did? You made about, I think I made about 50 grand in assignment fee at the time, which was the largest assignment fee I'd ever made in my life at that time. And it said, I'm sure you're excited about this 50 grand that you've made, but do you realize as a wholesaler, as a transactional person, you've made my client approximately $2 million on these transactions. 50 grand, 2 million. And you could have made that money if you understood how to buy and hold real estate. And that's exactly what my wife and I did. 2013, we pulled our sleeves and we decided to jump all into buy and hold. Between 2013, 2015, give or take about 30 months. We purchased right here in H-Town, in a lovely backyard. We purchased 92 doors right here in Houston, Texas, which really became the backbone of my financial, I guess, success, or my financial future. And if my family treats it right, hopefully, at least next 2 generations are taken care of. And I'm very passionate about talking about that. I heard Chris mention that briefly, that most people do not talk about buy and holds, because that's where wealth is really built. 2016, we came back and we started stabilizing our real estate portfolio. We'll talk about that briefly. But we also jumped into the other side of real estate, which many people shy away from, which is heavy construction. Heavy construction meaning ground up luxury or ground up commercial projects. So we started doing that. We've built about 28 homes in Houston, luxury homes in Houston so far. And since 2018, we've also been getting into building small multi-family as well as strip centers. So that's a little bit about my background. And of course, my favorite thing to do of all times is adding value to investors, adding value to agents. This is a Real Acquisitions meeting that we had. Literally, we call it the COVID week in retrospect. This was the last big meeting that I believe we had in Houston This is right around March of 2020. Sounds like such a far away time, but just barely a year ago. 500 plus investors. That's what we used to do. We loved getting up and speaking. But all of that is a different world today, right? In many ways, a better world. In many other ways, not so much fun anymore. Now, a quick pop quiz. I'm going to show some names on the screen, and I want you to very quickly tell me what's common between these people. Look at your screen and tell me what's common between all of these folks that you're seeing. Some of these people, I'm sure you know very well, especially if you're from Houston. Our very own Brian Phillips. A small showing. The most common thing, amongst other wonderful things that they're in real estate, is that all of these guys have been real acquisitions clients. The strategies that we'll jump into today, the strategies that we'll talk about today, are the things that we work with all of these stellar folks that you see on the screen, probably hundreds of millions of dollars worth of business on the screen. So the things that we'll be talking about for the next few minutes, they're absolutely relevant, they're absolutely potent to making a huge difference in your business. All I ask for is undivided attention and engagement. Don't this be one of those things that's running in the background while you're checking your email or doing something like that, okay? So I'll teach by primarily going through two case studies. Two case studies that I'll be showing you, that I'll be walking through on what or how these strategies really play. So the first case study is of a good friend of mine, Roy and Yesenia, local folks right here from Houston, Texas. And here's a classic problem that they came to us with a couple of years ago. And that's really a wonderful learning if you understand, if you wrap your head around what I'm about to talk to you in the next couple of minutes. So Yesenia comes to me and says, AG, here's a problem. I'm on my way to becoming a real estate investor. I'm also considering getting a real estate license, building my career as a real estate person. And you know what? I have taken coaching. I've paid a coach. I think she paid somebody 20 grand to take real estate coaching. I've been to all these millions of seminars. I've read books. I've seen CDs. I've heard all of these podcasts. And almost 1 year into all of these things, guess how many deals I've done so far? Zero. Her family and she had done 0 deals. Did she have fear of action? No. Wonderfully confident people. Was she financially feasible, meaning was she bankable? Yes. Did she have the ability to roll up in sleeves and do hard work? Yes. She had all the boxes. Then why isn't it that her business was taken off? And it's a recurring theme that I've seen again and again and again with real estate agents, real estate brokers, and of course, real estate investors. And you know what the theme is? They fail to focus on the only skill that matters to a real estate professional when they're starting out. The only skill. And by the way, I say starting out, I honestly want to tell you that now, this is my 14th year in real estate business. It is still the only skill that really matters. All the skills are important, but nothing compares to this skill that I really want you to focus and understand. And that skill, my friends, is the ability to find and identify deals. Where and how do you identify deals? And this is why it's important. Look at this chart on your screen right now. I'll summarize this very quickly for you guys. What it essentially means is almost 60% properties in hot markets and almost 40% properties in all other markets receive multiple offers when listed on the MLS. When listed on the MLS, 60% to 40% properties are receiving multiple offers. No wonder investors and agents cannot get their hands on deals. No wonder it has become such a competitive space. This is the reason why I want to talk to you for the next couple of minutes about doing the following thing, okay? I like to call this strategy as hyper marketing. Hyper marketing. So I'm going to stop my PowerPoint for a second, and I want to show you something super cool. I'm going to hop on to my Chrome. Check this out. I'm going to hop on to Real Acquisitions. I want to show you something really, really, really relevant to what I hope will make a significant impact. It'll change the way you think about deal finding in the next couple of minutes, okay? Now, all of you guys are absolutely welcome to hop onto Real Acquisitions at your own convenience. You can go there anytime. Click on the watch demo that you see right here. And the things that I'm seeing, that I'm showing you, you should be able to get a glimpse, some idea of what I'm about to show you, okay? So feel free to do this if you're watching this, a recording of this, or you're seeing it non-live. Now, I'll skip through all this. This is not necessarily a demo. I'm going to go ahead and click on this little button on the left that says Create Lists. And I'm going to go ahead and click on this one-time list. And we'll stay here for the next couple of minutes. So have fun with me. What I'm showing you right now in the market is, and if you are on the call right now, can anyone post in the comments how many active residential deals do we have? How many active residentials do we have on the MLS today? Who can tell me how many residential actives do we have on the MLS today approximately? Do not cheat, do not look, give me an approximate number. If you don't know, the answer is approximately plus minus about 15,000. We are here in Houston, Texas. I'm talking about HAR, our local MLS, about 15,000 residential actives plus minus, okay? Listen to this, check this out. 15,000 actives in the market that everyone is going crazy for. And right here on your screen, you have over 100,000 properties right here locally that have one or multiple forms of property tax distress. Almost 30,000 pre-foreclosures. 82,000 out of state owners. 300,000 absentee non-occupied property owners with 10 years of ownership, meaning high equity, and on and on and on and on and on. And this world, my friends, what we'll talk about for the next couple of minutes, this world is called off market. And that's exactly what we work with Roy in Yesenia, in making them understand that if you want to build your real estate business, the foundation of all of these things begins by finding deals. And this is how you find deals. So let's take a live example while I have you on the screen, and let's pull up a live deal right now. I'm going to go ahead. I'm in Harris County, and I'm going to go ahead and pull one of the most popular zip codes in Harris County. This could be obviously be a neighborhood, a school zone, or whatever. And we'll go ahead and pick, let's say 77074. Ready? In 77074, wonderful rental market in this part of town. In 77074, how many single family homes do I have total? Probably 10,000 plus, that are owned by absentee owners. Two criteria. Who have owned these homes for at least 10 years. Third criteria. That as of this moment are in one or multiple forms of tax distress. 4 more criteria. So we're now up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 criteria. And on top of that, are not listed on the MLS. 8. You see what I've done here? In a matter of seconds, let's run this list. This will probably run for a couple of minutes. But in a matter of seconds, I've stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked and stacked and built a highly potent, highly narrowed, or what is called as a hyper focused list in one part of town, one of the most desirable rental markets in Houston. Of course, if you're a flipper, you'll be looking at a flip market. If you are a developer or a builder like me, you'll be looking at some premium lots and whatnot. So what do we have? We have 22 out of thousands, hundreds of thousands of properties. I've narrowed down the 22 juiciest, the 22 lowest hanging fruit on the tree. Let's pick one. Let's pick Darnell Circle. what would I do with this property? I would text this person. I would email this person. Obviously, if this property is off market, right? So as an agent, you can absolutely, as an investor, you can absolutely do that. I would send a FedEx envelope to this person. I would reach out to this person on his social media. If the deal is right, I would probably send somebody or myself go and knock on the door. I would skip trace this person, pull up all this information about this person right here. And you can do that with one click of a button. One click where it says Power Trace. You can pull up all the information that I just mentioned, emails, cell phone numbers, landline numbers, social media profiles with one click. So again, what have we done? We have narrowed, and developed the most potent list that you should be going after. That's case study number, or the idea number 1. I hope that stays with you, okay? Before we move to case study number 2. Oops. I don't want you to be seeing my email, man. What do we do next? So this strategy, as I said, is the strategy, the skill of finding deals. Specifically, what we looked into is the ability to do hyper marketing. We took a deeper dive. And again, I just took tax properties, right? I could have done probates, foreclosures, divorces, city violations, vacant homes. All of those are there on Real Acquisitions. And with a click of a button, you can combine these things and create a really potent, super small, hyper marketed, hyper focused list. Okay, case study number 2. I like to call it the new rules of the game. The new rules of the game. What do I mean by that? Very simple, my friends. Imagine today, if I have to book an appointment to call you or speak with you, let's say a week from now, next Thursday at 10 a.m. Can you imagine me writing it down on a piece of paper, sticking it in my schedule book, remembering it for a week, and a week later going through my Rolodex, pulling up your name and your number, taking out my phone, and then calling 7-1. Can you imagine us doing it something like that today? But yet, so many people run their businesses like that. The name of the game today, my friends, is automations. Today, if you want to schedule a call with me or yourself next week at 10 a.m., you'll pick up your phone and you'll say, "Hey Siri, schedule a call with John at 10 a.m. on next Thursday." And guess what? She'll place the call next Thursday and connect you. That's the way systems and automations are meant to work. Yet so many agents, brokers, investors have not understood how any of that. Siri's actually trying to do that. I was messing with you, Siri. Most people have not even figured that out. Okay, so let's take a look at how you can automate the top ideas, the top themes, the top features of automating your business that absolutely adds wings to your operation.
We had like a 1 minute AG, just 1 minute.
So let's switch back to where we were. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and click on this little button that says Housewise. Housewise, that's your marketing arm of this entire CRM. This takes me straight into my Housewise platform. And let's take a look at how that platform looks like. Okay. And we'll talk about a few automation ideas. So think again, what did you do? You picked the most exciting, the most desirable area in your part of town. In that part of town, you then created a super focused list. In our case, we had 22 names, 22 property owners. I then skip traced that list, pull up all the information about that property owner. And now I'm building marketing, multi-channel marketing to those 22 people. Let's take a look at how we will do that. You would create marketing campaigns, okay? And that's exactly what this system is meant for. One click marketing campaigns. This is not a session where I can jump into details. In fact, towards the end, I'll tell you about a completely free 90-minute workshop that we're hosting this coming Tuesday. We'll be posting the details in a second. In fact, Chris, if you want to bring up that banner, get your free CRM.
We got like 30 seconds left. Jamie, bring up the banner for. Can you hear me, AG?
Details, a lot of these setups, what kind of automations you need, okay? But here is the idea in a quick gist. So you would create a text blast. Here's an actual example of a text blast that we do. Just like you do an email blast, this is a text blast to all those 22 people, okay? It very simply says, hi, I'm looking to buy properties in your subdivision. Reply if you're interested in getting a full market offer, or if you know somebody else, you can get a $500 referral, whatever your marketing message is. Of course, we talk about what messages work and what messages don't work also. On Tuesday's workshop, we'll be getting into the most highest performing messaging that actually gets you responses, the anatomy, the skill in crafting those messages. We'll be talking about briefly about that too. You can obviously also do ringless voicemails. Oh, wrong screen. You can do ringless voicemails. Voice drops on their phone. Phone never rings. You simply get a voicemail with your message. You can, of course, do the classic traditional email blast where you send a large blast of things, okay? These are various things about analysis and all that I don't have time to get into. Now, what happens?
Hey, AG, can you hear me? Can you hear me, AG?
A list of 22 people, you skip traced it, you send.
Oh no, I don't think he can hear us. We are out of time, AG. Poor AG. I wonder if he really thought he had 2 hours.
No, he didn't. I don't think he's able to see a clock.
Okay.
Okay, so AG does have an event coming up, and we're gonna get that in the show notes.
Be like, hey, can you hear us?
All right, let's give him like 60 seconds, see if he wraps up.
Music from like the Grammys, where you play the music to get him off the stage.
I know. Here, let's give him 60 seconds, and then we'll have to move on to the next speaker.
Yeah. You want to give him 60 seconds?
Yeah, just give him like 60 seconds and.
Okay.
The system automatically initiates a trigger for you. When the text message is received, the system automatically initiates a trigger for you. Let me show you a very quick example of how that looks like. Here's a trigger of what happens when somebody sends me a text message. All these follow-ups that you can automatically create, right? When somebody calls me or texts me, there's a delay and there's an automated message sent back. And then, of course, you can make it as complicated as you want. Tuesday, we'll talk more in detail about this, okay? So that's the second key, my friends, automating. The new role of the game is automating your entire follow-up operations, your sifting operations, okay? So let's quickly talk about this before we open it up for questions. New rules of the game, I'll skip this, who this person is. Automated marketing, that's the name of the game, okay? Houseflies, we took a deeper dive. Of course, I did not have a chance to get into some other very powerful tools that you should have in your arsenal. You should absolutely be considering using a platform, whichever platform you choose, that allows you to have access to these tools. You absolutely need an ability to do mass texts. You need the ability to be able to do mass ringless voicemail drops. You'll be surprised how kind of a deal flow that you will be able to get. You need the ability to be.
All right, AG, we're going to drop the comment. We're going to drop it in his upcoming event in the comments and everything that Real Acquisitions, they put on some amazing events. You definitely want to check them out. He can't hear us, and I feel horrible about booting him because he's a friend. I've gotten to know him over the years. But thank you.
You got to stay on schedule.
Yeah, we got to stay on schedule. So, Jamie, go ahead and introduce our next guest.
Okay. So next, again, thank you, AG. Sorry, whenever he realizes this, you can just chat with him if you have any questions. Please, again, write any comments or questions that you have for him on the chat right now, so he can answer them in the chat. Next, we have Eddie Gant. Eddie is the founder of Jet Lending and one of the first HomeVestor franchise owners. With over 1,700 personal investment deals and another 3,000 deals through Jet Lending, his experience in the industry has earned him legend status among many investors, especially in Houston. Now, he is unfortunately not here today, so we had his pre-recorded. So we're going to go ahead and share that with you now. Let me figure out the... Sorry, let me figure out the... I guess we could just listen to AG talk. I need to figure out how to play the sound on it since it's a pre-recording.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for having me.
Here we go.
My presentation today, well, first of all, let me tell everybody who I am. I'm Eddie Gant, Jet Lending, and a whole host of other companies. We're an asset-based lender based in Houston, Texas. I think most people, certainly down in Southeast Texas, know who we are. We have a great reputation. We loan on fix and flips, landlord rental portfolios, and small commercial. So I started buying, flipping houses 21 years ago. So I started putting together a presentation several years ago with my best tips. And I think I started out with my 20 best tips. And then I went to my 25 best tips. And then I'm all the way up to 40. So I've got my 40 best tips. And most of this centers around either the fix and flip or rental properties. Now, as I go through this, have a little patience with me. There's 40 of them. Some of them you're going to roll your eyes and say, okay, Eddie, big deal. Everybody knows that. But there's going to be a handful in here that everybody out there is going to sit back and think, wow, that's pretty good right there. I'm going to use that one. And wherever we're in between. Okay. And I'll try to inject a little humor in here so you don't get bored out there. Okay, here we go. They're in no certain order. I'm just going to start shooting my 40 best tips. Buy low, sell high. Do that, and you'll be back in here next year. If you don't do that, you won't. Buy low, sell high. You do it, you'll be back. If you don't, you won't. Sounds pretty obvious, but I'm going to tell you, it is the lifeblood of the real estate investor. You'll close a whole lot more deals after you make that offer and you get a no. The seller goes, no, can't do that. Don't flinch. Don't move. That's when you dig in and get ready for negotiation. I have bought over 1,700 houses in my career. I've only had about 20, probably no more than 20. Yes, Eddie, I'll take that offer. And every time I got a yes after I made my offer, it was like, crap, pay too much. You feel that every time. So you get the no, you dig in. Now we start the real process. Here's a big one. And I'm going to try to flag the ones that I see most commonly made out there and the ones that are somewhat high impact. Don't prepay contractors that you don't know. Now, I know I probably got some contractor friends listening and they're going to get mad at me over this. But in 1,700 houses, we just don't prepay contractors we don't know. It is a recipe for you to pay for repairs twice. Okay. Here's a big one that tailgates that. When you're rehabbing a house, you or someone that works for you or your partner or your spouse or whoever visits that property at least every other day. If you don't go to the house every day or the minimum every other day while you're rehab, you will lose control of your rehab. I promise you. That's from lessons learned. Often you talk to a title company, you send your contract over there and the title company says, we can't close this. We can't, title's messed up. Can't close it. I cannot tell you how many times, probably three figures, meaning over 100 of I delivered my contract to the title company and the title company told me they couldn't close it. The title company's got to tell me no, probably 4 times minimum, maybe more. Because my response is, all right, I don't want to hear you can't close. I want to hear, how do we legally close this? What needs to be done to close it? And I will tell you, you will close a lot of deals where you got to know from your own title company by doing that. Become an expert on your contract forms. Know everything in there. Whether you're a licensed real estate agent in Texas or not, almost all of us use the TREC forms. You are required to, you are allowed to use the TREC forms, even if you're not a licensed agent. You can do that. They are intended for the use of licensed agents, but non-licensed agents can use them. That's not my point here. My point here is you got to dig into that contract and all of the addendum forms and amendment forms and know what they say. I'm going to say I'm probably more knowledgeable than 98% of the people out there on the TREC form, and it has made my life way easier by knowing what those forms say and being able to battle other agents. You know, when you're in negotiation and trying to get through the option period or whatever, know your contract forms. Kind of mentioned this earlier with Chris. One of the things I've done is I try to listen to what other successful real estate folks say. There's a lot of people out there, y'all, that talk. There's a lot of people on social media that talk and put stuff. I'm going to say 80 to 90% of the posts that I see on Facebook where someone will post something simple about a contract or what to do with a title issue, I'm going to say 80 to 90% of the suggestions are inaccurate. They're just wrong. So I don't try to call people out on that. It's never been my style, but you need to, you know, kind of evaluate what people are saying and make a decision. You know, does this person know what they're talking about or not? Because a lot of people don't. So the big lesson here is listen to what the people that are successful and have a good track record and that are honest are saying, and just be careful on the ones that maybe you're a little suspect of. All right, this is high impact. Sales and exit strategy. You need to know probably 2 to 3 good exit strategies. There's 7 or 8 out there. You need to know 2 or 3, and you need to know them well. You need to remember this. This is kind of a base rule that when I say this, a lot of people look at me like, what are you talking about? There's only 3 people you can sell a house to. Only 3. That is an owner occupant. That is a landlord investor or a fix and flip investor. That's it. If someone out there finds a 4th person to sell a house to, please let me know, because after 21 years, I've not found that 4th person. I was giving this exact presentation in Austin last year, and a young guy in the back of the room raised his hand, says, I got your 4th. I got your 4th. I got your 4th. And I walked up and I said, talking about a hedge fund, aren't you? He goes, yeah, that's it, hedge fund. I said, it's a landlord. It's just a big landlord, okay, that holds lots of houses, okay? But there's only 3, owner occupant, landlord investor, fix and flip investor. Who'll pay you the most? The answer is the owner occupant buyer. They'll pay you the most. Who'll pay you second most? It's the landlord investor. And who will pay you the least? And they are a distant third. They can't even see the tail lights of number 2. They're way behind. And that's the other fix and flip. So this is not an anti-wholesale presentation. So don't get me wrong. Don't get mad at me. But in my career, I've learned to sell to owner occupants or landlord investors because I want to make more money. So keep that in mind. Assignments have their place, and I would tell you when you're assigning contracts, you're gonna make less money, but there's a couple of reasons where it makes good sense. When you absolutely have no liquidity, you have small limited funds. I'm not making fun of anybody. I've been there. Okay, I was there one time. And you have zero monies to rehab and zero monies to carry the payments to your lender, then maybe you assign. And the risky the repairs are so big for whatever reason that this is a risky deal, then maybe you look at a signing because you never want to own that house. Let someone else, you just properly disclose and you tell them what you know, but it's just too much risk to do. Then, I kind of condone assigning contracts. Otherwise, I don't assign contracts. I close on them and then I market them. When you're going through the assignment process, you're limited on who you can sell it to and you're limited on time. When you close on them and then market them for sale, and you still may be marketing to other investors. I'm not saying you close on them and don't market to other investors, but you close on them, then you remove your limits. You can market to the world on time and contacts. Okay, think about that. Advertisement for Diet Coke, I guess. Okay. All right. And that's pure Diet Coke. There's no additives in that today yet. It's early. It's in the mornings, a.m. For those that know me, know I like to have a cold beer. And those that don't know me, you're welcome to buy me a cold beer sometime. Okay. All you got to do is ask. All right. There is money in junk. I learned that a long time ago. If a house is very, very poor condition, but livable or almost livable, there's a market for it. Now, tear downs, not livable, unless the dirt is really worth something. I don't play in that too much. I let somebody else have it. But if they're livable, even though they're ugly as whatever, and smells bad, looks worse, almost livable, there's money in that house. Do not walk by those opportunities. There is a huge market for that low end stuff, I assure you. Okay, here's one for you. 30 to 40% of your sales will come from yard signs. And I've said this many days, and I've had other people that say, Eddie, I got yard sign sales. I got houses. I got signs all in my yards. I'm not getting anything. And I'll say to them, who's answering the phone on those? Well, it's my wife's cousin's best friend's daughter. Well, therein lies your problem right there. Okay. It's who's answering these yard sign calls. I remember a year or two ago, I went to a buddy's house. He was having trouble selling it. And I drove up and the grass was 3 foot high, maybe exaggerating a little bit, maybe 2 foot. I didn't see his yard sign. So I got out, walked through the front yard, and I saw the yard sign laying over in the high grass. You couldn't see it when I drove up. So I called him. I took him a picture and I called him. I said, man, I love your strategy. You make the buyer get out of the vehicle at the street and walk through the grass in order to get the number off the sign. I love that strategy. And of course, I'm being a smart aleck, excuse me. But my point being here, you need to take your yard sign program seriously and look at who's answering that phone call. When a buyer calls off the yard sign, they've already approved of a couple of things that you may not have their approval of if they see it elsewhere, online or wherever. They've approved of the street and they've approved of the exterior of that property when they call you. They've already approved. The only thing you got to get them passed down is the interior. Okay? Take that very seriously. All right. Here's a big one. This is in high impact. When I make an offer, let's just say I make an offer on June 1. Okay? I get a certain number of percent of acceptances from sellers at the appointment. We start following up on day 2 and we never stop. From day 2 through day 30, we get another X percent of our buys. Okay. Now, day 30 and beyond. Okay. This is the number year in and year out. It hovers around this amount. We get 40% of our deals, 40% of our deals more than 30 days after making the first offer. Think about that. 40%. That is a huge number. You never give up on these old offers. If you do, and most of you do give up on them too quick, you're leaving a lot of money on the table. Just trust me on that. Okay. Most investors fail due to blank. Most investors fail due to blank. Somebody will guess bad marketing, paying too much, false expectations, blah, blah, blah. Most investors, in 21 years, I've seen a lot of people come and go. They run out of cash. They don't manage their cash. Okay. Always remember that. Use other people's money if you have the option. Save, conserve your cash. You can never get in trouble if you got money in the bank, ever. Okay. Remember that. Okay. I think you can do this business by yourself up to 20, 25 houses a year. I don't think you need a lot of help if you're going to do it full time. But once you go over 25 houses a year, you need some help. The workload is too intense. So hire assistants to do things that either you don't like to do or you're not good at. And I'm going to tell you, in 21 years of business, that's something I've done a very good job of. Okay. I hire people around here that are good at or do things I'm not good at. Like today, technology. I'm the worst. Okay. My staff will tell you that, but I have a great staff, and that's something we fill those voids with employees and assistants. Okay. Here's a good one. So many times I walk in an investor's rehabbed property or they're near completion and the fine details are not done. Remember this, most investors do a really good job on the first 80% of the rehab. Then they get sloppy, they get lazy, they don't finish the deal. And it's that last 20% of those finishing touches when I walk in somebody else's rehab that I'm normally very critical of. They just haven't done it to the level they need to do at the very end. 80% do a good job on the first 80%, and then they don't do a good job on the last 20% of the work. Remember that. All right. This may be as high of impact as anything I'm going to tell you. And most investors do it backwards. Don't solve title issues until you're under contract. Think about that for a second. How many times, and be honest with yourself, how many times have you gone to see a seller and the seller tells you up front, we got title problems. There are 4 of us that's inherited this. One of my brothers is dead. They've got 2 children, and you run off down the street trying to fix all of this, and you're not even under contract. And then what if you fix it? You may have fixed this for someone else because you're not under contract yet. Get them under contract, then solve your title issues. It is imperative that you do it that way. Okay. Think about these 2 responses you could give that example. You're talking to Joe, the son. Well, Joe, I don't know. I don't know. We never close this thing. Let me see what I can do. Let me make a phone call or 2. That's one response. How about this response? Hey, Joe, we deal with it all the time. My title company is great at this. They're going to work with you hand in hand to fix all of this so we can close, but they cannot start that process till we have a contract. Let's get a contract signed. We get it over to my title company. They'll work with you almost on a daily basis. Don't charge you a penny unless we close, and that actually I'll probably pay for it. But let's get a contract going, and we'll fix all of this, and we'll be closing in 3 or 4 weeks. Good chance we'll be closed. Think about those two different responses there, what the difference is. Okay? All right. Think like a business person, not a rehabber. It's a simple concept, but I can assure you in these 1,700 houses that I have bought, I am not the expert on which paint, which light fixtures, and which countertops to put in. Okay. But I'm pretty darn good at figuring where I'm going to get my money, how much money it's going to take, what the ARV is, how long I'm going to hold it, how I'm going to market it. Think like a business person, not a rehabber. Okay. This is a big one. Home run deals where you hit them out of the park. They do not occur on MLS most of the time. They do not occur through buying from another investor most of the time. They occur in the living room or the kitchen where you're setting what I call eyeball to eyeball with the seller, the person that owns the property. That's where you hit them out of the park. That's good form. Y'all didn't know I used to be a baseball player, did you? I was looking at myself in my screen here.
I can't hear you. Anybody else here?
All right. I muted my thing. So I told Eddie, I was like, hey, I can give the short version or the long version since he was pre-recording it. And I was like, just go ahead and give the long version. Go ahead and give the long version. We'll get to what we get to, and we'll find a way for everyone to get the full version. That way you all get more value. So his top tips are truly amazing. I've seen them a couple of times over the years, and he changes them. So make sure that you're commenting and leave us a review, like with context, and we'll make sure that we get the long version of his full presentation out to you. It actually worked out really well, so now we can catch up on time. So we'll get that full version out to you. Eddie has been an unofficial mentor to Jamie and I since the very beginning. Like he was I think the first big investor I ever spoke with on the phone. I was just calling investors, networking. And he told me about Jet Lending. They funded several of our first deals. And then he was just someone that every single time he hosted an event, I was there taking notes. Doing what Matt Gardner said, like going, networking, communicating, and getting to know who's in your town, who's doing stuff. And he was one of those folks. So it's been a pleasure. I know he wished he could be here live, but I'm glad we were able to get him in for a pre-recording. We'll get that long version. Again, leave us a review on Facebook or on YouTube. Comment. I'm gonna check out. All yours, Jamie.
All right. So next we have Joseph James. Joseph is a commercial real estate coach and founder of ROI Muse. He and his team of coaches and consultants have trained over 2,000 agents and brokers in commercial real estate. So welcome, Joseph.
Hey, how are you, Jamie? Glad I'd be make it here. Hey,
Yep.
Chris.
It's all yours now. I'm going to hop out.
All right. Can you see my screen and hear me okay?
I can see your screen. Just go ahead and
All right. Let me
put it
change
on
my screen. Okay, there you go.
there you go. Okay, I'm hopping out. You're good.
Thanks, Jamie. Hey, folks, my name is Joseph James. I'm a commercial real estate broker, a multifamily syndicator, and an investor. I'm also the founder of ROI Muse. ROI Muse is a deal analysis software for commercial, multifamily, and also for residential. So here's our website, ROI Muse, and we're going to do a quick case study today. So once you log into ROI Muse, these are some of the tools you have access to. Commercial deal analysis, which is used for multifamily and for commercial assets. Then we have commercial lease analysis for real estate agents and brokers. Residential deal analysis, this is the tool that we're going to use today. And then we also have the construction and rehab estimator as well. So let me get into the residential itself. So I've already logged in here. So we're going to do a quick case study. So here we are talking about a property that is ARV of 190, purchase price of 104K, repairs of 46K, and rent of 1,800. So let me show you how to analyze this deal in under 5 seconds. So here we go. So let's say, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to pick your strategy. We have 6 different strategies you can pick from available today, and we'll be adding more as we go. So we're going to do a BRRRR case study with hard money. So I'm going to select that as my strategy, and then we're going to change our ARV to 190,000, and our purchase price is 104,000, and our rehab is 46,000, and then our rent monthly is 1,800. That's it. I'm done with my analysis. Let's go back and look at the results. I'm going to scroll down here to our dashboard section. So we can see this one is a $26,000 equity capture. Basically, what that means is that's how much profit you made up front, by the time you're done with the BRRRR process. 58% yield based on a 5-year hold. So we can do up to 30-year hold analysis. In this case, I'm doing a 5-year hold, 58% yield on this property, 130% equity capture. On top of that, you're getting a whopping 36% cash on cash return. So everything is instantly calculated for you. I mean, I can scroll down and look at the graphs and see how the breakdown of expenses and how much money went into the deal. And it also gives you all the details behind the calculations. So in this case, we had a 5-year hold, and the disposition, which is the sale of the property, happens after 5 years. The value of the property at that time, based on a 3% assumption of in market price increase, is about $220,000. So that is how we model this. And the reason why I can do this in under 5 seconds is because pretty much everything is going to be the same, right? All, your financing available to you based on your hard money loan, your financing available for your refinance, all of that is going to be pretty much same each time. So I can set that as default. So in this case, I can show you that I put it as 75% loan to value for my hard money loan, 10% interest, and 2 points. That's already in the system stored. So we can store different defaults for each kind of deals we are doing. And for my refinance also, I've already set my defaults 80% loan to value, 5% interest rate, and 1 point as well. So that is how it can be calculated so quickly. And then for my property tax, I put a 2% default, so that automatically got calculated. But you can come and override any of these once you go deeper into this. But to do a quick analysis, all you need to do is put in your ARV, put in your purchase price, put in your rehab estimate, and also put in your monthly rents. That's it, 4 inputs, and everything else automatically calculated for you. Now, one of the best things about when you're doing real estate investments is you should look at multiple strategies, because not every deal is going to fit one strategy, right? Before you pass on the deal, let's also look at different strategies to see what we can do. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this one to say, hey, what if I bought this with cash? If I had a partner or if I had the cash to go buy this, let's just change that. And let's go back and look at that. Look at that, 37,000 equity capture upfront. Yield of your total investment in this deal by the time you refinance is only $590,000. So almost an infinity kind of deal here. Literally nothing in the deal for you. 1,000+% of yield on this property, and also 1,000+ cash on cash return. This is insane, right? If you buy it with cash, and the assumption here is we're going to let's look at some of the assumptions here. We're going to say months to lease is 2 months, months to refinance is 6 months. So we already have factored that it's going to take about 6 months for us to refinance based on we're buying this with cash, and we may have to season it a little bit before we refinance. So that's all factored into my assumptions, right? These assumptions are stored as defaults in the system. For each strategy, we can store the default assumptions. So it makes it really easy for you to do that. I didn't have to do any inputs here, right? This deal is the same. So now let's look at, hey, can we flip this deal? How much money are we going to make if we flip this deal? So all I need to do is come here and change this one to say I want to flip this with hard money. Well, my defaults are already in there. I don't have to do anything other than look at my results. Okay, it's a $15,000 gross profit for a hard money, about 67% ROI, annualized ROI of 203%. So your total investment, total money you need for this deal is $23,000, but you're going to make a $15,000 profit on this one. Now you can also do, what if we bought this with cash? So go and change that to flip all cash, and okay, so a little bit better, $22,000 profit. About 14% ROI, because you're paying a lot of, you also need about $153,000 to do that deal, because you're buying with cash and you're paying for the rehab with cash as well. So let's go back to the flip here. I'll show you a couple of tricks here. So we'll go back to the hard money flip, and let's say we are getting a $15,000 profit. Now, if you wanted to say, I want to get at least a $25,000 profit, then you will type in 25,000 here, and then simply click on this recalculate button here, and it'll tell you how much you should pay. So if you paid $94,000 for this property, then you will get exactly $25,000 profit if all of your other assumptions are correct. So that is a much better deal. So you know exactly how to calculate that. Now, if you're a wholesaler, all you need to know is what is your criteria for your investor. If your investor's criteria is $25,000, you calculate the maximum price based on your investor's criteria, and all you need to do is put in your wholesale fee here. So basically, what you should be paying is $89,000. So the wholesaler's maximum offer is also built into all of these calculations. Now, if I went back to the BRRRR with hard money, so we are getting, let me put that price back to, we were at 104 before. All right, 104. it's going to give you about, you can see it here, 130% equity capture and 36% cash on cash return. Now, if you're a wholesaler and if you knew that your investor would buy this property for, let's say, a 20% cash on cash return, you can put in 20% as your criteria and then simply click the recalculate, and you can pay up to $120,000. Your investor should be paying up to $120,000. You should really buy this property for $110,000 if you want to make a $10,000 wholesale fee on this deal. So very easy to calculate. I mean, obviously, as a wholesaler, you need to know how much, what the market will bear and how much investors are willing to pay, right? In some cases, if your investor wants to buy it based on, let's say, an 80% equity capture up front, you can type in equity of 80% as my criteria and then click on recalculate. It says 109. 109 is how much the investor is willing to pay. If you want a $10,000 profit, you should only pay $99,000 for this property. And you can just simply look at, all the numbers here. All the calculations are given for you. So you can say also a great learning tool if you're starting out in the business to see, how these numbers are calculated. So basically, you're looking at the cash you need for purchase, and the cash you need for refi, and all the holding costs and everything else is calculated. And once you're doing the flip, let me go back to the flip so I can show you. So let's say we go back to the hard money flip. And, a lot of the time people make mistakes because they don't account for all the costs that can happen in a flip. So in this case, you can see here's how much cash you need to close. Interest payments, the hard money interest payments are in there. Operating expenses are in there, which your taxes, insurance, and all of that stuff. If you're going to do 4 months or 6 months to complete the flip, all of that's already included in there, your loan payoff and your sales costs, right? So all of that's in the default here. So we said the month to close was 4 months. So this is a small flip. So we figured that we can complete that in 4 months. We already put in 6% as your sales cost, which is your commissions and other cost. And if you're a real estate agent, then you can just change that to 3% because you only need to pay one side, right? So now it's a better return for you, right? Because now you don't have to pay yourself a commission. So everything is already in the default. So the chances of you making a mistake is very little. And once you're done with your analysis, if you want to present it, you can also save multiple analysis here. All I need to do is, let me go ahead and save this. And so you can see on the top here, I've already created 5 different analyses: BRRR or BRR with hard money, BRR with cash, flip with hard money, and flip with cash. So it's very easy to do. All I need to do is, like now I am here. So if I say save as, it's going to create another analysis for me, just like that. I just need to rename it to say, this is, let's call it, BRR with hard money or with cash. And I change my strategy here to cash. And that's it. Just like that, it creates another scenario for you, an exit strategy for you.
Hey, Joseph, we got like one more minute here.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Chris. So one quick thing. So once you're done with your analysis, you can also create a nice looking presentation, right? So here's my presentation. Here's my property overview. Here's my property highlights and all the images of the property. And here's my dashboard for the deal. So you can do multiple analysis, and then you can send it to your clients, send it to your lender, send it to your partners. So everything is already in there so they can make a quick decision. And the main advantage is you can make a quick decision and try to avoid mistakes when you are underwriting and analyzing deals. That's all I need to cover. I'll put my contact information in the chat. If anybody wants to reach out to me, you can reach out to me or my team. Thank you, Chris.
So your software is, and I remember when we played around with it a couple months ago, I was like, man, I wish I had something like this years ago, right when we got started. So we ended up building out these extravagant Excel spreadsheets, which worked. I mean, they did what they were supposed to do, but having a platform, technology has evolved over time. Having a platform to be able to do that with just punching in numbers and handle all the calculations for you is so helpful. And also being able to compare those with the various different exit strategies like flip. So if we would have used something like that in the beginning, like whenever I did my slideshow, I had one where we grossed like 100,000. But if we basically what we would have done is we would have looked at, hey, if we would have flipped that property, 30 grand, not a bad payday. 3 years. Well, okay, we wouldn't have estimated the appreciation we actually received, but if we would have estimated based on normal projections, it'd been like 60 grand or 70 grand. Like, it becomes common sense whenever you can do that from a comparison. So what are some other ways that you're finding investors that they're, and we're just gonna take like another minute or so. What are some other ways that you can find that you found that investors have used your tool to help them make better financial decisions?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's basically, main thing is, calculating the maximum offer price, right, with one click, right? So if you don't know how to calculate the maximum offer price based on your criteria, right, at some point you have to be flexible with your criteria. The first thing is we teach and we recommend is, what your numbers are. If you say, I want to buy a property for 100% equity capture, then, then the deal is good if it's 100% equity capture, right? In a competitive situation when, you can't get the numbers, you don't know what the maximum offer you should make. If you know your strategy that's clear, and if your investment criteria is clear, then it makes it so much easier for you to calculate the maximum offer, right? So you can be very more competitive, right? So you know exactly what number will work for you. And based on the location and things like that, be a little flexible, right? So it's not always going to be 100%. 89% is good enough.
Love it. So yeah, folks can go to roimuse.com. But if you get the email, we've got a link, a special promo link, and you're going to get it after this event. You'll get a little discount. It's actually not a little discount. It's a pretty big discount that you're absolutely going to love. So that is, I really appreciate it. Great tool. Check this guy out. Check his tool out. He knows what he's doing. Great analytics. It'll help you make better decisions. And thank you, Joseph.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, next up we have Connor Steinbrook. Connor is a former professional online poker player and founder of Investor Army. He used social media to grow his business from near bankruptcy to a multi-million-dollar company within 3 years. It's pretty awesome. He is a social media influencer with over 37,000 YouTube subscribers and 1.8 million views. His real estate team of over 600 agents spans across 35 states and 4 countries, including Canada and Mexico. Wow, pretty awesome. Poker player, huh?
Can y'all hear me, Jamie?
Yes, the floor is all yours. I'm going to hop out of here.
Awesome. What's going on, guys? Sorry, I'm in my car. I'm traveling today, but I'm going to give you some good information. So quickly to run down on my story here, how I stumbled into social media and YouTube video marketing. And we're going to talk about primarily credibility marketing today and what you need to do with it. Is they mentioned that I went off to college in 2003. I put $20 in a poker site for fun, ran it to a small fortune. And then in 2011, what happened was the online poker sites got shut down by the United States Department of Justice. Now, during this time, this was a very tough time for me because I lost everything because I had one income stream. It wasn't residual. I had no equity component to my business model, and I had no duplication. So at that moment, I realized I was going to go into real estate to build time and money freedom, buying rental properties. I jumped into real estate, guys. I failed miserably, went almost $100,000 in debt. I ran out of money, but I had time, which is what I want you guys to understand, is because of social media, technology, and the internet, if you guys have time, you can build a business. So what happened was Google had just acquired YouTube. I realized that YouTube was going to really play a big impact into the algorithm. So I started building private YouTube channels, linking to my websites. And what happened was it pushed my websites up to be #1 in Dallas. So I started buying houses. I built a big wholesaling company, transitioned to fix and flip rentals, owner financing, creating notes, selling partial notes, and went into mobile homes and land deals, and all because of social media marketing and video marketing. Now, what I want you guys to ask yourself right now is, what are you doing compared to your competition that puts you in a hierarchy position for credibility in the marketplace? So there's only so many things you guys can do to distinguish yourself from your competition. Being on camera, having a microphone on your hand, being on magazine covers. So what I want you guys to start thinking about is not just lead generation, but lead conversion. So as I travel around the country teaching people how to, generate leads for motivated sellers, a lot of people think to double their business, they have to double their lead generation. So let's say you guys are generating 10 leads a month from certain type of strategy, you get 1 out of 10 under contract. If you ask the average person how to double their business, they're going to say I have to generate 20 leads a month so I can get 2 deals a month. The easiest way to double your business, guys, is to double your conversion. So let's say you're getting 1 out of 10. Let's try to get 2 out of 10 or 3 out of 10. So you can either increase your lead generation or increase your conversion. Now, the way you increase your conversion is to increase your credibility, and that's what social media and video marketing can do. So what I want to go over here, guys, is kind of how a business is built. So marketing creates attention, and then once you have attention, you need communication, the ability to negotiate, overcome objections, break habits, and influence. So how are you going to get the attention in the first place over your other partner, over your competition? Video marketing is what I've used, and YouTube video marketing is the best thing I know about. So the first thing is people struggle to get attention. YouTube is going to do that for you. You're actually going to be able to communicate a message to the individual you're talking to as compared to sending a postcard or having them call you off a bandit sign or something like that. So what I want to impress upon you guys is it's not about what you know or who you know anymore. It's about who knows you. So think about that, right? So if people don't know you in your marketplace, if other people know the other person better than you, they have a bigger brand, you're going to be losing heads up deals all the time. So I want to talk about video marketing here real quick in a form of passive versus active. So you guys all understand when it comes to making money, it's better to make it residually than it is through active income. But I want you guys to start thinking about that with your marketing as well. So let's talk about leverage here real quick. So let's say I send a postcard. I spend 40, 50 cents or whatever it is. I get one touch, they throw it in the trash. I spent money, I spent time. If I create a video, I put a video out. Let's say I spent 10 minutes to create that video. What if 100,000 people watch that video? 100,000 people could trade 10 minutes back to the 10 minutes I traded one time. So you're getting an exponential leverage based off what you're doing as far as the time you're putting into your marketing. Now, the other thing is YouTube and video marketing has evergreen content. So that means just like an evergreen tree, that information, those videos that you put out, if they're relevant today, 5 years from now can be relevant tomorrow. What that means is your efforts today can generate you business tomorrow. Now, I want to talk about conversion here real quick and communication because I just got limited time with you guys here. But you may be familiar with what's called 10-45-45. And if you guys are not on video marketing going forward, you guys are putting yourself in a very dangerous position that your competition is going to weed you out of the marketplace. So if you don't know what 10-45-45 means, 10 stands for the words you say, the actual script, the actual words that are being talked about. Then the 45%, the other 45% are for nonverbal body language communication, and then the emphasis, conviction, and delivery of the message that you have. So if you take two different individuals, they're going for the same movie role, have the same script, who gets the movie role? It's based off the way they deliver the message and then also their nonverbal body language communication. So if you guys are just doing postcards, billboards, cold calling, you're doing all these different marketing strategies, but you don't have the video component to it, you guys are really leaving a lot of deals on the table. So I want you to start thinking about how to do reactive, passive marketing, how to put things out there once that work for you forever. So it's so important to understand this, guys. Okay. So a lot of you guys are transitioning into your business right now, thinking about you need to have a website. You guys have to have a website, right? Now, why do you have a website? For credibility. Because if you go out to a property, your competitor goes out to the property, everything's held constant, everything's held the same. Then they look up your competitor, they find they have a website, a professional website, they look you up and you're non-existent. Who do you think is going to get that deal? Now, going forward because of social media, it's amplified one more level. So if you go out there and your competition has a massive social media following and you don't, they're going to find out, or they're going to look them up on the internet, and they're going to go with them all the time. So all the time we're winning deals underneath, from behind other investors, we're offering less than them because of credibility, because of our YouTube channel. Sorry guys, it's kind of hot in here, I'm sweating here. But so what I want you guys to start thinking about is paid versus organic. So when it comes to online social media marketing, you can go direct to the individual you're talking to by paying for ads, or you can basically build your channel organically like I did as an asset long-term that builds over time. But today you can go direct to your target by marketing to them. So why, if you guys are not doing YouTube ads for your motivated seller business, you guys are leaving a lot of money on the table, is because you can target exactly who you're trying to reach. For example, we're about to go into a big foreclosure boom, a lot of people think. What if you could run an ad to people in your city looking for how to stop foreclosure? So I can go on the internet, basically pick a video out where that video may be how to stop foreclosure. Let's say it has 100,000 views all across the world. Well, I can actually take that video URL in my back office, run an ad on top of that video only for the zip code of houses I'm trying to buy. So if anybody in that zip code goes on the internet and watches that video, my ad is going to pop up first to watch. Other things that you can do is run ads on top of probate attorneys, divorce attorneys, tax delinquents, evictions, right? So find the same types of strategies that we're always doing, but get in front of these individuals by running an ad right on top of their video. right on top of that video. So this is a great way to get in front of individuals and speak to them. Now, a lot of times people do business with who they know, like, and trust, and video marketing allows you to build rapport before you ever go out to the property. So you guys know what it's like to spend 1-2 hours sometimes sitting with the homeowner trying to build that rapport. If you guys build a social media following big enough, you won't have to do that anymore. When you show up, the rapport is already built with these individuals. So I want you guys to start thinking about lead generation, but primarily lead conversion, and how to create marketing out there that's going to be working for you 24/7. Now, when you have a video and somebody's watching it in their room, is that more powerful than getting a postcard in their hand that they're going to barely touch? So also, they can go back and watch these videos again. So what I want you guys to start thinking is how to get an organic strategy going and then a paid strategy going. One is going to be long-term, one is going to be short-term, but direct to who you're trying to get to. Now, another reason, guys, this is important is because you want to give the control to the person you're working with. So here's a case study of a property that we bought. It was a 3-time Super Bowl winner's house. He played for the Cowboys. They must have had 20 people mailing them for foreclosure. They had bankruptcy attorneys on their front step. They had all sorts of people leaving notes on their door. But because I had a video on the internet, when they went on the internet and they called me, what the difference is on a psychological level is that homeowner is taking control in their own hands. They're reaching out to me, so they feel like they're in control of their situation. Whereas when you're reaching out to them and they're responding to you, they feel like you're almost hunting them and taking advantage of their situation. So if you have reactive marketing versus proactive marketing, your conversion rates are going to pick up a lot higher. So what you guys need to think about is how to get inbound leads contacting you instead of you contacting them. So, Chris, how much time do I have? I got 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, about 10 more minutes.
Okay.
And unless you want to open up to questions, because I've got a lot of thoughts on the topic too. So you run the course, and I'll hop in if needed.
Yeah, I mean, we can open up to questions if you want. Whatever you want me to do.
All right, folks. So this is something I did not anticipate taking the stage with Connor, but it is something that I've become very, very passionate in. Like if you follow me on social media, you've seen that clearly. You may not have known what's going on behind the scenes or whatnot, but this is something. So Connor caught this trend early. He's been very fortunate in that he was able to figure it out and make the connections on what was going on, and he's been able to capitalize on that, both from an influence and also that's resulted in monetary benefits to him. But this is early. I was making this. I forget which guest was on, but basically what I was saying is when it comes to online marketing and online interactions and business and commerce and all that stuff, like right now, in the grand scheme of things, it's small. It's small. So when you think like Connor's got 37,000 followers, and I mean, we got 500, that is tiny. Like 10 years, what does that look like whenever 60% of all commerce ends up being online? Like right now, I think it's like maybe 25, 30. And that's a big bump up just from COVID. Like that is still tiny. What's it going to look like when a majority of folks like they never go to the grocery store? It's all online. That's in the context of reviews over with the 5 Oak guys. So building an audience, and here's the biggest hang up. Connor, correct me if I'm wrong. When you're talking and you're consulting with folks that want to build an online channel, whether it's YouTube or any type of online presence on how they're communicating with their guests, correct me if I'm wrong here, the number one thing that holds them back is they're afraid of their face on that camera. Right?
Yeah, everybody's fearful of judgment.
Who's the biggest judge? Really? Is it me that's really the judge of the value, or is it whoever's on the other end watching it?
Yeah, guys, you have a limited window of time. Right now, there's this many people doing YouTube in our industry. There's this many allocated minutes watched spread across this many channels. As this grows, this market share is going to shrink. So we're in an early adopter strategy here real quick. So you guys have to understand what's happening. Before these big brands get into YouTube and internet marketing, they're still in primary strategies like television and radio. We have this little niche right now where you guys can build your own radio channel and your own television show using podcasts and video marketing with no expense. There's no, debriefing rooms. When I do a podcast, I don't have to sit down with 20 people in a network going over what I said, if I said something wrong, or going over policy. You guys can run your own independent business and communicate with these tools that we have now, that if you think back just 20 years ago, is unbelievable. Think about how much you would have to pay to get somebody to watch a 30-second commercial on any primetime television show. And now, because of YouTube, with a phone that you're already paying for, a free platform, a little bit of work ethic, you guys can build a national brand just if you get outside your fear set.
Now, here's the next. If the insecurity of what they look like or what they say on camera, that's typically the number one holdback. And ultimately, you don't get to be the judge of that. Like, if you already don't think you're a professional in your unique niche, which you can either be the professional or you can be the journalist. Like, you actually don't have to be the professional. You could just document your journey. People like watching that too. And just be real. Like, hey, look, I just got my license. This is what I'm doing. Like, I've seen successful agents do that. And then like 2 years later, like now they're crushing it. But the next thing is, as you're building this, think, what would your business look like if in 10 years, like, you've got 50, 75,000 followers? These are people that you now control, or you don't control, but you have significant influence that cost you very little to reach out and communicate with them. And if you don't do that, what's your alternative? Direct mail? Direct mail is great. Like, using like what Joe was talking about with mailbox power. Like, tremendous way to get very granular and send a very personalized message.
Well, think about, like Chris, like if you guys are doing direct mail, how much does it cost you to do your second, third, fourth, and fifth touch? So let's say you spend do a direct mail campaign, you spend 30, 40 cents a piece. What's the next touch? Same cost. Next touch, same cost. When it comes to internet marketing, your first touch is the most expensive, and then you drop it down slower for retargeting. So your expense to market is going to drop. How deep you can target the individual is going to increase, and you can pick where you want to a lot easier. So you don't have to just buy a wide generic reaching list. You can now pick certain zip codes, certain types of properties, certain price points. You can market directly to who you want.
And it's not going to last this way forever. So like Connor was talking about, you've got the content creators, which is like this small, and then you've got the overall consumers. That's us, like flicking through our little phone, checking stuff out. That's this big. Well, creators, they get bigger. Like on Facebook, 5 years ago, you can go, like, the organic reach was massive because there was very few creators, very few marketers out there creating content, tons of consumers. Well, that changed. It evolves over time. That's just the way things work. And they eventually shut that down because they want there to be more consumers. But their ad platform is still, I mean, you can like Facebook for their, what they do and all these social media platforms. Like, you can hate them for what they do. But at the end of the day, they are a platform. They have consumers that are your customers on the other end using them. Think of them as a business tool. It's all they are. They're a business tool. Is there a learning curve? Yes. It may, depending on your expertise, be a painful learning curve. But the pain, if you're going to be in this game for the next 10, 15 years, for not learning it, is going to be huge. Yep. It's going to be big because, like, right now you can run video views for 1 cent per view. 5 years from now, it's not going to be that cheap. It will not be that cheap.
The cost of attention is the lowest it's ever going to be in our lifetimes, guys. And I get all the time, people ask me, they're like, should I be doing social media video marketing? Should I be on YouTube? And it's really like someone coming up to you saying, should I drink water today? If you're an entrepreneur, it's just like not having a website 7 years ago, 5 years ago. You have to be on video marketing now because everybody else is going to do it. If you're not, and you don't have a video presence out there, you don't have a social media presence, when these homeowners are looking into you and other competitors, and they see these other people are everywhere and you're nowhere, how do you think that's going to pan out? So I want you to start thinking about credibility, what you can do. Can you write a book, get on a book cover? There's book licensing companies. Chris probably had Max Keller on here in Brant, where you can license their books and you can put your face on their book. How do you get on magazine covers? How do you get on stage and speak? How do you get on video? How do you get on podcasts? The more you can get your face out there in credibility positions, your consumer is going to look into you on the internet. When they type your name in, you see you pop up everywhere. You're at the leg up on everybody else right there.
attention. It's all about attention and being able to get it underpriced. Otherwise, you can go out and pay for the billboard and the TV ads. It's expensive, or you can find ways to do it underpriced. I forgot where I was going here. Okay. So learning this stuff, and there is a learning curve, and that's what Google's for, right? Like, you didn't know how to drive a car. I mean, you didn't Google how to drive a car, but someone showed you. Like, there is stuff out there. You can go pay, I don't know, $49, probably do a webinar, and they'll show you how to do social media. Connor's got a course that, at least with Invested Agents, we just give it to our real estate team for free on how to build a channel. But you can Google this stuff and figure it out. And if you can figure it out, like, you're going to be far ahead, because most agents will not do it. I see what other agents are doing out there, and we've got some pretty cool stuff of what we're going to be doing over the next couple of weeks. They're not doing it, or if they do it, they'll do it 1 or 2 times. And this is the thought I was mentioning earlier. Time is the next big excuse for not doing it. That was my excuse to Connor for a year. When I met Connor, I knew I didn't know him. But when I saw what he did, I was like, wow. And then he started saying all the same stuff he's just told y'all. And then I was like, cool. Hey, I'm going to do that. And then I was like, I'm busy. Never got the time. I actually went out and bought a little like 101 level studio equipment. Never did it. It was just time. Time was always my excuse. But here's the trick on the time. Don't create. Don't go out there. I mean, you can if you have the time or unique moments come up. You don't have to create anything new. Just document what you're doing. If you're out there and you're running your business, just document it. If you're going on a showing for a house that's in Memorial and it's like a $500,000 house, show up 5 minutes early before your client. Do a video walkthrough, pointing out all the unique things or what buyers need to be looking for in certain homes in that neighborhood. Maybe interview your clients and get some actual video feedback from them. Same thing with sellers. Just document what you're already doing, and then it's not much time. You can get a VA to do all the post-production, all the little technical details for very cheap.
What I'd say to them, and Chris, is a lot of times what I see people hold them up, Chris, is perceived difficulty, not the reality of the real difficulty. So a lot of times you guys are creating monsters and things in your mind of how difficult it's going to be, how much you have to learn, how much time, kind of what Chris says, the time investment to get there. This is not a very difficult thing to do, guys. There's not that many working parts. It just seems like it is a different language. And when you look in the back office, you see all these tabs, these different charts, these analytics. You don't need to use a lot of that, guys. You just need to start putting content out there. And as you do it, you'll get better. If you go back and watch my first videos, they're laughable. I mean, one of my most viewed videos I did right after I took a nap, got up, didn't even have good lighting. My hair's all messed up. And because what I started doing was I was tired of answering the same questions for people over and over and over. So I said, how do I leverage my time? Let me film a video one time, post it on YouTube, and anytime somebody asks me a question about this, I'll just send them the video link. So a lot of times you guys are not doing this because of a perceived difficulty that you've created in your mind that's creating procrastination. So you just have to do it because every 6 months, every 12 months, every 18 months that goes by, in early adopter strategies, market share gets taken. So the opportunity is decreasing every single day that goes by. So there's a time clock to it. So the faster you guys do this now, the bigger, the better the opportunity.
Ultimately, this is what it all revolves around to. This is a race of content. So Gary Vee likes to say content at scale. Every single piece of content you put out there is one little teeny tiny fish line in the water. Now, you may catch a fish with it. Probably won't. In this type of pond, you're probably not going to. You can't go and say, hey, I'm going to go change my business and post on LinkedIn 1 time a day or go tweet once a day. There's just too much content. No one's going to notice you. It's going to take more than that. But over time, being consistent, tweeting multiple times a day, putting multiple, and there are tools for this to make it simple. And especially if you're documenting, not creating multiple times a day, 10 years from now you've got like, I don't know, 20,000 pieces of content out there that's searchable, that's contextual, searchable. Now consumers see that. Not only do they see it now, but also once they find you and they're interested in you, they're probably now doing their research and due diligence. Now they see like, oh man, this person's active. Like this agent's all over the place. I'm gonna give them a shout. Got a house. I don't know any realtors, or I'm moving in the area. Let's see what happens. So
yeah, you guys just got to start, because now looking back, I have almost 1,000 pieces of content out there on the internet. Now, looking back, if you were asking me when I started and say you go put 1,000 pieces of content out there, I said no way, that doesn't seem possible, and it would have been too big of an effort in my mind. But if you guys start putting out 2 videos a week and then going on a podcast here and there, doing a podcast here and there, before you know it, guys, if you're just putting out content every week, over time that asset builds and you're going to have a following, and 2-3 years down the road you're going to get paid off for the efforts you're putting in today. But it's going to take a little bit of time to get this rocket ship off the ground. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of effort, because your channel's small, but it grows exponential. Because if you have 10 people, say 2 people out of 10 like it, that's 2 people sharing word of mouth or sharing your videos on the internet. It's not a lot. Now you get to 100, same percentage, but now you're at 20. 1,000, 200. So as time grows, more people share your videos, more people talk about you, and it creates attention as a funnel to you. And so it's going to be very, very slow and stressful in the beginning, guys. You just have to push through that pain barrier and get through there and have some personal initiative to stay consistent and keep doing it. Because if you do it and you pull it off, it's going to change your life forever, like it did mine and a lot of other people who have built big channels.
Yep. Last little thing. One other little trick on the content, like you can take long form content and chop it up into small form. So say you've got 1 5-10 minute video. Well, that can actually be like 15 different pieces of content. Like you may have 3 or 4 different 1-2 minute like value nuggets in there. Plus you've got the long form. Plus it can be converted into text, into a blog, and then you can create images and image overlays, and then just voice. Like there's so many things that you can make one single piece of long form content. So you don't have to make it difficult. Just document what you're already doing. Have a VA or assistant or someone chop it up for you, and you can put it out there and repurpose the content you're already doing. So it's just a good time saving tool. So Connor, how should folks, if they want to reach out to you? And we're going to invite him. I don't know. We got something special at the end of the day. I know he's traveling. He's traveling all over the country helping out his team. I'm not sure if hey, I thought mine was your favorite YouTube channel.
Yeah, Kobe ours was. Come on.
Be back later. I love you, Kobe. But in any case, so Connor, if you're not able to come back later, that's fine. But how should folks reach out to you?
I'll just put my number in the chat box and my email.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So
find me on Facebook. Or email me.
He's all over the place.
Yeah.
I work with Connor, like I'm talking to him on a weekly basis, multiple times a week. He's been a good mentor over the years. So
okay.
Thank you very much, Connor.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, guys, Chris and Jamie are the real deal. Been down there, seen their operation, been to their office. You guys got some good people leading you here. So I hope you guys had some great speakers. Once again, sorry I'm traveling on the road. It's the best I could do, guys. We're pulled off on the side. But yeah, guys, reach out to me. I'd be glad to help in any way I can. Other than that, guys, enjoy this event and hope you guys have a blessed day.
You too. Take care.
You guys have a good one.
Bye. All right. So this morning we were talking a lot about just different deals and analyzing deals. And now for the rest of the afternoon, we're kind of going to take it to how to fund the deals, where to get the money, because a lot of people say, you know, I want to start real estate investing, but I don't have the money. So guess what? You don't really need to. This is where Alex Buriak comes into play. Alex is a former doctor and current senior vice president of business development at Jet Lending that has closed over 600 loans. He now focuses on growth strategies, product development, and market expansion. And Jet Lending, we used them when Chris and I first started investing. So, I mean, highly, highly recommend them. But Alex, I'll give you the floor now. So it's all yours.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot. So we're gonna talk today a little bit about how do you fund any deal. Okay. And like the introduction, I am an asset-based lender. So I am a way to do business. I may not be the way, but I'm going to be a way for you to do a lot of volume and a lot of different types of acquisitions. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to go through in real time the actual dollars and cents about how you can get these deals done. Okay. So right here, you're going to see just a simple calculator here. And I'm going to go through either when you're trying to flip properties, if you're trying to hold them for rent, anything like that. Asset-based lending is an option for you to really get a lot of deals done, because how to get these deals done and funded. We're not credit based. It's not. It's all asset based. So we just want to make sure that you're profitable, and we're going to make sure that you understand what you're getting your business into. So all of those things is going to take into account how to fund the deals. So if you had a property, and let's say the purchase price was, we got it for 100 grand, okay, and let's say the after repaired value was 200,000. We had property taxes, $200,000 house, probably around 3%, so about like 6 grand. And let's say you had to put $30,000 into that deal, okay, to repair it. So on an asset-based lender, we're going to hold up to 70% of the after repaired value, or I should say fund 70% of the after repaired value. So this is where it gets interesting. This is where you talk about volume, okay? How you're getting into 1, 2, 3, 5 deals at a time. And that's why people use leveraging accounts. That's why people leverage these assets to buy volume. So if you had this deal right here, you bought it for 100,000, ARV is 200,000, you have 30,000 repairs to make it worth 200,000. I'm going to lend you 140 on these structures. Okay, I'm going to take out $30,000 and I'm going to hold it in an escrow account. So when you do the repairs, I reimburse for completed work. So that means I lend 110 at closing, hold 30 in escrow. So if you bought it for 100 grand, okay, and I'm lending 110, that's where you hear 100% financing. You have 100% financing lender when you won't have any structured payments down. So how you fund every deal, especially in the state of Texas, Texas is unique. Texas is what's called a loan-to-value state. Most asset-based lenders have a loan-to-value component when you're funding these deals. So when you hear 100% financing, all that means is that you bought it for less than I'm funding at closing. So this is loan-to-value. One thing to watch for when you are funding these types of deals is there's loan to value sides of things, and then there's maybe a loan to cost rider. So so some lenders will say, hey, I'll lend you 70 or 75% loan to value, but I'm going to be at 80 to 90% loan to cost at closing, which means you come out of pocket either way. So if you have a deal and you need 100% financing, you need to find loan to value type structures, and you need to buy it less for what's being advanced to you at closing. So that's a main component to when you're structuring these deals. And I'm going to show you why. If you were to buy this house at 120, you're out of pocket now $15,955. Okay. So just a simple swing of how you bought it dictates what your out of pocket costs are at closing. Okay, so one of the things that you really want to pay attention to when you are trying to fund multiple deals is how much cash reserves you have. Now, a lot of times you'll have people come in and say, well, I want to get into real estate without any money. And you can, just like we discussed just now, you could be $0 out of pocket at closing, but you still have to have liquid assets. And the reason for this is there are things like holding costs. There's things like draw repair schedules, things like that, that you're going to have to use your money to keep the project moving. So one of the things that at least we try to do is make sure that you have at least 1/3 of the renovation budget, 6 months of interest payments, and anything out of pocket at closing somewhere in your liquid accounts to make sure that you can be safe in the deal. The way that we're structured is we use a lot of regional bank lines and we lend that money out. So they lend it to us to lend out. So it does not behoove us to take the property back because that damages lines. So we really want to make sure that the investor can do the project, make their money, and do 20 more projects, because there's only 2 ways that a lender makes money: the origination and then the interest spread. So we want to make sure the interest and the borrowers do really well on their projects so they can keep buying. So as we're seeing here on something like this, this is how you can fund a nice fix and flip or even a rental that needs some repair. And what you do from there is we look at the rental side of things. So how you can fund any deal with a rental project is that there's something called debt service coverage ratio. And that's going to be your lead variable for anything that you try to do in rental real estate that's called non-QM or non-qualified mortgage. And what that means is it's very low doc. It does not have anything to do with your income or anything like that. Normally, in this market, you have about a 650 credit score minimum, where the short term, you didn't have a credit score minimum because it was solely based on the asset. But there is a long-term credit minimum, normally around 650 a score. So the debt service coverage ratio comes into play. And what that means is if you had your principal, your interest, your taxes, your insurance, and any association dues, and that comes big when you are buying condos or townhomes, something to really look for when you calculate your deals, because that can really spread how much you pay every month. What you do is you divide your rent by your monthly payment. And if your rent actually covers your monthly payment evenly, that's a 1-to-1 ratio. Most long-term lines are going to require at least a 1-to-1 to 1.3% ratio between the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, which is your mortgage, and your rent. So it's going to make sure the property can stabilize itself and not be into debt. So when you're using non-QM long-term sides, it's really important that you try to get all that data in, even if you're buying a property that needs to be renovated for rent. You need to be able to get that paperwork in, because normally long-term loans take about 30 days to close, where short-term loans are going to take anywhere from 7 to 10 days to close. In actuality, they close about 3 days from clear to closing title and appraisal reporting. When we look at everything, when you look at your deals to close, again, we're talking about how to close any deal and how to close volume. You always want to analyze your deals and think about how much profits you're going in, and Jet Lending will do that for you when we get into all of our processes. So what we want to do here is go over some questions and answers possibly here about anything that you guys have to do with funding deals, because there are so many different types of acquisitions and lending. I would like to go over any kind of questions people may have going over how to fund any type of deal with asset-based lending. All right, Jamie, I don't see any questions here or anything like that.
Okay. Do we have any questions about hard money? How do you finance? Here's one. How do you finance short-term rentals?
Awesome. Okay, so when you're financing short-term rentals, one variable that you always have to consider on most either regional bank lines, if you want to do, if you're bankable and you can get in the regional bank lines, or if you're using the non-QM topics that we just talked about, you have to project the actual rent within the area. So comparable rents of, like, let's say you're buying a single family house in Galveston and you're going to Airbnb it. When you're doing your non-QM type 30-year lines, you're going to project that debt service coverage ratio with the local rents within the same square footage of the property, not the rents that you're going to get from your Airbnb or VRBO or other vacation type rentals. So always project the rents that you'll get monthly. There are some lines that are going to require you to have a lease. There are some that are not. As time goes by, you're noticing all the non-QM lines and all the regional banks are getting quite wise to how profitable this is. So over time, you're probably going to see these these variables wax a little bit, but we close non-QM long-term rentals all the time. Just be aware that on the calculations, it's going to be used on the current rent data and not the vacation rental data.
Okay. Next question we have here is, do you have a flip to rental program? If so, what are the long-term rates currently? Estimate. Okay.
If you, yes. So flip to rental programs, you're going to be in your short term for anywhere from 9.9 to 11.9% interest only payments where there's not a pre-penalty for early payoff. Your long-term non-QM refinance side of it, you will be depending on how many properties you've done in the past, your credit score. You're going to be anywhere from 6% to about 7.5%, depending on your experience, your credit score, and your debt service coverage ratio. The short-term side is a lot easier to analyze because there's really only one variable. The long-term side, there's multiple. So there's a matrix that we have to say, okay, this person has done this many. They've had this credit score. Here's your DSCR. This is the interest rate. It's very cut and dry.
Okay.
Hey, Alex, I see another question here. Does Jet Lending lend to non-resident alien investors?
Yeah, so foreign nationals and things like that, yes. The only thing that we try to make sure is that any cash that's being used within the investment is actually in the States. So let's say we had a gentleman that was from Mexico, and he had all of his money in U.S. bank accounts. He was living here. It was perfectly fine. We had another person, they were actually, they're over in Europe somewhere, but all their money was also in Europe. We couldn't do it because if anything happened, you know, let's say they couldn't exchange the money, they were stuck. So as long as the person lives here, works here, has money here, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So yeah, y'all were pretty instrumental in. I mentioned whenever I was talking, whenever I brought Eddie up, like I was just calling, just trying to network people, and he was one of the numbers that I called. I didn't know who Eddie was, and I called, talked to him a little bit, and he goes, "Yeah, I own a hard." I think I was looking for private lenders or something. And he goes, "Yeah, I own this hard money company." And little did I know, I was talking to like one of the legends in the community, and he got us connected, and you know, it's very fortunate because we built a great relationship over the time period, which has extended into other relationships like you and the Jet Lending team, and also funding our first few deals, including an apartment complex that was, I can't say without Jet we wouldn't have done. We would have figured something out, but y'all were a tremendous asset to us, both from the educational side, which really is more valuable, but also the financial side. It was great.
You know what, Chris, and that's a lot of stories and I really appreciate your stories began with us, but there's a lot of stories like that. You know, it begins with private lenders and other hard money lenders and things like that. Wherever you're at in your business, whether you're starting out or you're really seasoned, my advice to you is when we're trying to, like with the topic we're going, funding any deal, you have to have a lot of different lines and a lot of different types of monies within your reach. Okay, we are the one way to do it. We're really quick. We don't ask for a lot. It's really easy to do. Okay, as you grow in your business and you're buying apartment complexes and you're buying 5 houses at a time and things like that, we're still a really good avenue for you. But at that time, you know, you're supposed to be getting into different bank lines and making relationships with private money and making relationships with regional banks and things like that. And that is really a good way to really scale in volume. Having a book of business of money to deploy out at your disposal when you have these investments come into play.
They're tools. And we were at y'all an event that y'all hosted recently, and there was a very successful, like they've done hundreds of deals, and y'all actually handed out a little gift to them for being, I think it was like one of the it was a cornerstone. Like, I don't know, the 3,000th customer or something that y'all had done. I forget what it was, but
Like how many deals he did with them, you mean? That's why he got the.
yeah. So, and I just show that to illustrate that you could be in this game for a long time, and y'all are a tool. And at the end of the day, if y'all are the tool that helps like solve the problem, like you use it, right? You use it. I see a lot. I don't know. I see some people like think that, I've got to save up the cash. I don't want to pay interest, or I don't want to pay points. I'm like, well, you can do that, but like, how many deals are you going to lose out waiting for all that? Or how many can you really do?
Right. I mean, I know you guys had some people on for like analysis and things like that. If you're making money, do the deal. The price of it, if you're, let's say, you're projected to make 20 grand on a deal, whether, your points and interest payments, all that stuff's calculated in the deal, do the deal. Keep making money, keep finding ways to get into this. And one of the things that I would like to stress, a lot of people come to me and say, Alex, I'm going to start wholesaling, which is the hardest thing to do when you're getting into real estate, but they don't pay attention to the financing side. Even Jet Lending, we do a lot of business with transactional funding for people to fund their properties that they wholesale. And it gets, when you're a person who sells property, when you understand the financing side of things, you can deploy more of your inventory to people buying quicker if you even understand how the money works. So even those people out there that are listening that are like, well, I'm going to start wholesaling, you need to really pay attention to the financing of stuff now, because your buyer is going to be using it, and you have to make sure that your buyer can close with this. So even if you're starting out and you're just kind of wholesaling too, please contact Jet Lending and lenders and stuff like that, and find out for yourself so you can one day buy them, but you can also know how to manage your deal.
Yeah. And one thing I love about Jet Lending, I always tell everybody about, because I always just reminisce on our first deals with Jet Lending when we were just completely new, is they kind of just hold your hand through their whole process, because they're lenders, but they're also investors. Yeah. So they know a good deal, and they really won't let you in a bad deal, because if something happens, guess who gets, the house and or the property? They're not going to want to keep a dud. So, I always tell people that you just got to remember that these are the people to go to, because they know investment properties. They know the numbers, and they're a great, I say, teammate, person to have on your team whenever you're funding these.
It's great that everybody, even right now, everybody right now is on the same team trying to make everybody money.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Hey, well, appreciate everything Jet Lending does. The education and the events that y'all been putting out over the years is just worth absolute gold. And we've taken notes just with Johnny, with you, with Eddie, and just working with you and the Jet Lending team. So we appreciate it.
We have one question pop up. If we have.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let this be the last one.
1 more minute.
Okay.
What mistake do you see from a lot of investors?
Real quick, you run out of cash, and you don't listen to your teammates about value. You listen to the person trying to sell you the property and tell you that it's worth more than it is. And you got to realize your lender doesn't make money unless we close the deal. If your seller says it's worth $500,000 and we're telling you it's worth $410 because it's near a busy street and commercial, listen to us, please. And so we can make sure that doesn't mean we're right or wrong, but we've done over 3,000 loans. We have a good idea of what's going on. Listen to your team. Make sure you have enough cash to move forward.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thanks again. We really appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too.
You too. Okay. I put Alex's contact info in the comments. Next, we have Brant Phillips. Brant is the founder of Invest Home Pro. He started buying houses while living in an apartment and has since flipped hundreds of houses. His company was recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of America's fastest growing private companies. His real estate team of nearly 300 agents spans across the U.S. and Canada. So welcome, Brant. The floor is all yours.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. What we're looking at 20, 25 minutes? Is that how long we have here?
Yes, you have until 3:50.
Well, all right. So I was listening to a lot of conversation with Alex and Jet, and Alex and the Jet team are incredible. And really my my path to be able to present today about how to raise private money really started from borrowing from hard money lending companies back in the day. I think I had done close to 25 or 30 hard money loans before I really learned about raising private money and other things, big lines of credit and stuff like that, that Alex went to. So if you're just getting started out as a real estate investor, an investor agent, then 100%, I really recommend that you cut your teeth, so to speak, with the hard money lending route and give Alex and Jet a call and really get some deals and experience under your belt. But when you're ready to go to the next level, for those of you who are watching let's talk about private money. So let's go over what we're going to cover today. So I'm excited to share this. I'm going to talk pretty fast to cover try to cover all these slides and give you guys the most value as I can in a short period of time. So what we're going to cover is why most investors and agents struggle to raise private money when that time comes. I'm going to show you my number one source and location to find private lenders. Going to show you why you should stop pitching deals if you're doing that and stop asking to borrow money. And then we're going to dive into real briefly the psychology of private lenders, really important. Obviously, covering the biggest mistakes that investors make trying to raise capital is something you're going to want to see, as well as let's make this easy. The easiest, most effective way to raise private capital and really how to build a system so that private lenders chase you. It sounds kind of a little far-fetched, but it's not. So my name is Brant Phillips. Let's not really talk about who I am, what I've done, and skins on the wall and stuff like that right now. If you stick around for a little bit, I will tell a little bit about my story and what's brought me here. But right now I want to talk about not what I am, but what I am not. Okay. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an accountant. I'm certainly not a financial advisor. And so I'm not going to tell anybody that this is easy. Like this is not a get rich quick scheme. A lot of things in real estate are hard. And I'm not offering any security opportunity to invest with me or my company, right? What I'm really going to be doing is just sharing with you what my experience has been over, 14 years of being involved in investment, real estate, doing hundreds of deals from essentially all asset classes, and just do my best to do that with you. And the first thing I do want to start out though is with a little warning from the SEC. This is very important. So I do suggest that anyone watching this that's really considering raising private money, take some time to understand the legal aspects of raising private money for private investors, what is allowed and what is prohibited, right? So this is one of the first things I did whenever I found out, that I could go to jail if I did it the wrong way. Me being 7 years previously law enforcement, I didn't want to go to jail, especially since I have a wife and kids. And so what I did was I paid an attorney for a consulting session, said, hey, I want to raise money. What can I do without going to jail? And I'll give you a little tip on what he shared with me is like, you can educate people till you're blue in the face, right? And so really you're going to see what I learned in that meeting, which is just educating people and helping people, really kind of is going to give you a little glimpse on what we're going to be doing here. And hopefully it's going to help all you here, and you will in turn go out and help some private lenders to fund your deals, right? So it's win-win, right? So you came here for a reason, right? If you are a real estate investor, perhaps you're an agent, you're thinking about doing some deals. I work with agents all the time who are wanting to level up and take down some of this real estate for themselves, either as a rental or as a flip. Well, we all need to fund deals, right? If we are investors. So this is, my friends, the number one challenge for investors in today's market. By the way, Chris and I talked and they did a little poll, and that was the number one issue that people are facing today. So let's talk about the two things that real estate investors should be doing in their business every day. I call it ABM. Always be marketing. Always be marketing for what? You, as a real estate entrepreneur, a real estate agent, a real estate investor, you need to build the systems and the habits and the processes so you can always be marketing for deals. It's absolutely critical, and always marketing for dollars. However, what I've seen is this, the 80-20 rule, is that most investors and agents, for that matter, right? Because that's how they focus on their business. They're focused more so on the deals, getting deal flow coming in, and that's great. And you should be spending time on that. But I would say less than 20% of their time, energy, effort, and resources are spent actually raising money and capital for their deals, right? And so I like to talk about McDonald's and Coca-Cola when it comes to marketing. Everybody knows about McDonald's and everybody knows about Coca-Cola. However, I guarantee you, if you sit down and watch, television for any period of time, or these days you go on, whatever social media platform, you're probably going to see some advertising for McDonald's and Coca-Cola. Like right now, my mouth is salivating because I know the McRib sandwich is back for a limited time only. Right. So, just take take some notes from McDonald's and Coca-Cola and other successful companies. Why are they doing it? Even though everybody knows about these companies, they're constantly marketing their business. And I think that we, as real estate entrepreneurs and business owners, should take that into consideration. So this is what I realized a long time ago. I just had this thought because I was seeing it, and I was like, look, most of these wholesalers and even agents who are bringing me deals, but they wanted to take these deals down themselves. They couldn't close on the deals because they didn't know how to raise capital. And honestly, when I started, I was working full-time in corporate America. I was very busy. I was managing rehabs. I started building a rental portfolio. I didn't really have the time or the desire, to be quite honest, to go out and do all this deal flow marketing and to talk to sellers and do all that kind of stuff. That wasn't my strong suit. So I said, hey, I'm just going to figure out the money side of this thing so they can bring their deals to me. And that really works. So I decided, to let other people focus on marketing for the most part. And I would just be the guy with the money available to close every real deal. Now, this wasn't my money at all. Like I said, I haven't really gotten my story, but I started while I was living in an apartment. I had zero money. It was a credit card to buy my first house. And I was just able to begin raising private money, and I knew how to acquire hard money lending as well. So I was able to begin to capitalize on other people's efforts to find these deals, going back 10, 12, 14 years ago, properties that I still own to this day. But sadly, most of these wholesalers and many of the agents that I worked with 13, even 14 years ago, they're still stuck, right? They're still stuck wholesaling and unable to raise capital for their deals. And that makes me sad, because if somebody, got into real estate for the same reason I did, which was to create wealth and to create passive income and, to create this kind of lifestyle for myself and my family that I've dreamed of. And I know other people want to create their own version of that for themselves and their family, but they're not able to. And they're so close. They're so incredibly close, but they haven't figured out this aspect of raising money. So, okay, kind of trick question, but do you want to see the system I've built to raise tens of millions of dollars? I don't know, Chris and Jamie, let me know. Do we need some engagement here before I go on? And if nobody's engaging, do we just stop? What's the deal?
I don't think anyone here needs any money.
All right, cool.
Just me. Keep going for my benefit.
All right, for your benefit. Well, let me show you those results of the system that we built. So, one thing that we implemented a long time ago was, I mentioned that, hey, how can you get private lenders chasing you? Well, some of my lenders have seen me make that phrase like, oh, am I chasing you? I'm like, well, kind of. But with all due respect to my lenders, who I love and appreciate, and they're really team members and family in a lot of instances, are critical to our business. But what I realized is so many investors are out there, and they're not really attacking or they're not raising money the right way. Let me just say that. And so I really started to look at the psychology, the sales process, and things like that, and really just how to organize and better systematize my own business. So we created a private mortgage lending application because, truth be told, not every private lender is a good fit for our company. Some are, some aren't, and that's okay. But we implemented this a long time ago, and this was just a snapshot of applications that we received in 1 week. You can see we have them fill out a little questionnaire application, if you will, telling us how much, a little bit about their experience, if they're accredited, do they, how much money do they have to invest? What interest rates are they looking for? Where is that money coming from and how soon they would like to invest? So it's kind of a screening process. And so this is all taken just from a 1 week period, So we've received hundreds of applications like this over the years. So I'm just showing you what is possible when you do things the right way. And I kind of mentioned this earlier, but let me tell you, one thing we don't do is pitch deals to potential investors without pitching value and establishing trust, right? So we lead with value, establish trust, and you got to take that seriously. Okay. So let's talk about the psychology a little bit of private lenders, but really just customers in general. This is just basic sales 101. But I'm going to tell you that most private lenders, a lot of the lenders that we work with for the first time, they're not experienced and they're afraid to lend you money. They're afraid and really for good reason. Okay. For good reason. I'm going to tell you that there is a private money law of attraction. That private money is attracted to two things, which is good deals and trustworthy people. But a lot of times, and I'm going to back up, it is a lot of times lenders are coming in and they don't know you. They don't know a lot about this business. They don't know, how this process works. They don't know how to define a good deal from a bad deal. They don't know what, a title commitment is. They don't know the importance of getting a survey and how to secure the property and all these things. They have this idea, this thought that they'd like to invest passively in real estate and earn above market rates of return. All this kind of stuff sounds great to them, but they have a lot of questions, right? And what it really relates to is fear. And so even though this private money law of attraction is 100% true, and this is what you have to really create, is putting together good deals and operating with honesty, integrity, and representing yourself as a trustworthy person. But if you're not able to communicate these things, if you're not able to really build that knowledge base for your lender, then you're never going to overcome the fear and kind of the psychology thing that's going on. Okay. So we're going to get to that in just a little bit. But before we talk about that, I want to also talk about the opportunity. Okay. I want to talk about the opportunity that's here before we get into it. Because some of you may be thinking, having the scarcity mindset of like, I don't know if I can find lenders. Maybe there's not enough out there. They're never going to trust me. Well, there's literally billions of dollars sitting not only in banks, but in self-directed IRAs, companies, and they're sitting slowly making zero interest because of the reasons I just mentioned, that potential lenders are not sure who to work with. And that goes back to that lack of trust and lack of knowledge. Okay. And this, by the way, is, I mentioned earlier, I was going to reveal my number one source of private lenders. It's self-directed IRA companies. Why is that? Because these people have taken money out of other retirement accounts and other sources and funds. They've done a lot of paperwork. They've moved this money over, set it up and established it so that it is in position to lend to real estate and other self-directed asset classes. But in this slide here, I mentioned that there's billions of dollars available in self-directed IRAs. And if you look at the number one asset where self-directed IRA investments go, it is to real estate. Okay. So the pool is very, very big, my friends. So if you're really going to take this serious, what I encourage you to do is to stop pitching deals. Don't even talk about your deals. I never talk about my deals until I've done this, until I lead with value. I seek first to understand. This is a Stephen Covey thing. Seek first to understand, then be understood. And really, if you look at the highlighted section, what I focus on, I don't focus on in my business, I don't focus on raising money directly. I do that indirectly, but how I do it, I educate people. I act as an advocate for them to help them. I inform them about what here's how you can identify a good deal versus a bad deal. Here's what a good borrower may look like and what they may provide. Here's how you secure your deal. And I just try to help them. And by helping them, I know that they may not be a good fit for me and my company, that I may give them so much education that they go invest with other people. That's okay, because my intention is just to do this. This is my goal. I know if I do this enough, if I give enough value into, the private lending marketplace, if you will, I just need 0.0001%, right, to come back. And that funds all the deals that we need to be funded. And I'll show you what we've got funded right now actively. So I like to talk about the word advocate rather than pitching deals and asking people to borrow money. An advocate is a person who speaks or writes in support or defense of a person or a cause. And that's really what I learned to do years ago, is just to be an advocate for private lenders. And I'll show you some ways that I've done that and some ways that you can do that as well. So what's better, right? Like pitching a deal to get funded at the last minute. Been there, done that. Very stressful, not fun. And unfortunately, when there's networking events going on, and there's not a whole lot going on right now due to COVID, but I see it at these events and they're pitching a deal and they're desperate. I had a guy text me today, he's need last minute funding on a deal. It's not a fun situation to be in, versus having private lenders just waiting in line, asking you if you'd be willing to allow them to invest in one of your deals. I can go in my inbox right now and show you lenders that have emailed me today asking that. So it's a good problem to have. So what I encourage you to do is, once again, just like McDonald's, just like Coca-Cola, have consistency. Just be consistent in your efforts. Don't worry about perfection, especially in the beginning, because you're not gonna, know all the answers to all the questions that lenders have, and you're gonna make some mistakes and things like that in terms of your communication. Don't let it be in your actual performance of the loans, but just in communication. But as you do this more and more and more and talk to people and help people and answer questions, as information, familiarity, and experience increase, fear subsides. And this is important because this is the same thing for your private lenders. The more information that they have, the more familiarity that they have with you and with our the private lending industry and process and experience, their fear is going to subside as well. So my friend Chris Bounds here is becoming a beast when it comes to building funnels. And we all know that effective funnels work, right? This is the day and age that we live in, 2021. So you're gonna need to create your own little funnel here, right? And it just really means is creating some marketing, creating some messaging, adding some value out, putting that out into the marketplace so that you can create awareness, create interest, so that people can take an action. And that action many times is not necessarily, the next thing is not to, hey, I want to invest with you, but hey, let's schedule a call. Hey, let's go meet for coffee. Hey, let me ask you some questions about this. How does this work? So I told you earlier I was going to talk about my story a little bit. So when I first got started in real estate, this is going back 14 years ago, and this was right on the 2007, right on the verge of the crash in 2008. Deals were everywhere. I mean, you could walk down the street and trip over a real estate deal, but raising capital at low interest rates was a big challenge. I was 100% borrowing from hard money, and really hard money wasn't sustainable, especially when the market started to shift and turn. Now it helped me get my feet wet. But what does every investor want? They want to take the training wheels off and really graduate, if you will. And that's what private money is, really helps you get deals done faster and put more money in your pocket in the end. So I'll talk briefly about myself. I am going to take a small little drink of water here. So my name is Brant Phillips. I used a credit card to buy my first investment property in 2007. It wasn't because it was a creative strategy that I learned about. It was because I was broke and I had no money. Okay. My wife and I were living in an apartment. We had just finished paying off our student loans, doing this Dave Ramsey. We're debt free. Woohoo. And then I learned about good debt. Immediately after attending that class, I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, other real estate books. I'm like, Mr. Ramsey didn't talk about good debt. He talked about bad debt. So we took care of our bad debt thing and used a credit card to buy some good debt. And I began buying rentals, about 10 rentals. My first year while working my full-time corporate job, I did the same thing. The following year, I bought 10 more rentals while working my full-time corporate job. Went full-time into real estate in 2009. So I've actually been full-time real estate, I guess 12 years, 13 years, and full-time 14, 15 years, something like that. I'm losing count. So here's where we're at today. I've borrowed a lot of money. I'll just say that and repaid that back since 2007. And I don't say this to brag or boast, but I have a 100% track record on performing all my loans. I say that to impress upon you the importance of, if you're going to go down this path of raising private money, I encourage you to have 100% commitment. You know, I've told my wife that if anything were ever to happen with my private, you know, with my deals or market goes sideways, that we live on the streets, my lenders come first, and in terms of my commitment to get them paid back. So I encourage everyone to take on that mindset. I found that I like writing books. I've written a few books over the years. You can see them below. Also created a company called Invest Home Pro, which I'm very proud was able to hit the Inc. 5000 list a few years ago. And we've done a lot, you know, rentals, flips, owner finance, commercial. We have a commercial property now, commercial office-based building. We also even own mobile homes and RV parks. And I've been a 2-time EXP Icon agent since I've been a licensed agent for a long time, deactivated. Didn't really use my license until I saw EXP, and proud to be a part of that company. And so part of the reason I'm sharing that is really building up to this is, you know, many years ago, I just learned the importance of education. Not only, you know, for myself, I wouldn't be here if I didn't start actually picking up books and reading them, because I didn't do that. Barely got out of high school until, you know, basically it was kind of life or death for me and my family, because I was broke and I really hated my life, you know, and what I did in the corporate world, and really books were just my, you know, a part of my saving grace. And when I began learning more and more about the opportunity of private lending and how great it was, and how many, honestly, so many people got slaughtered in the stock market, I wanted to help them. So I took some time to write that book. And so today, you know, compared to like 13, 14 years ago, I've got way more money than deals, a strong relationship with lenders. And I know by me doing more deals, I get to help more people. And that means my lenders. I'm begin lending myself and lending money to people, students, agents in my network. I've got 4 or 5 loans out right now to agents who are on my team. And we've got $8 million in money right now that's active in the market today. And by the way, you know, on average, we're paying about 8.5% for our money, oftentimes with no points. So it's really good financing. Here's my why. This is my family. I encourage, the only reason I'm sharing this is, like, you got to have a why. You got to have a mission. If you don't have it, get it. And so that's why I'm asking you, what is your why? What is your story? Why are you here? You know, and guess what? Your lenders want to know. Okay. So this isn't about pitching deals, guys. It's about establishing trust. It's about cultivating relationships. I like to say that private mortgage lending is really relationship-based lending, backed by all the proper paperwork, the proper processes and systems, and doing right by your lenders and by your agreements. But your lenders want to know, right? And so we all know, like, you guys know this, even if you never you know, been through one of my presentations, but you know, private money, it changes everything. It opens up so much opportunity. And so what if you could raise the money in a fraction of the time it takes for most real estate investors? And what if, like, really, what if private lenders began chasing you? Because I hope that they will for you, because we have more than we can even, we have more money we can put to work. Okay. So 2 questions for you to answer: how and how often. You know, when we're going to talk about marketing here and how to market. So I'm going to show you how. So I'm going to walk you through a few slides. I'm going to go real quick, but these are slides I use to teach potential lenders about private mortgage lending. And I've given Chris access to these for people on his team. And it's a tremendous value to this, because what I started doing was everything I've talked about. Rather than you know, trying to sell anybody and pitch a deal, I just started explaining the steps and how it works. I didn't sell. I didn't make any offer for them to invest with me. Didn't, like, not even there was no conversation about, instead I just documented the process, right? And so this is a slideshow here that really just does that. It explains the processes and, you know, how to secure their deal and how to qualify investors and, you know, how to look at a good deal and how to rate risk factors and, you know, what are the notes and terms and deeds that they need to secure a deal, what the process looks like. I gave them a little case study. And that's a quick, run through those slides, something that I'll present for an hour and a half to lenders, either live or via Zoom or one-on-one. But through those slides, if you see what I didn't do there, I didn't pitch deal in it and ask to borrow money. And I don't do that. But guess what happens? The more you educate people, the more you show a case study. Hey, here's a deal I did with one of my private lenders. Here's how you can secure yourself. Here's how you analyze the deal. People say, Brant, man, that looks really great. No one's ever explained it to me. Is it possible? Could I invest with you in one of your deals? And that's how, I'm like, sure, I'd love to talk to you about that. Let's see if it's a good fit for you and your goals. What are your goals? What do you have any concerns or any deals you don't like? And that's my response to them, is going back and asking open-ended questions. So that's what I did, right? I told a story, and that's why I ask you, what's your story? Because your lenders want to know, right? And that's what I did. I told a story. I gave them information, provided education, gave them some things to consider, not to sell them on, and just showed them a better way, in my opinion. And I just acted as an advocate, if you will. So how often should you be doing something similar to this? Marketing your business, right? Marketing for deals, marketing for dollars, really every day. And how do you do it? I mean, here we are in 2021, social media, YouTube, putting together, training, email marketing, blogging, websites. There's so many things that you can do on a daily basis to leverage your time, leverage technology, and get private lenders chasing you. Chris, I'm going to wrap up here. I know that we're done.
Yeah. 2 more minutes.
All right. So these are testimonials, not from me, but from lenders, and talking about a little bit about not me, the book, but just about, this opportunity and how great it is when you do it the right way. So I'm not going to go through that. You just have to ask yourself, what's the impact? Even get one new lender in your business, it's huge. I mean, we're closing rental properties, flip property. We just closed a mobile home park in Illinois. We're getting close to going under contract on another mobile home park out of the state in Ohio that we'll be using our private lenders funds. And we're doing a 100-acre development deal, all with private money. So the cost of your inaction is it's costly. I mean, I'm not going to lie. You could be stuck in the same boat 5 or 10 years from now. Don't be that person. Take time, take action, commit, plan, market, assess, repeat. If you want a copy of my book, you can get it there, or you can just reach out to Chris and Jamie. That would be much better. And that is all I have, my friends.
Love it. Brant, you've been a true leader in our community for a long time. And I'd followed you before we ever got connected. And the short story to that is I knew he did an Ironman, Misery Likes Company. We had a little gentleman's bet and we got to know each other. After that, he beat me by like 15 minutes, but it did take him the third lap. But hey, a win's a win, right?
That's all that matters, my friend.
Yeah. And we've had a lot of fun just collaborating and networking over the year, and doing a lot of work together in what I'm about to go over. So, Brant, we're going to have you back on here in a little bit. Feel free to hang out backstage. Thank you so much, and look in the chats too, in the chat, because I know some folks they've got some things for you and some questions. So, thank you so much, Brant.
Do it. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, so let's give everyone a round of applause, right? All these speakers. I wish I don't know, if I need like the Tony Robbins stuff.
You can add me. Okay. Yay!
Yeah, our kids say round of applause, but we're not done yet. There's still one more guest. We've got one more guest that we're about to bring up, but first I want to talk a little bit about Invested Agents Mastermind, the Invested Agents Mastermind. This is the part where most other masterminds or most other things you get involved in, they're going to ask you for a lot of money. And one thing I can guarantee you is good news. I'm not going to ask you for a dime. So Don't worry about like some sales pitch, not asking for anything. We actually just want to collaborate with you and work with you. And then hopefully we can actually both make money together, right? And build our businesses together. So this is mostly for real estate agents and brokers, but if you're not licensed, we have something for you too. So stay in there and you'll still get value. But how much better would your business be if you worked with highly successful agents and investors, just like the ones that you saw today, who were vested in your success? How much better off would your business be? Watch this video. If you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die. That is a quote by the world's most successful investor, Warren Buffett. Realtors, you probably got your real estate license because of the opportunity to be your own boss, the flexible time schedule. You sincerely enjoy helping people, and of course it's financially rewarding. But I'm sure you realize by now that this industry comes with a lot of time and a lot of stress to be successful. There's dealing with clients, handling time-sensitive tasks, the endless emails and paperwork involved, and putting out fires 7 days a week. Despite that, you work hard on your business every single day to make money and provide a lifestyle for you and your family. Like every other American, you have to ask yourself this question: do you want to do that for the next 20, 30, or maybe even 40 years in an industry that's becoming increasingly competitive and pushing real estate agents to be a lowest price or flat fee commodity? And if you do, will you make enough money every single year to put some aside for your kids' education fund, for healthcare costs, for your retirement, and for a little fun and entertainment along the way? My name is Chris Pounds. I'm a real estate agent and investor. Over the past few years, my wife and I have used more than $17 million in private lender funds to flip over 180 houses. I've partnered with other successful real estate agents and investors to create a mastermind specifically for real estate agents. This mastermind is not just to teach you how to flip houses. It's to show you how to build a long-term, sustainable business that will increase your income, help you build wealth, and create a lasting lifestyle that you and your family deserve. Most agents think that they don't have enough money to invest in real estate, or they don't have the guidance to help them comfortably take that first step. The truth is, you already have what it takes to invest and build a better financial future for your family. And while you don't need a lot of money to get started investing, you do need to be committed. If you're committed to increasing your income, building your wealth, and creating a lifestyle that you've always dreamed of, a lifestyle that you and your family truly deserve, then I invite you to join us at Invested Agents and get ready to change your life forever. All right. So, what if you could work with a team of successful real estate agents and investors just like Brant, who was just on talking about raising private money? He literally wrote the book on raising private money and funding deals. Connor, who was on earlier, who built his entire business off social media influencer. He's like the #1 social media channel in Texas for real estate, one of the top real estate channels in the country. Ian Flanagan, who is an absolute pro at house flipping and creative financing. Audra, who added an extra 6 figures of income working with investors. Matt Gardner, who's a 10, absolute 10 with leadership, team building, networking, value add, and rental properties. Jamie and I with Airbnb, property management, and wealth building. And then Eddie Gant, let's just face it, that guy's done more transaction. He's got more transaction experience than all of us combined. So what if you could work with a team like that and it didn't cost you anything? No $10,000, $20,000 mastermind fee. Not that masterminds that charge that, I'm not saying that they're bad and they're not worth it, but I'm not asking for that. We're not asking for that. We just want to work with you and collaborate with you. No monthly fees, no yearly fees. Would that benefit anyone? I don't know. No, not having like a live event. It's a little hard to ask that question, but would that benefit anyone? I'm going to share my screen real quick.
Yes.
Let's see. Here we go. All right, so this is what the Invested Agents is. You know, we put out just a massive amount of content, but this is what I'm talking about here. With the Invested Agents Mastermind, we've got the REI fundamentals. There's over 150 training videos that go from mindset to how to analyze deals, how to get your scope of work for rehabs, and analyze the financials from a rental perspective to a flip. How to talk to private lenders and negotiate with them. Connor's YouTube mastery course showing you how to build your channel the right way from the ground up, all the way from like the very basics of starting, like creating the channel on YouTube. We have a weekly mastermind call to help build your investing business. A weekly team building mastermind call to help you exponentially grow your business and passive income. A private Facebook group. All of that for free. I told you, promise, not charging anything. Would that help anyone? Because this stuff actually used to be available for a fee, and it's now we just give it away. It's just give it away to our real estate team, our team of real estate agents across the nation and some other select countries. So our next speaker is going to talk a little bit more about what our team looks like. He's going to share his story and what our real estate team looks like, how it works, and how, if you want to, how you can be a part of it. So I'm gonna bring up Mr. Pat Hayes. Pat is an entrepreneur at heart. He started off in real estate like pretty much every other agent out there, hustling every single day to grow his business, doing open houses every single weekend, lead generating like crazy. He has since built a real estate team that sells more houses in a month than most brokerages do in an entire year. Just let that, like, awkward pause, let that sink in. An entire year. Like last month alone, nearly 3,000 agents on his team that span 45 states, Canada, Australia, India, and Mexico sold more than 1,100 houses. And he didn't see a single contract. I'm just fortunate enough to be able to work with this guy and learn from him, be mentored by him, have him on my team. Pat Hayes, the stage is yours.
Awesome, Chris. Well, hey, mic check real quick. Can you hear me okay? Am I good?
You're good. You're good.
Awesome. Well, hey, guys, just wanted to say, first off, thank you so much for having me here. And wow, over 7 hours of content. I mean, you guys just must be blown away. I'm having an amazing Friday here in San Antonio, Texas. And it's been a great day. Done a ton of interviews, a ton of masterminds, and actually just got home from my weekly EXP presentation that I do here every single Friday in San Antonio, and was honored to be invited to be on this call. And so I'll be brief, but guys, I just wanted to introduce myself real quick. If you guys don't know me, Pat Hayes here with EXP Realty here in San Antonio, Texas, and a little bit about myself. So I've been selling real estate. This is my 8th year in real estate. And so just want to kind of back up and kind of share my whole timeline with you. So I did the whole traditional, go to college, go make mom and dad happy, after you graduate, high school, go to college, go get that degree. And so I did so. I went to Texas State and, got a degree in agricultural business with a minor in horticulture business. And through my college career, I owned a landscaping company, which I grew and ended up selling it right after college, and then jumped into corporate America. So I jumped into medical sales here in San Antonio, did that for about 6 years, was grinding, working hard, making a lot of money. But I've always had real estate as a passion, but I never could really afford just to go straight into, 100% commissions, in no base salary, no benefits, no insurance, all of that stuff. Right. And so after 6 years of corporate America, I said the F with corporate America, I'm off of that hamster wheel and I want to go be my own boss. I want to grow my own company. I don't want to, I don't want to keep on working for the man. I want to be the man. And so I ended up buying several companies right after corporate America. And my last company that I sold was in 2013. I bought it in 2010, and it was a senior home care agency where we provided caregivers into the homes of the elderly, so they wouldn't have to go to an assisted living, and they could stay in their own home until things got worse, or they had to go to an assisted living or to live with a family member. So I grew that for 3 years, and I bought it as an investment. It was a franchise-owned office, and it was an underperforming franchise-owned office. And so my dad was the CFO of the whole entire organization based out of San Antonio called Caring Senior Service. And so it was my only opportunity to get out of corporate America and buy a little business for $50,000. And so I invested in this business. It was making about doing about $250,000 in gross revenue. And I had about 50 or 60 employees. And so I ended up buying it for $50,000. And in 3 years, I took it from $250,000 in annual revenue to $1.3 million and ended up selling it for about $350,000. So I had a great return. It was a lot of fun, learned a lot, but I was burnt out of that business as well. And so while I was doing medical sales in San Antonio, I got my real estate license. And I actually started my classes in 2007. And I joined forces with a farm and ranch broker called Sheldon Growthhouse here in Hondo, Texas Ranch Sales. And I sold a few ranches. And then whenever I bought that business, I didn't have time to do real estate and grow this business. So I put my license inactive. And then once I sold that business, that Caring Senior Service business, one of my good friends came to me and approached me and said, "Hey, listen, I know you want to do real estate, but I've got this awesome investment opportunity for you to invest in a startup digital media marketing company called the Yokel Network here in San Antonio. We're looking for some private money. I know you've got it. You just sold your business. I think you would like this. Let's talk." And so I ended up talking with them. And my dad and I actually ended up investing in that business. But also he was the one that introduced me to my boutique brokers that I ended up joining their firm at the end of 2013. I sold my business in September of 2013, and I ended up joining their firm in December of 2013. But through that transition of selling that business and joining that boutique brokerage firm, I was that investor. Within about 6 months, I had lost over $300,000 in that investment. And I had to make real estate work. I did not want to go back to corporate America. So I had to make I had to make real estate work. So what I started doing was doing open houses 7 days a week, my first year as a realtor, right? And so I started growing my business. My first year, I sold $3.2 million in production off of just doing open houses, free leads, because I just lost a bunch of money. I wasn't going to go and spend, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month in Zillow, Realtor.com. Truly, I didn't have the money to do that. So I had to start from the ground floor, which was doing open houses. So I did $3.2 million in production my first year. Really found my passion selling real estate. So I wanted to go to the next level. The only way for me to do that back then was to leverage myself and start a real estate sales team, right? That's what everybody says. Hey, you need to become a team leader, focus on listings, hire some buyer's agents, generate a lot of listings, put a lot of signs in the yard, and then hire some buyer's agents, filter those leads over to your buyer's agents and start a team and do massive production. And so that's what I did, right? So my second year, we did $12.5 million in production, 61 transactions, having a lot of fun, growing, educating myself to be the best team leader that I could be for my team and for myself. In December of 2015, I got a life-changing phone call. And I know for the agents listening, they're like, wow, a life-changing phone call. How can a brokerage firm change your life? Well, let me just tell you, got that life-changing phone call to have an open mind, to take a look at a new business model that was disrupting the real estate industry and also changing the way that agents were being compensated. I said, absolutely. I have an open mind, and I had never heard of eXp Realty. Never, right? And I was like, who? eXp who? Never heard of it, right? I had that open mind, and I'm so glad that I took that meeting the next day. And I got to meet Scott Lewis, Rob Flick, and Gene Frederick. If you guys don't know those names, Google those names. Legends in the real estate industry. Helped Gary Keller grow Keller Williams for 20 plus years. Gene Frederick owned multiple franchises, multiple regions with Keller Williams. Ended up seeing this business model 7 months before I did, and ended up selling everything and launching eXp in Texas almost 7 years ago. And so whenever I met them, I heard their stories. Rob Flick came out of retirement after helping Gary Keller grow Keller Williams. Scott Lewis left Keller Williams to join eXp. I said, wow, I've got to have an open mind. I've got to hear these guys out. I must hear these guys out because there is a reason why they did this to start and launch eXp in Texas. And so after 4 hours, I had an amazing meeting with them. I was blown away with the business model that they were showing me, right? We can all go sell real estate anywhere. Great companies out there, Century 21, Coldwell Banker, Remax, Keller Williams, the boutique brokers, Better Homes and Gardens, Cooper Sotheby's, all great companies out there. But where can you truly, truly build wealth as a realtor and build an exit strategy for yourself and for your family? Nowhere else other than EXP, right? And I saw that, right? We can all go create our own leads and go generate our own leads. We can go get training anywhere, that we want, right? But I saw that EXP was a publicly traded company. I saw that we could attract a few agents to the business model and get compensated very handsomely for it, for our efforts for helping grow a company we're a shareholder of, right? And so I saw that and I said, I don't want to be left behind, right? I didn't have to buy a franchise. I didn't have to buy a region. I didn't have to buy a territory. $99 back then to join EXP and change my life, right? So let me just kind of share with you some numbers. So whenever I saw this, there was 5 agents in San Antonio. I was the 6th agent. Now we have over 1,300 agents with EXP just in San Antonio alone in my market. Whenever I joined EXP, there was 805 agents nationwide. I'm agent 806, and now we have over 42,000 agents and growing at over 3,000 agents a month with EXP, right? And so I saw that I could leverage this business model without having to buy a franchise, a region, a territory, without having to, front a lot of money, get into a lot of debt to grow this business, right? And so I did that exact same thing with my boutique brokerage firm. And all they did was compensate me on Starbucks gift cards. Hey, I love coffee. I've had a lot today. I love coffee. Don't get me wrong. But I love nice, big revenue share checks that come in every single month, right? I'm still in production. I still sell real estate. I love real estate. It's my passion. It's my livelihood. That's why I got into it. Probably just a lot of you guys on the call here today. You guys love real estate. You guys have a passion for it. You guys love flipping houses. It's that mailbox money. It's that freedom, right? I saw that exact same thing with EXP, right? I saw that freedom, right? A lot of agents bust their butts in selling real estate, right? What do they have? They've got a lot of money freedom, but not a lot of time freedom, right? I was there 2nd year in real estate, grinding 60, 70, 80 hours a week, growing my team, growing my brand, growing my business. I got 3 small kids and a beautiful wife. I missed out on a lot of events, a lot of birthday parties, a lot of family events, a lot of friends events, a lot of pool parties, a lot of barbecues, because I was just focused on growing my business. And I was literally working 7 days a week, getting burnt out on that rat race hamster wheel, on that treadmill of real estate. I saw this model and I said, so you're telling me I can still sell real estate. You're saying that I can plug into the tools and the training that EXP offers 50 to 60 to 70 hours a week to educate myself to be a better team leader. You're saying that I can get KV Core for $50 a month outside of EXP. That would cost you $1,000 setup fee, $600 to $800 a month. You're saying I could get that for $50 a month to generate massive amounts of buyer and seller leads. I saw that. You're saying that I can acquire stock several different ways for doing what I was already doing, selling real estate, attracting agents. You're saying that I can attract agents to this model and build a revenue share organization that could pay me a few extra $1,000 a month on top of my stock and on top of my production. I'm all in. That was a no-brainer to me. I was all in. So December of 2015, I moved my small sales team over from that boutique brokerage firm over to EXP, right? Since then, I've been able to personally sponsor 40 agents to the organization that has grown into over 3,000 agents spanning 45 states, 5 Canadian provinces, Australia, India, and Mexico, paying me a revenue share check every month of over 6 figures on top of my production and on top of my stock. And I tell agents this all the time. I just got done sharing this opportunity with the Lunch and Learn of over 40 agents here in San Antonio. And at the end of my presentation, I say, guys, if you don't believe in this model, you don't think it's sustainable, you don't think it's real, you don't think the numbers are real, bring me another business model that you think beats EXP and I'll analyze it all day long. And if it beats EXP, I'll join you guys tomorrow. I'll join you today. 61 months later, I'm still here at EXP sharing this business model with like-minded individuals all across the country. Different countries. We're launching 4 to 5 new countries in Q1. I can't go do what I've done anywhere else other than EXP. And I'm not sharing my numbers to brag. I'm not sharing my numbers to, to be braggadocious. I'm sharing my numbers to only motivate you guys. If you guys have not seen the business model, if you guys have not been to a presentation, if you have not listened to a video, watched a webinar, you must, because you never know. This one opportunity could change your life like it's changed my life. I've been able to retire my wife, get her out of corporate America. After 13 years of being a physical therapist here in San Antonio, 2 master's degrees, a lot of education, a lot of money spent on education, a lot of college debt that we had years ago. I was able to retire her from corporate America after 13 years in managing over 75 physical therapists, over 15 locations here in San Antonio. And she came to me in January of 2018 and said, I want to retire from corporate America. I want to get out of corporate America. I'm sick and tired of the rat race. I'm sick and tired of my boss. I'm sick and tired of always raising the bar, my quota getting always trying to, do whatever she could for that company. Yes, she was making great money, over 6 figures a year. Great insurance, all that good stuff. But she was, again, working 60, 70 hours a week. She came to me January of 2018 and said, let's do it. Let's set a goal. I said, all right, whenever my revenue share check hits $50,000 for 1 month, I'll let you give your 60-day notice to corporate America and get your real estate license and start having fun with me. 6 months later, we hit our goal. July of 2018, my revenue share check hit over $50,000 in 1 month. She gave her a 60-day notice, replaced her position with a replacement, trained that person, got her real estate license, and since then, she's sharing the EXP model, helping me grow our brand, helping me grow the company that we're shareholders of, helping us change agents' lives. I got that life-changing phone call 61 months ago. Now I'm able to reciprocate that and give other agents life-changing phone calls as well, right? So guys, ask yourself this. When was the last time that your current broker paid your mortgage payment and your car payment? Right? You probably look at me like, never. My boutique brokers never did that. Now I have time freedom and financial freedom. Money freedom and time freedom. That's unheard of in the real estate industry because you're grinding, starting every year out fresh. January 1st, it starts over. January 1st, it starts over. All right, I want to do 20 million this year. I want to do 40 million next year. I want to do 60 million the next year. I want to do 100 million the next year. Burn out. Hey, I love selling real estate and I still sell it, but I'm building an exit strategy for myself and for my family that if I ever got hurt, I ever went into the hospital, and I did in November, I went in the hospital for 5 days, right? My revenue share check grew $20,000 in 5 days. If you don't have something to fall back on, you're dead. You're out of business. And I did a mastermind this morning with one of my agents, Bob Mangold. He fell off his roof, was in the hospital for over 2 months, was out of work for almost 6 months. If he didn't have his revenue share to pay the bills, he would have been out of business. And there's a lot of agents out there. You're only as good as your last deal. Imagine if you had $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 extra a month coming in passive income from simply sharing the model with just a few agents who go out and share it with a few agents, who go out and share it with a few agents. Guys, it's a lot of fun. And as my good friend, my mentor, Gene Frederick says, EXP is making real estate fun again. I'm having the best time of my life right now, right? I wake up every morning fired up because I want to go make that one phone call to change another agent's life. I want them to hear about the EXP opportunity. I want them to start building wealth as a realtor. And again, guys, bring me another business model that beats EXP. I'll join you tomorrow. I promise you. I'll put money on it. You will never be able to bring me another model that beats EXP because hands down, I'm at the best brokerage firm a realtor can be at, guys. That is my story. If you have any other questions or information about EXP, get with Chris and these amazing other agents here. And man, we're having fun. Chris, thanks so much for letting me come on at the end and share my story. I'm passionate about it. I love real estate. I love EXP, and I love what you guys are doing. And I just wanted to say thanks for everything, Chris, for what you're doing. And I know you guys have been on for over 7 hours and 18 minutes. That's crazy. It's unbelievable. And thank you for everything that you're doing. And I look forward to more of these summits and more of these masterminds to really dig deep into EXP and how it's really changing agents' lives.
Yeah, Pat. If you can hang on for a little bit, just we may have some questions. But folks, investedagents.com/mastermind summit. Investedagents.com/mastermind summit. There's an apply button. Click it. All that does is say, hey, I'm interested I'm interested in Invested Agents. In there, there is a button. Hey, are you interested in talking about joining our real estate team? It'll ask you a couple questions. That's it. Now, if you're not licensed, this is something I've been thinking about the whole time. Like, hey, there's a lot of the people out there. They're solid. Maybe they're going to get their license later, or they're not licensed now. What can we do for them? So that there's a mastermind call we have with investors every single week. I'm not going to do this forever for everyone, but since y'all have been, participating, and you've been like my biggest fans, I feel like, for at least the past couple hours, for hanging out with me for today. Even if you're not licensed, that mastermind call, I can make sure you get a part of it. So you can go there too. Go to investedagents.com/summit mastermind and click the apply button, and we'll get you. I'll make sure you get the information on the mastermind call. That's not going to be forever, but for y'all, it will be. I'll make sure you're grandfathered in. But for everyone on the real estate team, like there's a lot of stuff in there, like the REI fundamentals, the YouTube mastery, and all that stuff. That I've just been able to negotiate, make sure that we can give that to our real estate team, because ultimately that helps them sell more houses, represent their clients better, or their investing business, which if you're doing a lot of transactions, flips, rentals, that means you're going to be doing more transactions. We can give it away for free because it helps y'all's business, and that's what we want. I'm going to bring up a couple of our team members. All right, let's see. How many can we pack on here? Here we go. Hey, everyone. All right. So, man, how are we gonna do this? All right. Let's just share some stories here. Where are we gonna start? Audra.
Hi.
All right. You started off early in the day, and you joined us recently. Not too recently. Several months ago. You're about to hit Icon, which is one of the big awards for successful agents, and you're a broker. Why don't you just talk a little bit about what your thought process was as a broker? You had your own brokerage, so it's a unique situation, and it's actually where a lot of people want to get because they want to be independent. What was going through your head, both currently, and what were you thinking, like, down the line, like the long-term opportunities whenever you were making that critical decision?
Not having to handle all the paperwork.
There's no paperwork in real estate.
Yeah, I just joined EXP in the summer. I think talking with you guys, Brant, Chris, just working with my investors, just the opportunities that I had with EXP, I think that's what kind of made my decision. Was the amount of volume working with my investors.
Yeah, it made perfect sense. Like, you're already working with a lot of investors, and we do a lot of investing. And we also, like, real estate investors typically generate a ton of retail leads. Like, right. We did the math in our business, and I remember telling Jamie this. It's like 2018, like all the retail leads that we generated equal to like over $200,000 in gross commission. Unfortunately, we didn't capitalize on it because I wasn't wearing that hat at the time. We were busy grinding on our flips, but that's changed. We realized, like, kind of what Matt Gardner's just really been crushing is both sides, being able to wear both hats and do that simultaneously as just a value proposition. Hey, how can I help you? Matt, what were you thinking? So we've got an interesting story in that, and this never, with any other brokerage, this never could have happened. I met you. Jamie and I were just getting off stage of a 3-day event, which we attended a mastermind 2 days prior to that event. So we're in beautiful San Diego, but we're stuck in a hotel for 5 days straight. And then we got a flight early the next morning. So we get off stage, we're exhausted. It's at the end of the day too. We just want to get out of there, go to the beach, get a nice dinner before we have to head back to sweaty Houston. But you come up to me, and I'm an introvert, and I say this with all sincerity. It's not like I don't like talking to people, but I was just drained. But you come up to me and just wanting to talk, connect. You were interested in getting involved in real estate or getting your license soon. I was like, yeah, sure, let's connect. You went back to Florida, and I went back to Houston. We connected, showed it to you. You know, you're like, yeah, cool, gonna get my license soon. And you did. Now 70 something or actually now you've hit icon status your second year. You did 74 deals your second year. You're capping your just reset. You're about to cap again after like 2 months. I'm sure you'll hit icon like within 2 or 3 months. Like, it's just insane. What were you thinking back as a new agent, and then also like now? What are you saying to these agents as you're talking and growing your team?
For me, you know, I did a bunch of research because I know a lot of agents jump around for the first couple of years. Like, that's pretty common to jump brokerages, and I didn't want to do that. You know, so I did my due diligence as much as I could. So, you know, I studied and I interviewed with 11 different brokerages in the area. So I interviewed with KW, Coldwell, Sotheby's, you know, all the big name brands, as well as some of the local boutique ones, the flat fee brokerages around in the area as well. And it's kind of like Pat was just saying, like there's no brokerage out there that tops it as far as the model. So like it was really a no-brainer once I kind of truly compared everything side by side. Yeah, I mean, I've looked back since, super happy. And it's kind of like Pat said, you should really, if you just look at the numbers, it's really a hard thing to refute. It's not even just the numbers; it's the support network and it's everything else that's beyond just numbers for me, along with the potential wealth building down the road. You know, personally, right now I'm focused, 80% on production and 20% on, trying to invite and show people how awesome EXP is. I know that might shift here down the road, but I just love how there's so many opportunities within the company.
And it's pretty neat that you came to that conclusion on your own. Like I wasn't there with you. Like, we did a Zoom call, and I think it was on your phone. So you were like looking at this tiny little spreadsheet, and I mean, I don't even know what I said. But at the end of the day, you figured it out on your own. And then also we've had a lot of interaction between now and then, but we don't live in the same town. It's not like I can just go to your office and help you out. You just went with it. Like, you didn't ask me, hey, so-and-so is interested in joining. Like, what do I say to this guy? All you did was, you have value, you know what you offer, you know what you do. And just like your presentation earlier today, leading with value, and folks saw that. And that's how you've been able to grow so quickly. I just find that very unique as a new agent, and I'm sure, well, I'm pretty positive that comes from your military background. But it's just pretty cool because I see other new agents when they're considering EXP. It's like they just don't quite understand it, and then they go the traditional route. There's nothing wrong with that; they're great companies too. But they just sometimes can't see past the brick and mortar of like the traditional brokerages. But they just jump around.
Yeah, I think the allure of a lot of the traditional brokerages really hit home. Like, oh, we're going to be in-person training, and a lot of people don't realize that the mentorship program within EXP, that was massive for me. So I had you guys were out in Texas, right? So I had Chris, I had Brant, I had Pat. Like, if I needed to call you guys as my upline, that you were there for an answer, but you're Texas agents, right? And I was like one of 3 agents in the Florida Panhandle that were with EXP. So there was not many as far as local support, but I did have my mentor who was local, and that really was my savior, because I was a full-time pilot at the time. So I told her, I was like, I can't. She when she presented to me, she said, you could be by my hip for the next 6 months to get as much experience as you want, or we can do 1 phone call a week. She's like, whatever works best for you to help you succeed. And I was on a phone call with her last night. She's a fantastic mentor, and having her by my side as a brand new agent, that paid so much dividends in the long run. And like I said, I'm still splitting deals with her all the time, because I know her strong suits and my strong suits, and we work together fairly well for a lot of these deals. So the mentorship program is something I try to hit home, because a lot of these other people will as new agents, they'll say, oh, but the Ignite program, it's proven to be such an amazing training asset, or whatever, and I think that one-on-one mentorship program that we have in EXP is massive.
And I did an interview. It's in our YouTube channel with Mallory, one of your agents, and she was brand new. And that was the thing that she mentioned, like, because I was just blown away by how quickly she grew. And I don't know, I can't remember the conversation if she was full time at that time or not. But in any case, she was a brand new agent, and she'd like already gone out and did like 3 deals within, I don't know, 60 days or so, and she had like another 4 million in the pipe. So I was like, holy cow, like what are you doing? And she credited the mentorship program. That's pretty cool. Hey, Alex, so you're a real estate agent. You're a little different setup operationally. I mean, you're an agent as a value or as a vertical in your business. Because you've got a few things going on over there. There's jet lending, but your leader there, Mr. Eddie Gant, he's always buying a lot of houses and got a lot of rentals, and there's all kinds of things going on over there. So we had been talking with y'all for a while, and successful people typically are a little harder to get a hold of. Not get a hold of, but really just kind of slow down to absorb the information. And I feel like once we were able to get that critical meeting to where we actually got the entire Jet team all around the table, and Pat Hayes at one point came down, and then we got Connor to come down and all sit down and show the numbers from A to Z and how it applies to you and your business, not just macro, but how it applies to Jet and how it applies to your unique position in the marketplace. Can you tell me a little bit about that meeting?
Yeah, I mean, so just like you said, I mean, when we're just swamped, we're busy, but everybody's busy. But that's the kind of meetings people are going to get. And when we saw the value of how we can really grow a business doing this. I mean, you're talking when I was closing loans, I used to sell 18 houses a year on average on social media alone. I never seen them. And, I was really running and doing stuff like that. And I didn't have enough space in my head to do something new. So, just talking to you, talking to Brant, talking to Connor, I was like, this is really something simple. I always tell my agents underneath me, and I always tell my borrowers that were lending money, I said, how do you make more money by not doing much that you're already doing? So when you explained it, I was like, I'm already doing this. I'm already setting things up. I can easily add this into my program and really become successful doing this. So once I got it, I just had to really slow down everybody else in the Jet team because everyone's like, close loans. I was like, you need to slow down and really see how you can really, not only just, because I don't want to just make it about everything about money, but how you can monetize this, but how you can really change people's lives by showing them how to make more money by not doing much more than you're already doing. Anybody can make money by just keep adding stuff, but how can you really become efficient and really change your wealth? And so when you and Brant and Connor came down and Pat really discussed how you can do that, I instantly got it, and we've been going strong. I sent a link today for someone to sign up, and it really helps because we don't really sell a lot of houses. We do a lot of lending. However, it's a perfect mirror for people that says, well, I don't really do a lot of this. We're still very successful in EXP realm by, we don't do a lot of residential stuff. We do a lot of investments. There's multiple ways that you can grow this team. You can grow this business. You can grow this wealth generator with multiple different avenues and how you can structure your business. We really understood it, and we really, really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I feel like it allows that extra collaboration and cohesion with that we've had on a loose basis over the years, but now we have such great cohesion and collaboration because y'all are out there doing a lot of loans. Eddie does a lot of investments, a lot of speaking. I'm doing my business. Brant's doing his business. Audra, Matt, we're all doing our things, but now we have this synergy, and that's an overused word, and I can't believe I just said that, but it's this cohesion where we're now vested in each other's success.
Right.
So, and this is actually, I drove this point home to a lady who she was on a real estate team, and she, at the end of the day, she was a new agent, but she crushed it her first year, and she only made about like 40 grand because of all the splits. And so she was like, hey, I'm gonna go off on my own. The team leader was irate. These were not EXP agents. It was another big brand. They were mad. They were like dogging her and just putting her down and all that stuff. She'd never be successful without them. And I'm like, I was telling her, I was like, hey, look, with EXP, like we don't have that. Because like if you outgrow my team, if I had a production team, like if Pat has an agent on the Pat Hayes group and they outgrow the resources that he has, and they can go out and flourish on their own and start their own team, like Pat's thrilled. Like he's thrilled. Like, way to go, do it. Like with every other brokerage, like that doesn't exist. And now I can do that on an international scale. Brant, you brought me into EXP. You were my sponsor, and so you sent me this text, and you're like, "Hey, check this thing out." And I'm busy. And the only reason why because you wanted to meet, and the only reason why I came there was because of you. Like there was no other reason. I mean, you could have, I don't know, told me you want to talk about toothpaste. I probably would have came. But that speaks something. The quality and character of the person that you know, and the person talking to you, that does matter. It has value, and you've built up a good reputation over the years. So that's why I went. And when you sat down and showed it to me, it was instant. Like I think I told you I was going to think about it, but I'd already made the decision because it was a no-brainer. Where I was as an investor, my agent business, it was non-existent at the time. You know, I've taken advantage of it since then, realizing like all the extra money that we can get. But I knew long-term, I'm in this game long-term. And when you showed it to me, how the stock and the rev share, I was like, long-term, it's like, I've got people asking me what brokerage I'm with now. I tell them, and I was with a flat fee shop. I didn't care if they joined or not. And I liked them. They didn't do anything that just overwhelmed me. They didn't bother me either. They were just, they did what they did, and I was cool with that. But at the end of the day, I didn't care if anyone joined them or not. But I was like, hey, look, I could probably accidentally bring some people to EXP. This is before I even realized what EXP was. Like, you showed it to me, and I was like, I had no idea. It sounded cool. I knew I could build wealth and passive income. But later on, realized, hey, look, this is a game changer. You told me this is Amazon real estate. I kind of like, I don't know. And then as I was getting in, I was seeing these stories of like what Pat was doing, and then saw it like in real action with what Matt's doing and Alex and Audra. I'm like, holy cow! Like, no, this is something much bigger. Like what Connor was saying earlier with social media, like this is going to a so much bigger level than we can even comprehend. So what were you thinking whenever you got approached by Connor? Which Connor, I know he's traveling. I'm going to put him backstage. Jamie, whenever he comes back, you can bring him back in. But what were you thinking? As you're busy, you do a million things. Like, you're busier than me. What were you thinking?
Well, when I first saw EXP, I was thinking, I was trying to think of reasons I should not do it. To be honest with you, that's what I was thinking, because I'm busy. I've got a lot of things going on, and I like to say, I was just blindsided by it. You know, I was blindsided when I met Connor, and Connor started talking about EXP. I'm like, wait a second, this guy's a real estate investor. Didn't even know he's licensed. What is he talking about? You know, he started talking about, the first cloud-based brokerage and the fastest growing, real estate brokerage in United States history. And it was an agent-owned brokerage. So he piqued my interest. And when I sat down and took a look at it, I just remember telling myself, I'm like, how can I not do this? And the story. I asked my wife, I said, sit down. I want you to watch this 30-minute video, and I want you to tell me reasons I should not do this. Because I really didn't want to add anything to my plate, even though I knew that I needed to do it. So she watched the video and she's like, yeah, you better do that. And I'm like, I know I know you already told me what I wanted to hear. And really what it really boiled down for me was a couple of things, but Alex already kind of hit the nail on the head. You know, for me, and I know a lot of real estate investors, it's like, we're already doing this stuff. Like, why don't we, generate another income stream from it? And I saw it too as an income stream, but maybe even potential, to get more deals and do, grow other parts of my business, which it's absolutely done. Like, we've gotten deals and done JVs with a lot of my agents and team members now. But at the bottom, like the core of it for me was like, when I really boil it down, is when I got into real estate, 14 years ago, and I was, broke as a joke, living in an apartment, all that kind of stuff. I started reading, Robert Kiyosaki and really trying to get, financially educated, which I wasn't before, other than my little Dave Ramsey course. And for me, real estate, it gave me this dream, right, of creating financial freedom, creating passive income, creating, wealth, and through equity and owning real estate. And when I broke down the EXP model, that's what the founder, Glenn Sanford, created. Was he gave us as agents, wearing our agent hats, and those of you who are full-time agents, he gave us something that nobody else would give us the opportunity to do when you're already operating your business. And he gave you an opportunity to partner with them with equity and also to create passive income. So I was sold on that. I'm like, man, I'll be kicking myself if I don't try this. So, man, I'm very thankfully dove in 2.5 years ago. And people like, man, what do you think about EXP? I'm like, it's better even than I thought it was going to be. I mean, my wife and I have 5 kids. They've added insurance programs now for us as agents. And so I save $700 or $800 a month on insurance alone with me and my family. So it's been great. And I like how Pat says, like, show me a better model. Like, this is like, we're all business people here, right? And so it was just a simple business decision, doing the math, doing the numbers. And it was a no-brainer. I think I've heard that about 5 times already. So I guess I'll chip in and say it was a no-brainer.
Awesome. So Connor, you're kind of next up the totem pole here. You talked to Brant. Of course, we've gotten to know each other a while over the years. And you've got a really unique story because you were already pretty well known within, but not just the investor community, but within your area, but also nationally because of your platform. I mean, you were a social media influencer, big on YouTube. So you're in a unique position to where everybody's coming to you, and they're trying to hitch you up on EXP. So can you share your story on how that was for you, and what was it that finally stopped your tracks and said, like, boom, I got it. I can't wait anymore. Like, this is costing me money waiting.
I mean, the money opportunity is there, and the network I had built was already there. I'd be irresponsible to not take advantage of it. And so I didn't think that if I had an audience all around the world, why not hold my license at a brokerage that would allow me to capitalize on it all across the world, right? So this is about market share. This is about market cycles. This is about market size. And the traditional brokerage model is restricted to one city, one pinpoint on a map tied to a building. We're tied to cloud-based technology, which allows us to grow organizations all across the world now. So in just 3 years, I've been able to scale an organization across 35 states and countries. I don't know another brokerage that would allow me to do that. And the ability to think like an investor for multiple streams of income, equity, residual income, time and money freedom, leverage, I just didn't think there was anything else out there. And so I jumped in, talked to Pat. This was, I guess, 3 years ago. Pat was at 500 agents, said, if you jump in and go full steam, do what I did, you're going to have the same results. That's exactly what happened. I said the same thing to Brant, Chris, and all you guys, and Matt. You guys are just falling. It's just one step behind. It's just financial freedom, following financial freedom, following financial freedom. And right now, the opportunity's here, guys. The dam is broken. Everybody's flooding into the company. Come over here, plant your flag down, say, I want financial freedom too. This is the company that will allow you to get
All right, coming out on the internet there. So one thing, I want to go a couple more things, and we got some giveaways. I know Jamie.
You want to talk about some questions or no?
We'll get to those. Jamie, this question's for you. So I know right when we got started with investing, I had dropped that bomb in your lap, and you were very nervous and cautious with it, but you went along with it. You saw it actually play out live from that very first appointment that you went on. Not reluctantly, you actually pretty excited about that. I think it was going to the house that you didn't like. You didn't like the smelly, disgusting house and the awkward silence of negotiation.
Oh no. You know how I am. I would just like, wait, here's some more money. You can, I'll give it all to you.
But of all the things that we've done, I mean, you like the flips, you like the transformations, but at the end of the day, it's the rental properties are what you've truly loved because you've seen what that's done for us over the years. And EXP was another thing. It was almost like Brant's situation. You're like, because you know how busy I am. You're like, oh great, okay, something else. Like this is just something else. What are you doing? But once that rev share started coming in, which still you weren't quite sure about, but once we made the equation to rental properties, like this is what this equals. Like last month's rev share is equal to 15 rental properties. 15 rental properties that. I mean, it's a competitive market right now. It's not that easy to go out and just grab 15 unless you want to pay a premium price. And on top of that, it requires a lot of debt. Jet Lending's more than willing to help you out there, but it's debt, right? It's debt. It's risk. And then there's tenants. Things like COVID happens. And of course, there's just natural things, hurricanes. There's all kinds of things. I love rental properties. We're going to keep buying them for a long, long time. Everyone should. But at the end of the day, it's risk. And within a few, 2 years, we've now had the equivalent of an additional 15 debt free. Yeah. It requires zero time management. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts there? I didn't tell you that I was going to bring in here, but I don't know if you had any thoughts.
No, it's fine. I mean, first of all, I'm a little different than, I guess, Brant, you mentioned your wife. You showed her the presentation and she's like, yeah, I don't see why you shouldn't do it. I saw it and I'm like, prove it. Prove that this is amazing. First of all, when I see passion in Chris's eyes about something, I'm like, there's no stopping him. I'm like, okay, he's going with this. Just prove it to me. And then I'm just a proof of concept type of girl. Once I see that and the momentum, how we're going and how it was, just a pivot in our business and how it's helped us in our business. I've just become fully on board, and I'm even so much so that I'm working on my license now too. Yeah.
I can tell her she'd be an amazing agent.
To get that done faster, but
yes, she'd be an amazing agent. She's much more extroverted and friendly and inviting. I'm the awkward introvert.
Okay, we're a great team. I bring on the less awkwardness.
Yeah. Okay, so Pat, we had this conversation in the podcast, which should drop next week. That podcast was amazing. Even I got excited during the podcast, and I don't know, it was just cool. Maybe it's because I just like talking to successful people. But one of the things that we talked about there was
sorry, is Grant frozen?
Yeah, we're talking. He's super excited.
Laugh out loud and interrupt, but
screenshot that. That is hilarious. Yeah. Oh, Brant. Okay, so okay, so Pat, one thing that I wrote out, I asked you this question. When you were with your old boutique brokerage, if you would have stayed there for 20 years, hustled it, maybe at some point you're selling $30, $40, $50 million in real estate a year. That's successful, right? That's really successful as a team leader. When you decided to leave in that hypothetical situation, what could you have sold your team for? What equity do you have in your team?
Zero.
Nothing. Most agents don't realize that. So you can make it just like house flipping, just like wholesaling. You can make a ton of money.
Yep.
But
while you're doing it, yep.
The moment you stop, income stops. Yep. The unfortunate part for the agent, most agents don't understand this. Yes, you own your own business. You're just you're a solopreneur, but you have no equity. There's nothing you can sell. Right. You're essentially an employee. You're an independent contractor. The moment you stop, it's gone. You could sell your lock boxes. You could sell your Supras and maybe the metal frames, which 20 years from now, we're not even going to be using that stuff. Right. So you really can't even sell that. You've worked 20 years, working 60-something hours a week, 6-7 days a week for a long time, making a lot of money, helping out your clients just like you should be doing, for nothing. Not for nothing, but you have no equity in your business, right? Nothing that you've built up over time to contribute towards your retirement. Like, let that sink in. That's why the broker owner, they're in a little better position, not that much, but they're in a little better position in that they at least can bring, they have equity. It's not that much, unless they go out and build like a brokerage of 1,000 agents, then there's a little bit of value. But I mean, are you going to do that? Because if you've got 10 agents on your team, I don't know, you got to be like super niche and have something really good to have much value at all. Like it's not like building a software company that you can go out and just sell. You don't have anything. You have nothing. But with EXP today, right now, if you were to sell your business, rough ballpark, and you can be really, really generic if you want, but rough ballpark, what would you say it's maybe worth?
Gosh, I hadn't really thought about that. For one, I'd never sell it because I mean the cash flow is absolutely amazing. But for two, I'm still having a lot of fun, just like what we're doing here, growing this business, growing this company we're all shareholders of. But
just from an equity standpoint, just straight equity.
Yeah, over I'd say probably over $2 million. $2
million
that I built in 5 years.
It's amazing. Brant showed me his number. I'm not going to say it. It's big. And we're going to wrap this up. It's pretty nice, but it was zero where you were before. It was zero. So that's all I'm saying is like the model itself is, for the first time ever, agents have the ability to build wealth for their retirement. And if they want to, cash flow, passive income, while doing what they're already doing. Selling houses, talking with other agents. They don't have to do anything different. They should. You should still buy rental properties. You should. It's still smart, but you don't have to. There's nowhere else that you can do that.
Let your revenue share pay for your rental properties.
Yes. Yeah. So that's it. Hey guys, I appreciate it. Jamie's got a couple quick announcements. We got another big event coming up soon. We are going to have y'all back on different occasion. This has been a lot of fun. I never thought sitting talking for like 8 hours straight. I didn't know how much fun that would be. So if y'all have been watching this, if you got any value at all, leave us a review. Let us know in context. Like, hey, Brant said this, Connor said this, Audra said this, like Pat said this, like just let us know. What did you like? What was your biggest takeaway for today? And then I know Jamie's got some announcements. Thanks, Pat. Thanks, Matt, Audra, Alex, Connor, Brant, all the other speakers from earlier today. Thank y'all. And then Jamie, you take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us this whole day. Wow. So am I making the rehacking announcement, or are you doing that?
I'll go and do that. So we used to Invested Agents is a evolution of an event that was a local event. And then we came up with rehacking, real estate hacking. So you can go to rehacking.com. But rehacking, this real estate hacking live event, we've reformatted it to something so much better. First event, it's still going to be the first Tuesday of the month. It will be live streamed just like this is during the day at 11 o'clock Central Time, 11 a.m. Central Time. And we're going to bring on 5+ guests for just a quick bit. And we're going to ask a singular question. So if you go to rehacking.com, it's rehacking.com. I'm going to give you information on that. You can RSVP for it. Make sure you get notified when that comes up. And we're going to be asking, hey, what does your marketing plan look like in 2021? And we got some all-star, like heavy hitter agents and real estate professionals that are going to be answering that question. You don't want to miss it. So go to rehacking.com. And let's see, another.
And it's usually the first Tuesday of every month. And it's just, like this is, except it's very condensed.
Yeah.
At all. Yeah, it's the first Tuesday of every month, and we'll just bring on other real estate investing pros to just discuss various topics every month. So now for the giveaways. So and hopefully y'all are still online. but I was going over, like looking at the participation, giving points and stuff. And I'm just letting you know that, wait, all this stuff is popping up. Okay.
I'm just playing around with comments to show Kaden. You keep
Okay.
going.
Yeah, so it's giveaway time. Like I said, if you to get the Airbnb kit, I'm just compiling that all in one PDF document. All you have to do if you want that is to write us a review on Invested Agents on Facebook about, you know, like Chris said, any value you got out of this, about us, how we did, and if you learned something, that'd be great. And I'll email you over my Airbnb packet. Now for the ones for participation today are free gift, and you can choose between a t-shirt, which show your t-shirt. Yay! A t-shirt or the branding kit, which will just, it's basically, well, you explain that, babe, better than not technologically.
Yeah, and we've got 5 more minutes, and then Facebook's going to cut us off. So we were going to give away 5 social media branding kit, like your background for your Facebook or YouTube page. Like we can have a professional one done, make it a little personalized for you. If you go to my page or the Invested Agents page, you'll see what I'm talking about, or the page on our YouTube channel. So we can make a custom one for you. And we were going to give away 5. We asked you to do something when you RSVP. We were able to give 2 away, but I think the privacy settings kept us from seeing the hashtag from everyone. Right. So we've got 3 more that we're going to give away, and that was a participation award. So Jamie, you've got those results. Yes. What do you got?
Yes, I have Nadine.
I don't know if she's still with us. She was really active earlier today.
Yes, and even till later this afternoon. Nadine Johnson.
Nadine Johnson. So if she calls your name, what you do is just go on Facebook and shoot us a message, a message on Facebook Messenger, and we'll give you more information on how to get set up with that. Of course, if you want a shirt instead, we can do that. You don't have to have that. If you want the shirt instead, just let us know.
Training kit. Or if you want the Airbnb thing instead too, I can throw that in there since you're
Yeah, you pick.
You pick whichever one you want. And then I have Darren Bryant.
Darren! I see Darren there. Oh, look at there. He's buttering us up right there.
Yes, there you go. And then I have Nikki Jefferson.
Nikki Jefferson.
Yes.
All right.
I
see there.
Congratulations for all the great questions and everybody else. I mean, whoever commented, asked questions along the way. Chris and I do intend on hosting another summit later this year. So just keep following us and we'll let you know more info. But if you want to see us again, then you can see us the first Tuesday of every month at Rehacking Live, like Chris said. And is it going to be at 11 o'clock Central?
Yeah, 11 a.m. Central Time. It'll be basically an hour and live streamed, 5 guests. And if you're just a rock star at what you do, you don't have to be an agent, maybe a lender or anything in the real estate profession, then reach out to us and we can see how we can get you in a future show. So rehacking.com is more information on that. And then Invested Agents, like you want more information about working with Invested Agents, being a part of the team, go to investedagents.com/summit mastermind. Even if you're not an agent, I'll send you information on how to get a part of our weekly mastermind call. Can't do that forever just because it'd get too big if we open it up to everyone. It's free. And then, of course, for our agents out there that want to be a part of the team, we've got so much more tools for you. That being said, we're energized, but we're hungry.
Yeah, it's martini time for sure. So
yes. Y'all have a great weekend. Thank you so much.
Yay! So much fun. Our first Invested Agent Summit. So thank you so much. And y'all take care.
Thank y'all.